of Alexander's Crossing. We do have Leon Harris here to do a brief overview. I would ask that if you spoke at the public hearing, because this is a continuation, if you spoke at it at our last meeting, you already had your turn to speak, so I would appreciate if you would do the honor system and let us know that you had already spoken. I saw that a lot of people signed up, so this is the same public hearing. It's not a new one. We just continued it to get more public comments because that was 2 days before Thanksgiving. And we wanted to make sure that others had a chance to speak. So that will be the first item that is up. Mr. Harris, if you can give us a brief overview.
Certainly. Mr. Chair, as you stated, the public hearing on this case was opened on November 24th, and the board continued the hearing. Since the, the 24th, the applicant has revised their proffer statement and GDP to address comments from staff regarding language in the proffer statement and comments from citizens regarding the GDP. The changes to the language that address staff comments are for syntax and are not substantive changes to the proffers. The changes that address concerns raised by citizens include the elimination of the interparcel connection to Lancaster Gate subdivision, a commitment to only develop single-family detached homes in Land Bay M adjacent to Lancaster Gate, and the reduction of access points on Massaponax Church Road from 3 to 2 with an optional access point on the east side of the project. I'll show these changes in more detail shortly. For anyone that wasn't here on the 24th, I will do a brief overview of the project. And also, as noted on the 24th, the code requires that the public hearing in this case be completed within 1 year of the case being deemed complete. The applicant agreed that date could be extended until today. As I noted, the request is to rezone 701 acres from Industrial 1 and Rural to Mixed Use 3 and 4 for a maximum of 2,607 residential units to include 888 multifamily units, 971 single-family attached units, and 518 single-family detached units, with 1.5 million square feet of commercial space that includes office, light industrial, retail, and a hotel site. This is the project area in orange, outlined in red. The red line going north to south represents 95. The black line represents Route 17. The Lancaster Gate subdivision is here, and Massaponax Church Road runs along this general area here. This is the zoning map. As you can see, the majority of the property is zoned RU. The area with some I-2 and I-1 in the project area. This is where the Spotsylvania Regional Hospital is. That area is zoned C3, and then you have some PDH zoning adjacent to it. The proposed, the total area and acreage to be rezoned of RU is 329 acres. The industrial area to be rezoned is 372 acres. This is the applicant's original GDP. As you can see, it has the interparcel connection to Lancaster Gate and the multiple access points along Massaponax Church Road. This is the applicant's revised GDP, and as I noted, I think significant for a lot of the residents in Lancaster Gate. As you can see, the access into the interparcel connection into Lancaster Gate has been removed, and then there's also a buffer area along here as well, and this area has also been identified as for single-family detached housing as well. I also noted that in the original public hearing that the project would develop from south to north. These will be the first phases, and the project would develop in this general area here, ending up in Land Bay A as the final phase. Also important to note here is there is a connection to a potential bridge to connect Jackson Village here, and then also the potential extension of Hospital Boulevard in this general area here. When that is completed and this spine road and the project is completed, you have a connection, essentially north-south connection from Massaponax Church Road up to Hospital Boulevard and then Route 17. This portion, the Route 17 connector road here, is a portion of the road that is shown in our comprehensive plan and was originally a part of an interchange that was originally contemplated along Interstate 95 in this general area here. This slide represents the road network. The Project, as noted, has 6 access points with a possible 7th, identified by the red arrows. And I'll go back here. As you can see, you have a main entrance here on Massaponax Church Road, another entrance on Massaponax Church Road, and then this is now an optional entrance on Massaponax Church Road. As I noted, the elimination here, and there is a potential for interparcel connection to this property here when it develops. Also important, the green areas on the GDP represent 159 acres of green space. There are 20 acres of wetlands on the site, which have been delineated. The GDP also notes the buffers around the property. They range in size from 35 to 300 feet along the boundary. That area has essentially been increased adjacent to Lancaster Gate, and there's a 20-foot tree buffer along Massaponax Church Road at the main entrance with a minimum of 35 feet along Interstate 95. Again, this was the original page in the GDP with the transportation network, and it notes there the interparcel connection here and the multiple access points with the option of here on Massaponax Church Road. This is the revised GDP, and as you can see, that access point is gone. This optional access point here is gone, and the optional access point has moved here. The blue roads are neighborhood streets. The yellow are residential parkways, which will be 4-lane divided with 90-foot right-of-ways. The orange represents the commercial regional parkway, which will be a 4-lane divided with 100 feet of right-of-way. And the green represents commercial collectors with 50 feet of right-of-way. There are 12.5 miles of road depicted on the GDP, and the blue dashed lines represent the hard surface trails, and the yellow dashed lines represent the soft surface trails, totaling 6.9 acres. The capital facilities impact, this slide represents the potential population from the project, the estimated calls, and the impact of students. As we know, the project would generate 1,111 students. These numbers are accurate as of September 30th. Stations 4 and 8 would provide it with fire and rescue services. The capital facilities impact, based on the county's adopted profit policy, the impact would be $51 million. The applicant's mitigation is $41 million with a difference of $9.8 million. This represents the fiscal impact from the project with the mix of uses shown in the GDP and the impact with that, and an impact if the project was purely a residential project with no commercial. The projected jobs would be 5,000, the average earnings would be 42,000, and the economic activity would be $940 million. The proffers limit the total number of units to no more than 2,607. There are proffers related to signage and lighting. There's a proffer related to the extension of a water main at no cost to the county. The proffers relate to phasing in the project, private maintenance of streets, and access as identified on the GDP. There's 159 acres of open space with a trail network that is proffered to be available to the public. They have offered to construct 3 transit stops, the dedications of right-of-way, the 4-lane divided road up to the potential bridge crossing, and recreational amenities. The cash proffers, as you can see there, per unit are $8 million. The additional cash proffers that the applicant has offered are an additional $500,000 towards law enforcement, $875,000 towards regional transit, an additional $1.3 towards schools, and an additional $600,000 towards the fire department for a total of $11.9 million in cash. Findings, this case is consistent with the comprehensive plan as this area is identified as mixed use in the future land use map. It is a component of a larger mixed use area in the county. It is expected to have a 19 to 20 year build out. It provides some recreational options for the community. It also will provide accommodates the environmental sensitive areas. And of note, the project does not mitigate the capital impacts in accordance with the current proffer policy. There's no commitment to phasing of the non-residential uses, and the policy statement that was raised in this case as a part of your staff report is that the applicant is proposing the phasing of their infrastructure versus making a commitment to commercial development. The applicant feels like that's a better way to do this project rather than be potentially stuck with a commitment to a commercial commitment that they may not meet, but rather they feel like it's more important to put the infrastructure in, which would benefit in the long run, both the project and ultimately the county. The project would have impacts on the transportation network, and at full build-out, it would expect to increase the number of students to beyond capacity at the elementary, middle, and high school levels, absence of any redistricting of students. The Planning Commission recommended approval with the recommendation that the proffers be amended to address concerns of the commission and staff. The applicant has done that. From a land use perspective, staff supports the application. The project meets the goals of the comp plan in the mixed-use area. The proposed land uses are and design are consistent with and complement the existing development in the area, which are healthcare, light industrial uses, and some residential. As I noted, the project does not fully mitigate the capital impacts, but is consistent with the board's policy. It is anticipated there will be an annual fiscal benefit that will offset the capital cost within 11 years. As I noted, the policy question is, does the board deem the size of the project, the lengthy build-out horizon, and the investment of transportation infrastructure by the applicant appropriate circumstances to depart from the stance that mixed-use rezonings shall have a commitment to the development of commercial space? That is my brief overview of the project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any. And the applicant is present and certainly would answer any questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
In looking at the revised GDP versus the old GDP, the original GDP, on the original GDP, if I can find it again. Oh, no, the one that just shows the roads.
Okay.
There, on the original one, it shows like a park and ride lot, and on the new one, it does not. Has that been eliminated, or is that an oversight?
No, that has been eliminated. The applicant is proffering, I'm on the revised GDP now, and if you'll see, originally there was a park and ride lot proposed on the west side of Cosner Drive. There was a land dedication originally proposed there. That has been moved to the east side of Cosner Drive because of some environmental features on that west side. And that land is to be dedicated, it's a 5-acre piece to be dedicated to the county for use, for public use.
Thank you.
Is there a plan for another spot for a park and ride?
There has been some conversation at the county to use land proffered in the Jackson Village rezoning case as a potential park and ride site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Yes, sir.
If I can follow up on that, the applicant has also proffered a cash contribution to help and assist acquiring some land that would be needed as a part of that park and ride facility for the Jackson Village.
But the park and ride, it wasn't something that they were going to put in place. Okay.
Correct.
It's like a VDOT thing, or is that?
Yes, ma'am.
So 50 years from now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Any questions? If the applicant would like to come forward?
Mr. Chairman and other members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Charlie Payne, the law firm Herschel Fleischer, and we represent the applicant. Thank you for your time this evening and also for your dedication to this county. Just real quickly, Mr. Hughes has gone through the overview and then what the new proffer changes are. But just as a reminder, this is an economic development project. We see it as a 21st century employment project. We are looking to tie in the infrastructure on a phasing process. One of the main reasons for that is we believe that will help drive the commercial component to the site. It doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form that for purposes of our phasing that can't happen first. We certainly will aggressively market for that purpose. Remember, we've got 1.558 million square feet of commercial space, including 911,000 square feet of office, and over 350,000 square feet of industrial, and a 110-room hotel, and 145,000 square feet of retail. So that's a very, very important part of our development. And just also important just to reiterate, this project will support the economic pillars in our area, the immediate area, including Spotsylvania Regional Medical Center, Germann Community College, the new VRE, and big box retail in immediate location, including at Kaiser's Corner. This is pursuant to our fiscal impact analysis done by George Mason University. At full build-out, will generate $4.15 million in net positive tax revenue for the county, and includes a $1 billion investment. Again, the plan is for a 15 to 20-year build-out. Our phasing plan is what we are looking at the current market and what we believe the process may be, but again, that can change at any time, and certainly that would be our focus. And that obviously would drive the infrastructure nearby the development. Project does include $41.5 million in proffers, in-kind and cash, and likewise includes $22 million in in-kind transportation improvements, as staff noted, over 12.2 miles of roads of infrastructure, which is a significant investment. By right, this is a down zoning, if you will. From a transportation perspective, it'll generate 20% less traffic than what we could do by right. And again, if we do it by right, there are no proffers, in-kind or cash. As stated earlier, the economic outlay is about $1 billion investment. We're looking at about a $2.3 million net fiscal impact from staff's own analysis, which is fairly conservative, including $886,000 on the residential end at full build-out, meaning if we did not put one commercial square foot in, the project would pay for itself. But we're very confident that the commercial component, and given its proximity and location in 95 and major road arteries, and within what is currently, in our opinion, a very strong corporate center, it will expand the corporate center footprint and provide Spotsylvania County a unique opportunity to attract a large employer. And just some follow-up or closing comments, and certainly happy to answer any questions. We have made some proffer adjustments addressing the concerns of our neighbors at Lancaster Gate. We removed and eliminated the interparcel connection, removed the southernmost access point to Massaponax Church Road. We've proffered that we would have single-family detached units adjacent to Lancaster Gate. We think that addressed all the concerns that we heard at the last public hearing, and we were happy to do so. We still would invite them to come to our development to shop and eat, walk on our trails. As we heard at the last public hearing, there were some concerns about narrow roads within their development and very few places to walk their dogs or their kids to play. As staff noted, we're going to have 6.9 miles of trail that'll be open to the public and that we will pay for, maintain, and construct. I think, looking at the totality of a project of this nature, given the fact that the future comp plan encourages a project of this type of density and this type of mixed use, given its proximity to the hospital, given its proximity to the VRE, I think the county will find this is a very positive project. And I appreciate your time and attention, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. McLaughlin. I have a question, kind of a follow-up to last meeting. The question came up about the Cosner Drive. You have a proposed entrance to connect this development to Cosner Drive, which is an existing signalized intersection. When would you anticipate that being open to try to take potential traffic off of Massaponax?
Well, again, it would depend on when the development process, where it would occur. As staff had noted, we're asked to put a phasing plan together. So we put a phasing plan, and looking for at the market, the single families would probably go first, and you kind of build from there, the infrastructure for there going south and north. But very easily, the townhomes or multifamily could take off first. And if that happens in that northern segment of the project, Kaiser Drive will connect sooner rather than later. What we have proffered is, which wasn't in the prior proffers, is no matter where we start our project, no later than the 750th unit, we will connect that north Kaiser Drive connection.
Just one other one. I think you mentioned about the single-family homes. What were they? Was there a proffered size or anticipated value of those homes?
There wasn't a proffered size, and I don't recall that we had an anticipated value. It's part of our fiscal impact analysis. I could take a look at that. Part of our fiscal impact analysis. But with mixed use, there are certain requirements within the mixed use ordinance that you have to follow. certain development standards, and we'll have to follow those, which the homes will be either similar to or higher value than the adjacent developments to our south and to our east.
Leon, you had something?
The applicant provided some comps when the project was initially submitted, and so we used Lafayette Crossing for the townhouses, the single-family attached units, valued at $212,000, and then we used Lees Park, Pelham Reserve, and Estates at Lees Park for the single-family detached. So that was an average value of about $337,000.
Okay, thanks. Other questions? Ms. Heidig?
You talked about your commercial center and possible office spaces. Are these going to be like Class A office
Yes, ma'am.
spaces?
We're
Which,
anticipating this being a corporate center, very similar
Okay.
to the type and style, not a hospital per se, but it could be a medical campus, depending on what drives the market. We preferably, to be honest with you, would love to attract a federal or state agency or a large employer to that site. That'd be our main goal.
Because I understand we don't have enough Class A. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Skinner?
Thanks. I just want to clarify that we've also put a date or a time period as when we'd start talking about putting the connection out to 17 on Hospital Boulevard. Can you clarify that? I thought we had mentioned, I hadn't heard anything about that.
Correct. So we have the time period that we have under the current proffers for the connection to, I can give you all the breakdown here for each one of the development, each one of some of the infrastructure. There'll be 750 units, no later than 750 units, the 28% of the project basically build out. We'll construct the Route 17 connector from Hospital Boulevard. By no later than the 750th unit, again, about 28% of the build-out of the project, will extend Kaiser's Drive to the proposed 17 connector. By the 1,300th unit, again, about half of the project, or 350,000 square feet of commercial, will extend Hospital Boulevard off-site and extend it currently in-site. So a corporate user will drive that Hospital Boulevard connection. That's the most expensive connection we have. Because there's a large ravine that we have to cross. It's about almost $10 million to build that connection. So we're going to need a big user to help drive that. But irrespective of that, no later than 1,300 units that will be in place, or 350,000 square feet of commercial.
Well, we were talking about the trigger. Well, we talked about Jackson because the whole purpose of this is to help the transportation issue off of Route 1. Okay? And we know that Jackson Village has a trigger to put in their 4-lane highway up to 95. And what we discussed, and I thought we had got approval from this from the applicant, that was originally once Jackson Village had hit their trigger, then you had a trigger of a certain amount of commercial or housing to do it. But then we also discussed about putting a time limit on that, meaning I believe we agreed to 9 years. Okay, to a point that after Jackson Village had hit it, if you didn't hit your time, you would still go 9 years, and that's when. Is that correct?
That's a different question. So yeah, I'd answer the question on the other infrastructure, but on the bridge connections, which I think is your question, the Jackson Village bridge connection, where we would build infrastructure to connect to the bridge. So so your question is, I believe, is if Jackson Village meets one of its triggers under its rezoning,
Right.
and the county is prepared to build the bridge, we need to have 500,000 square feet of commercial in place, or no later than 9 years has expired after the rezoning approval.
That is what we're saying.
That's correct.
So that will give us the connection that we need to Hospital Boulevard to get to 17, so that we can then try to plan for additional infrastructure to Spotsylvania Avenue.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. I didn't hear that in our updated proffer, because I know that was a recent update.
That's a recent update. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Amy, has anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, sir. The first citizen signed up to speak is Wendy Jukowski, followed by Ron Kitt.
Please come forward, state your name, address, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Wendy Zahusky, 10505 Rhodes Drive. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Alexander's Crossing. As both a resident and business owner in the county, I feel that it would be a welcome addition. The county would benefit from a nice neighborhood with great amenities, increased revenue potential from retail business, and proffer contributions that would help with schools, transportation, and infrastructure improvements that the county needs. Being in the construction industry, I'm most excited about the significant number of construction jobs that this project could bring to the county. And I just wanted to say that having worked with Walton in the past, I'm confident in their ability to do a great job and create a carefully designed community that will make our county better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Kitt, followed by Dick Zamansky.
You were close as Ron Witt, 6327 West Drainsville Drive in Fredericksburg, Virginia Heritage. I'm here to express concern, or my concern, over what appears to be a lack of vetting of developer proffers in the rezoning process of this and the Jackson Village rezoning application. Board members should be protecting the interests of the taxpayer they represent, and I fail to see any proactive challenges regarding the highly favorable proffers offered in both cases. Jacksonville was in the past, but Alexander Crossing application is being considered now. I'm amazed at the board's allowance of an in-kind property value of $6.3 million for 15 acres of unimproved land. That equates to $400,000 an acre. This amount was based on a single appraisal from an out-of-state appraiser. I don't understand why the board is willing to accept such grossly inflated amounts and does not vet that figure using in-county appraisers. Now, the proffer guidelines indicate the public facility cost for proposed development is, I calculated 50.4 million, might be 51. The developer is offering only $42 million, 6.3 of that, which is this inflated, exaggerated land value. The developer is also taking credit for in-kind costs for various amenities in the project, claiming they are not required for development, yet those amenities only serve to increase the marketability of the development and have no real value to Spotsylvania County vis-a-vis a pavilion. Come on. The future cost to the taxpayer not covered by the developer is a minimum of 8 to 9 million, as was said earlier, even without consideration of the questionable in-kind items just cited. In addition, the taxpayer will probably have to pony up another $15 million for a bridge across I-95 that is singularly driven by approval of the two developments. So in conclusion, I recommend that the board defer any action on this, that the board requires the developer to use local appraisers for in-kind property value assessments and proposed value to be fully vetted by county appraisers, that the board determines and then excludes any proposed in-kind costs the developer has included in proffers that would not be materially advantageous to the county, and finally, that the board assures the developer increases the cash proffers to make up any shortfall to attain the $50.4 million guideline. Perhaps then the public will not have to absorb significant future public facility costs at the expense of developer profits, and we may have responsible growth. Thank you very much.
Dick Zamansky, followed by Frederick and Howe III.
Thank you. I'm Dick Zamansky, 5118 Sewells Point Drive, Battlefield District. I wish to state my strong opposition to Alexander's Crossing. We must consider the traffic. While numerous improvements are included, most are intended to handle the internal traffic. Only those proposed to funnel traffic away do not happen until 750 homes are occupied. Waiting will exasperate the gridlock caused by existing traffic, which we all know. In 2007, a county study determined that rebuilding Massaponax Church Road would cost at least $60 million. There is no question that will be a taxpayer investment, or in my mind, liability in Walton's project. The proffers similarly provided a road to the edge of I-95 and a study. Who pays to build the actual bridge? Without question, it is another taxpayer's investment or liability in both Jackson Village and this project. We are not being given developed townhouses lots on the land donated for civic purposes, as was mentioned. It is bare, raw, undeveloped land. How can you reward Walton with a $6.1 or $6.3 million donation, one they can write off their taxes, for land worth about $438,000? I think Ron kind of indicated those numbers. I'll ask you to look at the Nye Village project. Approved in the fall of 2011, it is quite similar in concept to Alexander Crossing. In other words, we already have what Mr. Payne calls a 21st century employment opportunity. Other than the school district, what business has responded to this anticipated employment opportunity? We have 10,481 housing units already approved, the vast majority in and around Massaponax. Without any occupancy, we have significant traffic problems already. Why would you approve the 2,607 more units, knowing approval exasperates existing gridlock? It boggles my mind. I moved down from Fairfax County to get away from high taxes and the gridlock that's up there. However, I see that now it seems to be worse, I think, as we look at this process here in Spotsylvania County. Without adequate proffers and solutions to existing and inevitable traffic problems, and a substantial potential tax increase for our local residents, I object to the approval of this Alexander Crossing project. Thank you very much.
Frederick N. Howe III, followed by Hugh Cosner.
My name is Fred Howe, live at 311 Cannon Circle in the city of Fredericksburg. Mr. Chairman and board members, I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I previously submitted comments but didn't speak on the record. I'm a past City of Fredericksburg council member, having graduated off the council in July 2014. During my 4-year tenure, I served on numerous regional boards and commissions, working with other local elected officials, tackling many of the challenges we face today, having served with many of you. Growth coupled with economic development are the lifeblood of any thriving community, because if you aren't growing, you're dying, and it's the same for me as a small business owner. First, I'd like to address smart growth, coupled with much-needed economic development. In the case of the Alexandria's Crossing project, as a former VRE and FAMPO GWRC board member, we struggled for years with the regional transportation issues we continue to face over both land and rail. As a Ward 3 councilman, I equally struggle with my constituents over the traffic flow from Spotsylvania County residents passing through my ward and into our city to access the Fredericksburg VRE station daily. The congestion impact, as you're aware, is and has been very significant. So when I studied the project particulars before you tonight, the extensive developer-proffered road improvements, as have been outlined, effectively tying and creating alternatives for local traffic flow, strategically coupled with the opportunity to channel riders to and through your new VRE station due to its close proximity to the proposed live-work development, while effectively poised to reduce traffic congestion. The project's potential to bring new business south caused me to say to myself, wow, this is a project that makes great sense and needs to be promoted, and I need to say so based on both my council and my business development experience. Secondly, I also want to point out that the potential project serves to offer a unique opportunity for alternative VRE sustainability funding. In the VRE board's effort to serve to provide low-cost ridership while reducing the directly proportional budget pressures on the member localities, the potential funding alternative and vision could be accomplished through the promotion of a reverse flow VRE ridership, possibly even offering reduced rates on these VRE trains. By bringing folks down here to work on the trains, which are presently inefficiently deadheading with no riders back to Spotsylvania County due to the lack of train parking space upline after finishing their morning commute. In closing, I want to express my personal support for the project for all the reasons I've mentioned. I hope that this project will serve a good base template for smart growth and measurable positive economic development within our localities, while serving to help relieve transportation pressures locally in the coming years, since doing nothing is just not a viable option. In closing, thank you for your service to Spotsylvania County residents, as well as the time you dedicate to serve all of us, and for the important decisions you make which directly impact others, as these critical decisions do cross our neighboring county city lines. Thank you all.
Hugh Cosner, followed by Anthony LaFaro.
Board members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hugh Cosner, and I live at 4934 Lansdowne Road in Lee Hill District. And I've been in business in the county here for 56 years, and I served on the board 20-some years and the planning commission before that, before we had any zoning in the county. And we worked for a number of years to start the first zoning in the county and the first potential that we had for Spotsylvania County. If we made $1 in Spotsylvania County back in 6 years ago, we had to spend it in the city. We had no water and sewage, and all we had was dependent on the city. And through the planning growth in the county, this is a planned growth area from the very beginning of the entire county. If you look at your sewer line at number 1 highway and 95, from there to the sewage treatment plant is a major sewer line that's supposed to serve the growth of Spotsylvania County. And this area has been planned for this. I thought the greatest thing that ever happened in the county is when we got to community college. Then when we got the hospital, I said, oh my goodness, here we go. We're going to be able to sell some merchandise over at these stores. Then my supervisor, through his hard work and total determination, never gives up, got the commuter rail. Thank you, Mr. Skinner. And thank the board. It's the smartest thing I've ever seen happen in Spotsylvania County. I have my wife to ride me down there just to look at the cars going and coming and see them having parking spaces and speaking to the people and having smiles on his face. And a good place to campaign, by the way. But I just want to tell you that I've been here a long time, and I think we're the greatest county in the state of Virginia, the 96 counties. We tried to educate ourselves from the mistakes of Fairfax and Prince William, and I think you have. And I tell you, y'all have done an outstanding job. Absolutely. It continues on and on that we have a board that does an outstanding job. I don't think as a county or state can compare with y'all's budget. Most of us coming here today wouldn't understand the budget. It's so large. But anyway, I'm here tonight to support this project. It fits right in with what we had planned for all these years, and it would help us at the shopping center there, and the most important part of all, would help the hospital tremendously. And we need that help for that, and this area has been planned that way from the very beginning. Thank you very much for your time. If I can ever do anything this holler, I had a bad, rough year, but maybe I can fight back. Thank you very much.
Anthony LaFaro, followed by Charles Baxter.
My name is Anthony LaFaro. I live at 7214 Hearthside Trail in the Chancellor District there. Here to express my strong opposition to this project on several fronts. First and foremost, which was very well covered, sir, the proffers. completely inadequate, grossly inflated land values, and I could go on, but it's already been stated. The second is something that I haven't heard, and I'm surprised by this, is that Walton International is more of a land bank than a developer. They sell plots to investors in Asia. As soon as this rezoning goes into place, if it's passed, that's essentially they've earned their clients money. Right then, they target rural areas for growth. They get the area rezoned. After it's rezoned, once it's rezoned, the land values inflate, and they've earned their investors money. They will have no incentive to do the commercial development that's supposed to account for the difference in proffers from the county's guidelines to their estimates. There will be no need for them to ever hit the targets of the number of homes before they do the commercial development, which means all of this is going to be on our backs as taxpayers, which it mostly has been up to this point, a lot of the development that's passed the last couple of years. I thought this was a conservative board. I'm a Republican, and I am disappointed. Only one Republican here voted against the Jackson's Village project. That's the only person I consider a good conservative tonight. Thank you, Mr. Yakubowski. Anybody else here that would vote in favor for this project on the financial terms that are being proposed by Walton Group, I cannot understand how you think you're doing good for the county. Traffic is already a mess. I don't want to be redundant of what other people have covered and will probably cover. And the idea that we might attract the type of business that will fill office space, well, that's probably a long way off, because as somebody who has worked from Richmond up into the Northern Virginia area, nobody I know who fits the young professional category wants to be here right now unless they're in government and defense, because of the traffic, because there's not as much for people in that age range to do. Economic development has said that's the type of people we need to bring those kinds of businesses that might once fill this commercial space. It's not going to happen unless we improve the quality of life here, and this is not going to do it. It's unethical on many fronts, and I don't believe Walton will ever come through with the commercial space because they have no incentive. And even if they did, the proffer guidelines are so far removed from what they're offering that it shouldn't even be considered up to this point. Thank you.
Charles Baxter, followed by Ryan Sullivan. Charles Baxter. Ryan Sullivan.
Good evening. Ryan Sullivan, 6 Fairfield Circle. Here tonight to show my support for the project. Being in the construction industry, I think it's very important that Walton's willing to, excuse me, invest in Spotsylvania County. And I think, you know, the total project for the future will benefit the county as far as employment. And I think it should be approved. Thank you.
Roger Brooks.
My name is Roger Brooks. I live at 3600 Massaponax Church Road. I am directly across the road from part of this project that's going to take place. And I'd just like to say that I was born and raised on Massaponax Church Road. I've been there before anything was ever built on that road. I'm talking about schools, business, Lancaster Gate or Hickory Hill or Cedar Forest or anything. I walked that road, and I know every bump and crack in it. And I'm for the project. I'm here for it. I'm supporting it 100%. But the only thing I'm looking out for is, since the railhead is open, I'm hoping down the road that we can do a little bit for Massaponax Church Road. I know the traffic is picked up on it more, and it's picking up, the traffic is getting heavy on it. So, and what I always said when I said in the training meeting, I don't feel safe from the school to 17. That bottom down there, I know winter's coming on, and depends on the type of winter we have, that is a tremendous, deadly bad road. And I think for the school buses and all coming over to Cedar Forest School, and the heavy trucks that own that road, I don't know how they ever pass one another down there. So what I'm saying is I just hope and pray that nothing happens for any of our children coming over to that school down there, because it is a bad piece of road. But like I said, I am here in support of the project, and I think we need the progress, because not only I'm 68 years old, but I look out for my children, my grandkids, and my great-grandkids. You know, this is something that's going to benefit them, not as much as me. Thank you all a lot.
There are no other citizens signed up to speak.
Is there anybody else here who didn't speak last time or this time that would like to speak on this issue? Please come forward. There's a couple of you getting up, so if you can line up, and anybody else thinking. Please state your name, address, and you will also have 3 minutes.
My name is Sabrina Bullock. I'm at 3613 Massaponax Church Road, and that property that's over there has been in my family for over 100 years. I don't want to go over the transportation. I know we beat that in the head, but I can't even pull out of the driveway on Massaponax Church Road. You can't even pull out your own driveway. You know, I see they got the nice speed signs. No one obeys them, except for when you get down to the elementary school. Put some speed bumps there. But also, you're talking about building all of these homes. How are you going to power these homes? You know, a lot of people that's been in this area for many years, and their families have had land for many years, and I understand you want to pass things down to your children. But what are you passing down to your children if you take all the land and you build all of these houses? There's no land left. What's left? How many homes are you going to build? You got so many homes in Spotsylvania County that's empty right now that you can't fill. And they talking about bringing all this commercial property. We're going to have all of these jobs in 20 years. In 20 years, I got to look forward to my child having a job. Hopefully that you'll build something. Hopefully that the federal government will come in and put a nice big government building there and give about 5,000 people a job. In the meantime, all of the taxpayers, I'm retired. I'm a retired cop from D.C. If I wanted to stay and deal with traffic, I'd have stayed in D.C. and did me another 20 years there. I disapprove of this project. Let's not have growth. We need growth. I do believe we do need growth in this country. But at the growth, what are we sacrificing for that growth? Because we're not going to leave anything left for our children, for our grandchildren. There's going to be no land left. That's it. Thank you.
I'm Robert Fogg from the Battlefield District. I'm here tonight to speak against the project. I'm mainly against the project because of the traffic issues. 15 or 20 years ago, no one envisioned the problems that Route 3 would have now in the Central Park area. They didn't have any idea that all of the development would take place in the back part of that. If they had, they probably wouldn't have allowed the development to take place. What are we looking at now? We're looking at something we're talking about taking place over the next 5 to 15, 20 years. But we already see gridlock taking place in Massaponax. So what it's going to look like 15 to 20 years from now? What's it going to look like 5 years from now? And we've already approved thousands of homes right here in the area. And several weeks ago, I was at a meeting that the Secretary of Transportation from Virginia was at, in which he said that we need to look for new alternatives for funding, because only about 15% of the money that we're going to ask for here in this area is ever going to get here. We're never going to get what we really need, only about 15%. And we're going to need to look for other alternatives for our needs. And those alternatives those alternatives are going to have to be tolls or things such as proffers, or looking for other ideas of transportation. And so proffers, let's get to that. I think Mr. Gentleman back here covered it pretty well a little while ago. When you look at those proffers, in my opinion, the only proffers that are any good that they proposed are the cash proffers that they put up. Because all of the roads and the trails and everything, I think they were right. They all benefit the sale. They're trying to sell their houses. They're trying to sell the condos. That's what they're out there for. I mean, that's why I would want to buy it. You can't have those without the roads to get to them. And to be honest with you, the maps that I saw there, I didn't see that they really benefited the county a whole lot except to get to the houses that are there. And he said, I believe, that the 4-lane highway there had a 100-foot wide right-of-way. The Spotsylvania Parkway that Lee's Park put in has a 225-foot wide right-of-way. And that benefits Spotsylvania County. That benefits the entire county. That wasn't just something that benefited Lee's Park. Now, if they can come up with something like that to show that they're helping the county, then and put up real money to help the county, then I might be for this project. But as of right now, I would say absolutely not. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here wish to speak? Please come forward. Your name, address, and 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Brian Corper. I live at 3904 Lancaster Ring Road in Fredericksburg. I moved here 26 years ago with my parents. They moved me down here, my brother, my sister. I came from a blue-collar town in Ohio. And I remember my dad coming home and saying, "Kids, pack your bags, we're moving." I said, "Where are we going?" He said, "Spotsylvania, Virginia." I looked at him, cross-eyed, and I said, "Where is that?" He said, "It's between Fredericksburg and Richmond." He said, "You'll find out more when we get here." We packed up to U-Haul, we moved here. I went to school here, I graduated here, I got married here, I have my daughter here, I have a son, go to school here. The traffic getting my kids to school is unbelievable in the morning. The traffic on Massaponax Church Road is unbelievable. I go to work, I have to leave an extra 20 minutes early because to get from downtown Garage Auto Body to Route 1 takes me an extra 20 minutes because of the bus traffic, because of the school traffic. We're going to put 2,600 more homes over in that area. I'm going to have to leave an hour early to travel 30 minutes to work. So now I've got an hour-and-a-half commute. I did that in the early 90s driving to D.C. I moved farther south to get away from that. It needs to be looked at and the impact of what it takes to get around this town anymore. To go to hockey practice tomorrow with my kids from Massaponax Church Road to 5 Mile Fork is going to take me a half hour because of the evening traffic to take my kids to hockey practice. Too much growth, too fast. We need to stop and smell the roses and realize what's going on. Growth is good, but not at this rate. I believe if you take your time and really look into this project and listen to the citizens, listen to the people, that we can compromise and get something. I don't want to take an extra hour and a half to go to work or to take my kids an extra 45 minutes to get to school because we have too many vehicles that have to travel down Massaponax Church Road to get the kids to school. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I got a cold. I'm Rupert Farley, 7900 Chancellor Road. I've been in this county and my family for so many generations, I can't keep count of it. One thing that hasn't been brought out this evening that would be true of not only this project, which I am opposed to, but many other projects that have recently come across the board just like it. As a matter of fact, even Lancaster Gate, which I was opposed to when it was proposed. All of these have a lot in common that's getting to be more of a point now than it ever was before, and that is they're all sprawl. They're not, none of them are what they call UDAs or smart growth. Well, they used to call them TODs, transit-oriented development. I think there's a new acronym now. I've forgotten what it was. Maybe somebody can refresh my memory. But the point of it is, sprawl is not being looked upon favorably by the federal and state agencies like it used to be. State of Virginia, I don't know why it took them 50 years, but a couple of years ago with HB 3202, they've said we're going to start putting more emphasis in encouraging urban development areas, or TODs, or smart growth, whatever you want to call it. And now with the federal level, they're talking the same thing. And more recently, with HB 2, the prioritization process, one of their top priorities is they're going to be giving money to people that are putting their emphasis on urban development areas and smart growth. This is not it. So you might want to look out for that in the future. If you start wondering why we're not getting any money coming from the federal and state level, more importantly to the state level, it's because they're going to try to give it more to the people that are invested in UDAs. And I'm not seeing that trend lately, and I'm certainly not seeing that trend with this project. So I'd like you to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing nobody rise, declare the public hearing closed. The applicant has rebuttal time.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the Board of Supervisors, again, my name is Charlie Payne, law firm Herschel Fleischer, and we represent the applicant. Again, thank you for your time this evening. I want to thank the members of the public who spoke for and against this project as well. For them to spend their time in the evenings to come out and be part and participate in this process is extraordinarily important. I just again want to remind folks that this project has been in planning and in place for well over 2 years, so it's not like we showed up here just tonight or on the 24th and said, here's our project, please approve it. So there's been quite a bit of vetting, quite a bit of due diligence, both from our perspective and from the county staff perspective. I heard some comments tonight I thought were quite interesting. Alternatives of transportation, that the Secretary of Transportation says we've got to find other ways to pay for our transportation. Well, we are the other way. We are the alternative at this point in time. There isn't enough funding. It has not been enough funding in the past, arguably 15 years in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Private developers build roads. It's important to understand that we are not getting credit for all the roads that we're building. We're only getting credit for portions of the roads that benefit the public, not just our project. There are four-lane parkways on this project. I assure you, we do not need them for this development. It is to help alleviate regional transportation issues. We don't need to connect to the bridge. We don't need to extend Hospital Boulevard. We don't need to do it for our project. But we made it part of our proffers. The proffer guidelines give us credit for it. Maybe I don't do a good enough job of explaining what proffers are and what the guidelines are. They do include cash and in-kind proffers. That in-kind is not for free. We have to pay for it. We've got to finance it. That comes off the back of my client. That's who builds it. So I think that's important to understand. I think sometimes you get caught up in reading the newspaper, you only see cash proffers and you see X number per unit. Well, that's not following the guidelines. That is not accurate. And I'm sorry. We need to tell, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not your own facts at public hearings. The other point I'd like to make is the fact that this project is a solution to urban sprawl. It is a solution to attracting future employees to our community. If we don't build centers like this, which this county has planned for, we can't sustain the economic pillars we have now, the hospital, for example, or Germanna, or the new VRE. And Mr. Cosner stated the vision for growth in this area in Spotsylvania County is here, where we are planning it. This is not in the rural area of Spotsylvania County. This is at the interchange of I-95 and Route 1 and 17. I think we need to make that clear. And the guidelines do not take into account mixed-use projects. I wish we'd understand that too. That's why there's a policy that this county board of supervisors has adopted, that if a project pays for itself for a certain period of time, it can offset those capital facility impacts. This project, if you don't put 1 square foot of commercial, pays itself off fairly quickly just on the residential. At full build-out, this project generates $4.18 million in net tax revenue for this county. It is an economic development project by far, and it will attract that future millennial who doesn't want to commute, who doesn't want a big house, who wants to live, work, and play in one community and not be on the road. I think we need to reemphasize that and talk about why that's important for our future. Also note that the land that's being dedicated to the county could be utilized for this project. It would have additional impacts. Taking it off the table is a plus. It will also provide for a civic community use that the county needs. And by the way, it's not going to be dedicated for some time. So the taxes that will be paid on it will be paid by my client until it's dedicated to the county at a higher rate. Currently, all the parcels in this development pay about $112,000 in taxes. If this is approved, immediately $175,000 in rollback taxes will apply. New assessments will apply to this property. The tax return on that will be significantly high before we put 1 shovel in the ground. I think we need to understand that. The property owners pay taxes. And in this case, they're going to pay significant taxes. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and as always, appreciate your time and attention to these applications.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, thank you. Any?
It's not a question for Charlie, no.
Okay, any statements or discussion?
Oh, I know I've been a source of frustration for the applicant because I wouldn't give him a firm yes, but I also wouldn't spell out my concerns. Main reason for that is that my biggest concern is something they can't do anything about. And that's the location of this large residential development right across the road from another development which is almost as large. Now, I love the prospect of the office space. I like the transportation improvements they're making. The question is just, is that going to be enough for this many homes, especially with the other development right next door? And it's just a tough one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Other discussions or comments? Mr. Cibula?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The majority of this project is in Berkeley District, Spotsylvania County. Berkeley District is basically still a rural district. However, this project in Berkeley District is in the planned area for growth in Berkeley District. And this is where growth is going to happen. If it doesn't happen today, it's going to happen tomorrow. And we can't wait for tomorrow. We have to plan for tomorrow. Because tomorrow's going to come, ladies and gentlemen. And our traffic, you think traffic is bad now. Wait till you see it 20 years from now if we don't do anything by planning for it properly. This project represents transportation planning for a parallel corridor to Route 1 around Massaponax, so you don't have to drive through the Massaponax traffic, down through this project, across a bridge, back over to Route 1, bypassing the Massaponax area. That's the long-range plan for transportation to alleviate the problems of Massaponax development area. There have been many things said that, who's going to pay for the bridge? Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Half of the bridge is already paid for, and that was paid for by Jackson Village in their proffers. The other half of that bridge is going to be paid for by this project with its proffers. The taxpayers are not paying for that. The developers have paid for that as part of their transportation planning. And you need to clearly understand that. We're getting a free bridge, if you will. Yes, we're going to sacrifice a few things, but that bridge is going to help fix our traffic problems. That's what long-range planning is all about. 20 years from now, that bridge will be built. 20 years from now, that corridor will exist. You can't think of the increased traffic from this development as instantaneous. It'll come in phases. And at build-out, hopefully, we will have alternative transportation in place. The Massaponax Church Road concerns, we're already looking and working on straightening out some of the bad areas of Massaponax Church Road, and we will continue to look at improvements. There are other adjacent developments on Massaponax Church Road on this side of 95 that will widen Massaponax Church Road and create turn lanes and improve the traffic. Basically, that's what I have to say, and you have to understand that. I've been working on this project with the developers to get the best we could get for this county for the last year and a half, ever since I came to this office. And I think that we have got a good project presented, and it's going to be successful, and I motion to approve this project.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to approve. Any discussion? Mr. Skinner?
Leon, before we make it, yes, I do. Leon, how many units by right do we have here? How many?
53.
53 on all this acreage? Okay, 53. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Well, you know, when I first got here on this board, and it's been a while now, people said, let's put the infrastructure in prior to everything else. Unfortunately, we inherited a lot of the traffic that we have today prior to us being on the board. And yes, I have approved a lot. But a gentleman came up here and talked about the Secretary of Transportation, talking about our funds and what we're going to get. 15% of what we gain as transportation is going to come to this area. It's not going to come. It's going to Northern Virginia, and it's going to the Norfolk area and stuff of that nature, depending. And I truly believe it's our governor. It's very seriously. He got elected through Northern Virginia. He got elected through the area down there by Virginia Beach and everything else. And so what we have to do is we have to look out of the box, okay? If we do nothing about a transportation, then we're going to have this gridlock for a long time, because number one is one of the priorities of this board is not to raise your taxes. And plus, if you look at how much it costs to build a road today per mile, we would have to raise our taxes outside of what the limits would be, and nobody would like that. So this board has to look outside the box, and we've got to decide, how do we do that? And as I've heard in this job, let's the developer pay for growth, okay? And that's exactly what we're doing, and I don't think people give the developer the right amount of credit for how they're doing it. And I'm going to take it a step further from what Mr. Sabula talked about. Jackson Village is the beginning of just half of this project. And our goal is this. We know that South Point intersection is very crowded, and we know that coming southbound on Route 1 is crowded. Even going northbound on 1 is crowded. So we've got to figure out how to get people off of Route 1, all right? And that's how we do it. We do it through the developers. What would happen is we have triggers set in place, and I think they're reasonable triggers, okay? People are not going out here and doing these applications thinking they're not going to do it. Whether you're a businessman, whether they sell land or not, they're trying to make a profit out of here, and they're going to do it as soon as possible. What company wouldn't do that? Okay? So what we have here is we have a 4-lane highway from Jackson Village. It's going to go up to 95. Exactly where that point is, I can't tell you, but you saw it on the map when we went through the GDP, okay? Area. Then we have another 4-lane highway that's going to connect to, once we get over there, we've got to connect to Hospital Boulevard. The plan for there then is once we connect to Hospital Boulevard, come out towards the 7-Eleven, Germanna Community College, we can now proceed to put another lane of traffic, 2 lanes, 4 lanes, whatever it is, to connect to our Capital One buildings down in the Lees Hill District and everything over where the 2 Capital One buildings are. So what that gives you an opportunity to do is, once this is done, is relieve some of that traffic on northbound, southbound that can actually leave Route 1 before you even get to Cosner Corner to get to Lafayette Boulevard without touching 1. Now, is it a solution to all our transportation? No. But if we don't do anything to start it, we're not going to have any answer whatsoever. We're going to get more gridlock, because what people don't understand is growth is going to happen here by rights, even though it's only 53. All right, certainly doesn't compare to 26 units, 2,600 units. I agree with that. But the point is, we've got to start thinking out of the box, because the state is not going to help us in doing this. We're on our own. And I just think it's so important for us. You know, we talked about UDAs. Well, I know of a few UDAs once they got started, but they haven't been the most popular thing in the last few years. Okay? And they're not going that way. These units that we have coming up with our mixed use, okay, live there, have commercial, have government there, this opens up a whole new opportunity. Plus, this board has stated that this is our growth area that we want to grow in. Over the years, primary settlement zone. And we've got to follow through on that. I know it's thing. But folks, if we don't do anything today, we're going to be even in more gridlock than we are. We have no money to do it. We're not going to raise your taxes. And the bottom line is, I don't think anybody wants their taxes raised in order to build transportation, because number one, it's not the county's responsibility to build roads. We don't want to be in the building road district. But sometimes we're forced to at least use other people's money, in this case the developer's money, to put those roads in there. All right? And I will say something. In the near future, you're going to see a $3 million check coming from Walton Homes. As soon as we get a little bit more into Heritage Woods. And here's what we're doing. The reason we want these two is because we want to use that money that we've collected from Jackson Village and Heritage Woods, stuff of that nature. That's going to be approximately $4 million to revenue share with the state. If I'm not incorrect, when we put up the hospital, we spent about $6.5 million to put that bridge over. That bridge had to be put up before the hospital could open. And we did that. And we supported it with an SSD in this county, and it's been paid back by that, and it's been the best thing we have. Because an alternative going up 17, now they can use that Spotsylvania Parkway to get over 17 too at the same time. So you've got to figure out what you really want. Do you want gridlock? And if you want gridlock, then we just stop everything we're doing right now, because the state's not going to be there to help us. And that's a shame, but, you know, that's the state to work on that problem. All right, so I urge, and I do mean it, this is a very important project, and this is very vital, because we've got exit 126 that we're working with Federal Highways. We talked about it tonight, about getting a new ramp off of 126 to help get the traffic off of Route 1, okay? That'll take you directly over to the South Point Parkway. All right. And then in the future, we have other plans in phase 2 and phase 3 that will connect us directly to 17 without being on 1. This is just not one project. And I mean, when you think about this, and maybe y'all don't get involved in it, but there is a lot of projects working right now in the Massaponax area that is trying to get the people off of Route 1. Directly from the exit on 126 to 17 once we get a new bridge. All right. We also have 17. Once it becomes a 4-lane highway, that's also going to have a northbound ramp prior to crossing over 95, which will give you an alternative whether to stay on Route 1 or to go 95 north. If you've been to Potomac Mills has something very similar to that. They have that exit lane, but you can go straight on through if you want to, so you don't have to. You can either get off and do Potomac Mills, or you can head southbound on 95. These are the things that this county is planning for. These are the things that we've got to do. We're not going to get help from the state. And so I urge all my members here tonight, my board members, to approve this project, because it is vital. If we don't go with something like this, then Jackson Village really doesn't mean anything to us, okay? Jackson Village will be a hindrance, because they'll have all the homes, and the only route they'll be able to take will be on Route 1, okay? And that's just going to ingest it more. But if we get this and we work with it and we put in a time limit, somebody's saying, well, Walton's not going to do this stuff commercial. Well, that's why we threw a 9-year option in there, folks. All right? It's going to happen. It's going to happen within the time period, I hope, which is reasonable of this growth in this area. And again, I can only ask that us board, as a board, and my members here will consider approving this tonight. And believe me, I know I'm going to get a lot of people out there who think that I'm crazy and everything, but I will say one thing. I have sat with a group of people in Lee's Hill and South, and I've explained to them why we have to have certain things like this. Because we have $0 in the 6-year plan by the state for Jackson Gateway, or the area that we are talking about now. So 6 years, we have really $0 dedicated to that area. And what we have got for this area is we had to do a bond referendum for transportation issues. All right? So I'm asking tonight for this board to seriously consider approving this project for those reasons. If not, we're going to come to really a sudden stop, and it's going to get worse. So I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ms. Sidek.
Just a couple words. I've always, been concerned about transportation and the transportation infrastructure, and I think that Mr. Skinner is exactly right in that there's a lot that's going on, and none of us, VDOT moves in mysterious ways. But, I know there is a lot of planning. The land part of it was industrial, which would have generated even more traffic and probably heavy traffic. I also, in the comments on the UDA, I believe once upon a time when the county was told they had to identify UDA areas, this was one of the areas that they had identified as being part of a UDA because of its proximity to the VRE and other things. And while I understand the citizens' concerns, I also understand that we do have some big picture, and this is an area where I agree with Mr. Skinner, development is going to take place. And I just wanted to say that, and I believe I will support, as Mr. Skinner and Mr. Sabula have asked me to this tonight, because I think that if we want growth, this is where it needs to be. If we want money for transportation to get things done, this is one way that we can get some major road work done. And there are other things going on that will help enhance the transportation all up and down the Route 1 corridor and the I-95 corridor there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin. Yeah, it's a question really back to the applicant again. And when Jackson Village came up in the past, developer agreed or even volunteered to be part of an SSD, a special service district, or a special tax to help offset infrastructures, whether it's roads, schools, buildings, and all that. And I think, somewhere upwards of 40 cents or somewhere in that general neighborhood, which is, almost 50% tax, in additional tax on the properties down there. Is Alexander's Crossing, is the developer willing to participate in that SSD as well, to support or offset some of these impacts?
I don't recollect 40 cents, Mr. McLaughlin, but you may have a better recollection than me. But certainly a project of this size in that region would participate in a regional SSD, as would Jackson Village, correct?
Okay, thanks. Any further discussion? There's a motion on the floor for approval. If there's no more, please vote.
Five yes, with Dr. Trampy and Mr. Yakubowski voting no.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor, number 2 of 4 public hearings tonight.
Number 2 is R15-0002 Massaponax Church LLC and Plantation Forest LLC for Plantation Woods. This is in the Berkeley voting district.
Are we waiting on the staff person? Ah, here she comes. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is requesting a rezoning of 132 acres to residential 2 cluster. The property is currently zoned agriculture 2, which would allow a by right subdivision of 26 lots with a minimum lot size of 5 acres. A rezoning to R2 will allow for 132 clustered single-family detached lots with the preservation of open space. Here's the zoning map with the subject property hatched in red. The site is surrounded primarily by agriculturally zoned property with some residential 1 across Massaponax Church Road and the mixed-use development known as the Village at Courthouse Commons located right here to the west. Here's an aerial photo of the property with the property hatched in red. You will see Plantation Forest Drive terminates into a cul-de-sac here at the property. This is the existing Plantation Forest subdivision. Plantation Forest Drive's a long road. It's over a mile long that takes you out to Route 208. The lots in Plantation Forest range in size from 1/4 acre to 1/2 acre on public utilities and was actually developed in the 1980s. Here to the east is Gunnery Hill Estates. These are larger lots starting at 2 acres. And Battle Park Lakes is here to the south across Massaponax Church Road with lots ranging in size from 1/2 acre to 1 acre. The property to the west is part of the mixed-use development I just mentioned, the Village at Courthouse Commons. That's not yet developed. They do have a site plan in-house now under review for the first phase. I'd like to start out by noting that the property is designated on the future land use map as both mixed use and rural residential. With this split future land use designation, the property could actually be developed at a denser ratio with a mixed use rezoning, for instance, at possibly 2 acres or more per acre, 2 units or more per acre. Now, a higher density such as that would not be consistent with the existing plantation forest. The applicant's proposal is 1 unit per acre with an average lot size of over 17,000 square feet. That is consistent with the future land use map and existing development, particularly plantation forest. The main entrance to the development will be here on Massaponax Church Road, which is identified on the plan here by the red arrow. This new access point will provide an additional access for Plantation Forest residents as there's an interparcel connection off of Plantation Forest Drive, which is highlighted with the yellow circles. You'll see here both of these are unimproved existing right-of-ways to accommodate these connections. As I mentioned, Plantation Forest Drive currently terminates into a cul-de-sac right here. This will remain as a cul-de-sac and will not be pushed through. Public streets will be provided throughout the development in addition to 2 future interparcel connections that I've identified by the blue arrows. One is shown at the terminus of Godwin Drive here, which will ultimately connect to the Village at Courthouse Commons. The other future connection is shown to the east at the terminus of the new proposed street known as Greenway Drive. This connects to undeveloped agriculture 2 zoned property. The applicant prepared a traffic impact analysis, which was reviewed by both VDOT and the county's engineer. The proposed development is expected to generate 1,256 vehicle trips per day. The proposed layout is meeting the secondary street acceptance requirements as mandated by VDOT, with the access points shown and the interparcel connections that are shown, the future connections. While no traffic improvements were warranted from the proposed development, the applicant has committed through their proffer statement to construct a right turn lane on Massaponax Church Road into the development. Sidewalks and street lights will be provided throughout, and the development will be served by public water and sewer. The applicant is providing approximately 48% of the total acreage, which comes to 63.65 acres in open space. This exceeds the county code requirement of 30%. Additionally, the applicant commits to preserve the entire amount of open space with a recorded restrictive covenant that would run with the property. This commitment would prevent any future development of that open space. The Department of Historic Resources identified the project as within Myers Hill Zone and the core area of the Spotsylvania County Courthouse battlefield. The applicant conducted a Phase 1 cultural resources study, and from that identified various earthworks and rifle pits, and those are generally located here within the open space. And like I just mentioned, that open space will be protected with restrictive covenants. Based on the recommendations included in the Phase 1, the applicant has proffered to complete further study, including a Phase 1 military site survey prior to the submission of the preliminary plat. Back in January of 2014, the applicant hosted a community meeting. This meeting was very well attended, and a number of concerns were raised that the applicant has attempted to address. A significant number of the residents in Plantation Forest raised the concern of additional traffic on Plantation Forest Drive. At that time, there was only one access point for this development, and it was through Plantation Forest from Courthouse to this development. Upon hearing those concerns, the applicant acquired additional property to provide this access on Massaponax Church to serve as the main entrance. With the main entrance on Massaponax Church Road and the interparcel connections with Plantation Forest Drive, the applicant's providing multiple points of access, not just for their proposed development, but for the existing development as well. Additionally, Plantation Forest residents requested fencing between their lots and the proposed lots, and the applicant has provided that. That fencing is located in this general area here. The fencing will be maintained by the Homeowners Association for Plantation Woods. There were concerns raised about access and maintenance of the existing pond that's located right here. This pond is actually owned by various property owners in Plantation Forest, and a portion of the pond is located on the subject property. The proposed layout includes the pond within the open space and common area, which will be maintained by the HOA for Plantation Woods. The only portion of the pond that will legally be accessed by those residents will be the portion that is on the Plantation Woods common space. The applicant has submitted a number of proffers with their development. They first have committed to developing the property in conformance with the GDP that we just reviewed. They have proffered that property shall be developed only for the 132 single-family detached units, and all of those units will have a minimum of 2,300 square feet. The applicant has proffered the general design, materials, and architectural features of these renderings that you have on the screen before you. They have committed to creating an HOA with declarations and covenants and restrictions. The HOA will be responsible for all of the maintenance of the open space and common area. The applicant is committed to using dark sky or similar type of shielded lighting. They have committed to the construction of entrance monument signs, again in compliance with the renderings you have in front of you. They have proffered to dedicate right-of-way and also to construct the right turn lane with taper from Massaponax Church Road into the development. The value of the turn lane, as this is above and beyond what is required for the development, is $120,000, and I'll get into more detail with the capital facilities impacts here in a minute. The applicant is committed to preserving the entire amount of open space, which is 63.65 acres. Again, this will be this open space will be have recorded restrictive covenants that will run with the property and restrict any future development of that open space. The applicant has proffered a total of $19,592.10 per unit above and beyond the by right development potential. The total amount includes both cash and the in-kind transportation credit. The total amount of cash that is paid per unit is $18,460. The applicant commits to conducting the Phase 1 military site survey on the property, which was recommended in the Phase 1. This will be submitted prior to the preliminary plat. The appropriate mitigation that's recommended as a result of that survey will be completed by the applicant. Here's our capital facility impact. The first table shows the estimated population, you can see, of 401. and the student generation for the new development, the existing conditions, and the impact on public facilities. Keep in mind the capacity information does not factor in the other approved rezoning and by right developments that we have. It's just this particular project and capacity. School projections are based on final enrollment figures as of September 30th, 2015. You'll see currently Massaponax High is over capacity. The second table reflects the applicant's proposed capital facility impact mitigation compared to the county's estimated impact. Capital facilities impact is calculated on 106 units. These are the units that are above and beyond the by right yield of the property. County's estimating the impact to be $2,735,330. The applicant is committed to contribute a total of $2,076,760.60. Again, this amount includes the in-kind transportation improvement for the right turn lane on Massaponax Church Road with a value of $120,000. The applicant's mitigation does fall short of the county's policy by over $650,000. The applicant provided a fiscal impact analysis that was included in your packet, and it projects the development will generate a net fiscal benefit of $549,000 annually at build-out. Staff completed a separate analysis with the county model. The county's model uses assessed values, not market values. The applicant's FIA included the market values and other additional revenue sources that are not included in the county's model. We did use the same comparable developments that were included in the applicant's analysis, and we also, those comparable developments were Everett Estates, Breckenridge Estates, and Woods at Breckenridge, and we used the values of only those units that were 2,300 square feet and larger, since the applicant had proffered that minimum square footage. The average value came to $359,565. With that, the county's model is projecting an annual benefit of over $89,000. The board's 30-year policy allows fiscal revenues to offset impacts, and in this case, that would be completed within 8 years. The second table reflects the impacts the development will have on the local economy. You'll see the total economic activity generated is expected to be almost $40 million, and 230 construction jobs are expected. I'll summarize the key findings as ultimately led to staff's recommendation. The proposal is appropriate and compatible with both the comprehensive plan and the existing development. The main entrance on Massaponax Church Road and the interparcel connections through Plantation Forest Drive provide multiple points of access for the proposed and existing development. The applicant is providing approximately 48% of the total acreage in open space, which exceeds county code, and it'll be further preserved with those recorded restrictive covenants that will run with the property. The development provides fencing between the Plantation Forest lots and proposed lots, which was requested by the adjacent property owners. The proposed layout is sensitive to the existing historic resources on the property and protects those resources within the open space. While the applicant's proposed capital facilities impact mitigation falls short of the county's policy, the projected fiscal revenues are expected to offset those impacts within 8 years. The Planning Commission held their public hearing on November 4th. At that public hearing, there were citizens, particularly from Plantation Forest, that raised concerns about the connection through their subdivision. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of this request, and staff also recommends the board adopt the resolution of approval. And that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff? Mr. Chair? Oh, yes, sir.
Bring up the map, showed the, yes. So I guess one of the questions, and this wouldn't have been after the applicant chose to put the property on Massaponax Church Road. That wasn't there at the public meetings or the Planning Commission, or?
No, it was. It was at the community meeting before the applicants submitted their application.
The entrance onto Massaponax Church Road?
There was no access on Massaponax Church Road. The only access was through Plantation Forest Drive to Courthouse Road. And the,
So at the public meeting, Massaponax exit was not there? Entrance?
no, sir, at the Planning Commission meeting.
No, at the public meeting.
At the community meeting, the public meeting,
Okay,
right. There was
okay.
no
At
access
the Planning
on-
Commission, it was there?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Were there still comments about interparcel connectors into Plantation Forest?
There were a few citizens that spoke at the public hearing.
So, and I know that's a requirement from VDOT, and whether or not we agree or not, it's required. But I guess my question is, there's two locations, or why is there two instead of one connection?
Those are existing right-of-way.
They don't have to use them both, though, right? There's only one required, right? One
Well-
additional interparcel connector required. Neither's required?
The way VDOT's SSAR requirements is they look at these street networks. This leg here, and I know this is kind of zoomed out, but you can see these two new cul-de-sac streets, they're not actually connected to the rest of the new streets. So
They
this,
could be.
Well, there's significant wetland environmental features there.
But they could be. Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. You could connect those two and really eliminate one of the interparcel connectors at that point. I guess what I'm really getting at is, do you have to connect it all to Plantation Forest? Couldn't you not connect it, the blue arrow, with the next interparcel connector to the, is that Courthouse Village, or what is that subdivision down there?
This is Courthouse Village.
Right, so why can't?
For this section to meet VDOT's SSAR requirements, they have to have 2 points.
Right, so what I'm saying is, if they connect the two cul-de-sacs to the right,
Right.
they connect those two, and then you have an interparcel connector at the arrow, you would meet the VDOT standard, right?
Yes, sir.
And you wouldn't have to connect it all to Plantation Forest, if that's what they wanted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess the question really comes down to the residents too. If you went that way, some people may want the connection though to get out to Massaponax Church Road. I don't know that, but so that's my question. Really, the applicant is, why can't you connect the two cul-de-sacs, eliminate the connection to Plantation Forest, and connect to Courthouse Village? That would be my question to the applicant, or later, or if you can answer that. Is it
Sure.
feasible? I guess.
I will let the applicant's engineer comment on whether it's feasible to make that connection. Just as a point of information, because I did meet with VDOT today to discuss these interparcel connections, and something interesting that they did mention is that, Plantation Forest Drive, there's a large culvert there, I believe at Meadowlark, and last year that culvert was about to fail, and had there been a complete failure of that culvert, that whole back half of Plantation Forest Drive, it could have been a very serious situation. They would have been cut off with no access. And so that's just one example of why staff, VDOT, Fire Rescue always advocates for these multiple access points.
So they're asking, staff is really looking for another interparcel connector to support Plantation Forest, not necessarily Plantation Woods.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, ask the applicant to come forward.
Mr. Chairman and other members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Charlie Payne with the law firm Herschel Fleischer, and we represent the applicant. Appreciate your time this evening. I'll get to Mr. McLaughlin's questions, all very good points, but I think the clarity and the issues and the challenges with that connection may make sense or not, but we'll try to explain that. This project actually was going to be phase 2 of Plantation Forest. There was actually a subdivision plan that was approved, it just wasn't recorded. So this was always, the intent was to connect the Plantation Forest Drive and the access to be out to 208. In fact, our original plan, our original transportation impact analysis concluded that very same thing. So after the community meeting, we heard the concerns of the citizens, we addressed those and went and found, actually had to acquire one additional parcel to have access on Massaponax Church Road. That's our main access point, that's our main entrance, that's where the construction vehicles will come in, et cetera. Now, the connection to Plantation Forest Drive is because the Plantation Forest Drive steps to a street and it's in place, we have to connect on the VDOT requirements, unless we can get a waiver. So that's the hurdle. Obviously, also throw into account that the policy for Spotsylvania County is to create interparcel connections, both for public safety, school system, et cetera. The other challenge of connecting the two sections that you were talking about is, one, we have to preserve that particular area because it's a potential military site. So we have been asked to proffer a preservation of that particular site that's in between where, remind me what the section is. Hold it up, I can't see from here. It's from Godwin Drive. It's a further section to the south, and you see that space there. And in between that space there is historical resources there as well as significant RPAs. So that's why there's not a connection. But hopefully that answered your question. As staff had noted, this is a request from A2 to R2 to develop 132 units, again at 1 unit per acre. The future comprehensive plan does encourage 2 units to the acre, so this is sort of a downzoning, if you will, from what's encouraged under the comprehensive plan. It is very consistent with what the ordinance provides to provide for low, medium density, single-family detached units. As staff had noted, we're looking at having about a base price of $385,000, but with upgrades about $425,000, which means this project will have significant net tax benefits. We do use market values in our analysis, as well as personal property tax, B-poll tax, and other taxes, which are collected by the county for purposes of a development. Our on-site tax return is $175,000 annually, and off-site $374,000. And that's important to note because the county has been focusing on encouraging investment, commercial investment at Courthouse Village area. You need folks to shop there. I'm sure the developers will tell you that's one of the hindrances to expanding development, commercial development, retail, restaurants, et cetera, in that area. There's not enough people to shop. The folks who live in this particular development will not only shop there, in our opinion, but they have disposable incomes as well, which will benefit that entire area. As staff has noted, we plan to preserve 48% of the site, 63.65 acres, which does include historical resources in that area. This obviously far exceeds the requirements under the ordinance. Again, the main entrance will be at Massaponax Church Road. We have proffered, although our TIA did not require us, as Transportation Impact Analysis did not require us to do so, improvements along Massaponax Church Road, including access and turn lanes into the site. We've also dedicated right-of-way along that corridor, which is consistent with the county's transportation thoroughfare plan, as Massaponax Church Road is planned for a 4-lane road in the future. The level of services, even with our project, stay the same and continue at B or C on Massaponax Church Road, so there's not any degradation of impacts there. Proffers, I think it's important to note for proffers, this is probably one of the largest per-unit proffer packages you've seen for a residential project, if not the largest, at $19,592.07 per unit, including $18,460 per unit in cash, plus the $120,000 in transportation improvements. Breaking that down, I think it's important to note that schools get $1.23 million, Parks and Rec $55,000, libraries $14,000, fire and rescue $68,000, law enforcement $68,000, general government $68,000. Again, consistent with the current proffer guidelines. The difference is the debt service has been subtracted from, credit has been subtracted from what is in your current guidelines. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I don't know if I answered your question, Mr. McLaughlin, regarding access. We certainly can have our engineer come up here and give you more details as to why that's a challenge.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin. Yeah, can I follow up with that real quick? Could you put the map back up real quick? Because I want to make sure we're talking about the same point. You mentioned the military site is
right there.
Okay, who was pointing to the other one then? Okay.
Question.
Oh, I guess so. So you seems like there. I guess the question would be: is there no way to connect those two then? Even with that military site, it looks like it's to the south, or I don't know yet. You might not have the answer. My question is: could they be?
We could take a look.
Yeah, that's my question.
I think
right
the
now.
issue is going to be, the desire not to disturb that area for the purposes for why it's proffered, and not to mention the fact there's RPA in that area as well, which could cause its own hurdles without, even if we could access it after getting over the hurdles regarding the military artifacts in that area.
Mr. Cibola.
Yes, I'd just like to clarify for our audience in general and those who had were here for the previous hearing. This is not the same Massaponax Church Road. The Massaponax Church Road is on, this one is on the west side of 95. and Route 1. The other one is on the east side. They do connect, but it's a totally different road, different sections of the road.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant or staff?
I would just close, Mr. Chairman, that it is challenging in regards to having older neighborhoods adjoining new neighborhoods, but we're going to run into that as growth occurs in the county. And this could be a very good opportunity for this part of the county to have homes sooner rather than later, just because the inventory, there's not a whole lot of inventory of single-family detached homes in this area. So this could occur a lot sooner than other projects are occurring in the county, which could be, like I said before, a very positive impact for Courthouse Village. But it is a challenge. It was a challenge for us, but we do have to follow requirements. We have to follow VDOT's requirements, and we have to follow the county's policy. And we try to balance that, which is why we want our main access to be on Massaponax Church Road. And and when we talk to public safety folks and when we talk to school system folks, these interparcel connections and maintenance folks who are cleaning roads or moving snow and ice, these interparcel connections are valuable. So I don't want to discount what citizens' concerns are, because that's certainly not my position here. It's just that it needs to be balanced, and that's why we went and acquired the additional property to have that main access on Massaponax Church Road. Thank you.
Thank you. No more questions? Go ahead and declare the public hearing open. Has anybody signed up to speak, Amy?
Yes, the first citizen is Carol Dumproff, followed by Sabrina Harper.
Please come forward, state your name, address, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name's Carol Dumproff, and I live at 6315 Plantation Forest Road. This rezoning and subsequent connectivity of Massaponax Church Road is going to make Plantation Forest Road a thoroughfare and a cut-through. We have a narrow, small community road with no sidewalks. We're a family community where we have moms walking with strollers and small kids. We have older folks that walk for exercise, people with their pets, kids playing and bicycling. In the mornings, I drive down the middle of the dark road because we have joggers and we have kids waiting for school buses, just because it's that narrow and for safety. Adding an additional 400 cars will create a total safety hazard in our neighborhood. Mr. Stuber and the Planning Committee kept making the comment that it's not the applicant's fault that Plantation Forest would become a cut-through. But I'm telling you, it's not the homeowner's fault either. However, we will be the ones to pay the price. We're already seeing what happens to connected roads like Piedmont and Levels Road after traffic gets so bad. You end up widening the road and taking the yards and property of the homeowners. And while I understand that VDOT wants to connect all the communities to keep traffic off the main roads, progress should not be at the expense of your citizens. We're asking you to vote against any plans that create a cut-through situation on Plantation Forest Road so that we can keep our community quiet and safe.
Sabrina Harper, followed by Mike Lum.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Sabrina Harper, and I live at 6313 Plantation Forest Drive. I am opposed to rezoning the land for 132 homes to be built surrounding Plantation Forest Drive. I don't see any reason why they can't build the homes that they need to build on the land as it's zoned currently. I'm also opposed to them connecting Plantation Forest Drive to Massaponax Church Road. Everybody knows that Massaponax Church Road is growing. It is, even though it's not directly connected to the Massaponax area for the subdivision that was previously here before us, it is a growing area. Spotsylvania Courthouse is also growing. I'm not opposed to growth and development. I'm all for economic development. I'm from Maryland, and I'm really happy to see Target and Kohl's and all the stores popping up around us. However, I don't want people cutting through my neighborhood to get to them. Picture your grandchildren, your children trying to ride bikes in a subdivision with no sidewalks and over 1,000 cars trying to cut through. You will have people cutting through from the south. My parents are in Thornburg, and I cut through Massaponax Church Road all the time and come up through the courthouse, and people will cut through the subdivision. So I am completely opposed to not the subdivision, not their planning, but I am opposed to the connection to Plantation Forest Drive. It's going to create another Piedmont, another Levels, another Salem Church, another Smith Station. That's what's going to happen. I'm forward-thinking, just like the board. I'm not living in the past 20 years ago and how things used to be. But if we look forward 20 years, what's Plantation Forest going to look like with all of the growth, economic development surrounding us and people trying to get from one area to the next? They're going to cut through Plantation Forest Drive. That's just a reality. So I think that if they're going to build the subdivision, which I'm not opposed to, they need to come up with an alternative. They need to have both the entrance and the exit connect to Massaponax Church Drive and not connected to Plantation Forest. Thank you.
Mike Lum, followed by Brian Corper.
My name is Michael Lum. I live on 10101 Stanley Court. And I'm totally confused about where this fence is going to be because I live on that pond that was mentioned. And on two sides of it, the whole thing is owned by the people on there. And on the other side, there's going to be no protection for liability issues at all. Somebody explain that to me.
So this is a public hearing. If we can actually have them, the questions answered at the time that but this is the time for you to voice your concerns and not a back and forth between the board and
I just
the
don't, I
audience.
didn't understand where the fence was supposed to go. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, we will make sure that staff will absolutely explain that and pull that back up.
Okay,
during that
thank
time.
you. I guess from the very beginning, I went to the first planning meeting, and there was a lot of different things brought up. And I didn't get a chance to go to the last one, but I was also told that they had talked about a gate situation so that police and rescue, fire and all that could get through, but it wouldn't be a throughway on the Plantation Forest Drive. I didn't hear that mentioned at all. And yeah, at first I was against any houses going in back there, and anybody would feel like that. But at this point, if they're kept separate, I think that and both entrances be on Massaponax Church Road, I could live with that. And I think the children that's been mentioned already can live with that. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you, sir.
Brian Corper, followed by Philip Dubel.
My name is Phil Doobie, and I live at 6331 Plantation Forest Drive. My biggest concern is what everyone else is saying, is that cutting through neighborhoods, there's a lot of people that walk their kids, their dogs down our road. And if we have another neighborhood coming in, it's just going to cause a lot of grief, people coming in and out. Construction traffic, I heard that the main entrance is going to be coming off of Massaponax, I think. Is that going to ever cut in? I have so many other questions. I missed the last hearing or the last meeting because I had to work. I work nights, but I'm actually against this whole thing. I think it absolutely sucks. They're taking all the forest around our community, which is actually a very mature forest. Like, there's oak trees as big as this podium. If you look on that, it's awesome because all the kids play back there, and I know it's land to be developed, but they're taking 100% of all the forests wrapping around our community. It's just going to be houses and houses and houses and houses, house and house. When's it going to stop? You know what I mean? So I'm totally against this. I think it sucks. Thank you.
Angela Harville, followed by Leon Bullock Jr.
Good evening. I first want to apologize because I am a little late coming into the discussion, so I hope I have not.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you move forward just a little bit for the microphone?
It's better?
Yes, ma'am. There you go.
Okay. I live in Stony Brook, which is adjacent to Plantation Forest. We're an even older neighborhood, and we do cut through Plantation Forest. I guess there are a couple things that are important to me. One is he was just talking about the forest and the all the nature around the neighborhoods. Behind Plantation Forest, right adjacent to where the fire department is, which I think is the beginning of this Plantation Woods neighborhood, it's called Stony Brook because there's a brook that runs through there, and it's run through there since the Civil War. Well, obviously before that. And that is a question, is that going to be protected? Is that going to be some little buffer area so that that can be a little nature spot? The issue I have is not so much that unfortunately for people who are next door to me, Plantation Forest, I'm fine with the cut through. The question I have is about the county overall. I've been here for 40 years. I'm not sure where the cut throughs going to come out on Massaponax Church Road. In the overall picture, in the overall scheme of things, is it going to come out at a point that is beyond sort of the curvy part of Massaponax Church Road? Are we looking ahead and saying, okay, we know that road is squiggly, it's dangerous, someone ends up in my friend's driveway every couple of months, straightening that road out is going to take time. Is there, where that entrance is and the connection coming over to courthouse, does someone think through how we can get around some of those curvy, dangerous roads when we put another entrance over there? That's a rhetorical question. The other thing I'm thinking about is because we are becoming so suburban, urban, the issue of sidewalks, the issue of pedestrian walkways, whether it's a bike path or a trail or a sidewalk, we need to start connecting these neighborhoods and connecting them to what we're trying to get people to get to. They're coming down from Northern Virginia. They're used to being able to walk, ride. So are we connecting the courthouse area, the area right around Massaponax where this neighborhood is going to come out, so that we can come down to Target and Kohl's fairly safely? And that if we had some buffer zone where people could walk and ride, I think you will attract the millennials. I think you'll attract the baby boomers, the 50-somethings who are retiring, who are coming in with income, high incomes, very few kids to tax the already overburdened system, who will be happy with maybe a single level as opposed to a double level, which would reduce the amount of stress on our resources because this county has been pressed for the past 40 years for resources.
Can you please wrap up your time has expired?
That was basically it. So I'm thinking, can we take a moment and rethink walkways, think urbanization of this area, and think about where the traffic's going, how we can get people access, and maybe the proffer should deal with transportation.
Ma'am.
Can we get a VRE running
Ma'am.
around to the VRE that way instead of, okay, we
Ma'am.
have a walk? But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leon Bullock Jr. There are no other citizens signed up to speak.
Anybody who didn't speak would like to speak, please come forward, sir.
Good evening. My name is Michael Harrison. I live at 6401 Plantation Forest Drive. I'm right next to Mr. Doobie. We actually are on that yellow spot. So I have a problem. A year ago, I met with the developer and one of their thousands of lawyers at their office and discussed this problem. Somebody's actually brought it up. I have no problem with a road there because they're talking about, oh, it's about safety and all that horse. If it was put there so trucks get through, fire trucks, whatever, I'm okay with that. But I have 4 kids, okay, that play out in my front yard, and it's already a speed track on that road. And to add 400 or 500 more people, cars coming through is insane. It's absolutely insane. I was looking at the school listings. The middle school, I think it's actually, is only gonna add like 17 kids. My kids sit on the floor of their buses now to go to school because there are too many people going in that neighborhood. So to add another 20 or 30 kids, double seat them on the bus, I don't understand what we're doing anymore. I love my neighborhood. I retired from the military, moved down here 10 years ago, and to see the woods destroyed that my kids have played in, that all the kids have played in. I get it. I understand development. I do. But everybody's right here. We just need to slow down and think about this, because the amount of cars is absolutely insane to begin with, and it's just going to get worse. And we were talking about the construction coming through Massaponax Church, and they were talking about, we bought these extra parcels so we wouldn't have to mess with the people in Plantation Forest. Well, that's a line, because they added 45 more houses onto this process. It was originally 98, as I remember. So, out of the kindness of their heart, no. Now, they listened to us a little bit, but I was looking at the map, and they put some fencing up, but where my house is and the rest of the houses we're putting more stuff, there's no fences. Nothing. There's no buffer. It's going to be just flattened nothing. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to speak? Please come forward and
Hi, my name is Megan Baker. I live on 7300 Plantation Forest Drive, Spotsylvania, Virginia. Okay, so I don't agree with the Massaponax Church Plantation Forest Drive turning into a road. I don't, as a minor myself, I have experienced not being allowed to go in the front yard because there's too many many people speeding. And if it can't be maintained.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Yeah, even if you pull it down, yeah.
If it can't be maintained now, then how are you going to maintain it with more people? I don't understand it. I do like the development a lot. I think it's good to step forward, and I like that. But we should take safety more into mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Rupert Farley, 7900 Chancellor Road. I wasn't planning on speaking to this issue, but I thought it'd be nice for one person who doesn't live in Plantation Forest to state their opinion and what their thoughts are as a basic citizen of Spotsylvania County. And that is, it's surprising to me that anybody would move into this county, into any subdivision, Plantation Forest or any others, knowing that it's the fastest growing county in the country. Back when this was developed, I think that was the state of affairs, and it's still a pretty fast growing county. How do you expect to move into a fast growing county and expect things to stay the same? You expect the trees that are surrounding you on other people's property to be there forever for you to enjoy, and you expect your development never to be connected to other developments that grow up around you? That's ridiculous. It's basic planning 101 that you have as many connections as possible to be efficient. It's already been stated for the schools, for fire and rescue, for maintenance. You want as many interparcel connections as possible. And I was disappointed to see it dropped in the last proposal where you had the connection to Lancaster Gate or whatever it was. And here, I'm speaking in behalf of the other citizens of Spotsylvania County. We want as many interparcel connections as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name, address, and 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. My name is Maggie Johnson. I live at 10102 Stanley Court, and I know I was asked not to speak because I spoke at the last meeting about this, but I can't. I have to speak out. Today, when I was coming into my development, I almost hit 2 boys that were riding their bikes because they did not pay attention to the road. Now, you put 400 or however many more cars on that road, and some child is going to get hit because we do not have sidewalks like the new development you want to put in. That's fine. Put the development in. Just don't connect them to us. And as Mr. Lum said, at the last meeting, and I don't know who it was, but someone did advocate to put a fence or something at the end of that road so that if there was fire, rescue, police that were needed, they could easily get through. So the first child that gets hit in our development is going to be on you all for allowing all that extra traffic to come through there, because it will be a shortcut. It will be a shortcut.
Thank you. Anybody else here wish to speak?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
This is our first public hearing on it. I just want to make sure everybody was aware that, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So I think you might have spoke at the Planning Commission before. That's okay. You can
Okay,
still speak
yes.
at this one.
Yes,
This
so.
is our- No, I mean, in other words, you're okay, you were okay to speak just because you're at the Planning Commission, and if anybody else that's out there that spoke at the Planning Commission can speak at this hearing again. It's a separate public hearing.
Right. I'm sorry if there's any confusion. There was a public hearing before that was held open from one of the board meeting to another board meeting. But this is the only one on the planning committee, or on this issue. So if anybody was confused and hasn't spoken yet and would like to, please come forward. Seeing nobody else rise, declare the public hearing closed. Oh, I'm sorry.
My name is Emily Campbell, and I live in one of those two courts that was up on the board, Stanley Court. I am opposed, but if it's going to be pushed forward, then I would like it known that we would like there to be protection, as has been stated 100 times, and we would also appreciate there being a visual buffer. So if you're going to take all the trees, perhaps you could leave some for privacy and more security. And yes, do something to think about the children that are on that road, perhaps speed bumps or something else that would keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Condra Orr. I'm a resident of Plantation Forest Drive. I would hate to see a connector to Plantation Forest Drive because the safety issues would be unbelievable. And I would also hope that the developer would try to preserve as much of the forest as possible so that we can maintain the level of wildlife that we enjoy. I've been there for 20 years. I wanted to retire in a quiet neighborhood, and having extra traffic coming in will just destroy the quality of life for all the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, now I'll declare the public hearing closed. There's applicant has rebuttal time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and other members of the Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Charlie Payne, the law firm Herschel Fleischer, and we represent the applicant. Again, I want to thank the citizens who spoke this evening. We always appreciate their input and appreciate their time to be here this evening. I know they have very busy lives, and again, this is a very important part of the process. I just want to reiterate a couple things. I mean, one, again, this was Section 2 of Plantation Forest. It had always been planned that way. Secondly, we could have pushed, I mean, theoretically, under the comp plan for a higher density at 2 units per acre. Instead, we planned a project that was consistent with our neighbors and their density and the size of their lots. So that's important to note. 3, don't shoot us because we have to connect to a public road, because that's a requirement of VDOT. We understand the concerns, or appreciate the concerns, which is why we went and found an alternative access. In regards to the wooded area, I don't know if maybe folks missed my initial presentation and staff. We're preserving 48% of the site. Most of that is wooded area adjacent to Plantation Forest, and we're allowing them to access that. It's going to be in a conservation easement. They can utilize it. No hunting. I think there's been some hunting over the past several years, but it will be a community area that will still be open to our adjoining neighbors. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Another gentleman who had stated that he had come and seen an attorney, 1,000 of them, I assure you. I don't even like 1,000 attorneys, so I'm not sure where that was. But we did address his concerns regarding fencing, and that is shown on our GDP. If Kim, if you could show where that is. It's all along that particular line of housing to the north side. There's no fencing on the other side. not that I'm going to get in a back and forth with the citizens, just let's present this. There's no fencing on the other side. We're asked to remove the fence just for issues regarding the pond. My client owns most of the pond area, so there's no fencing on that other side, just so you understand. As, again, to the access, because there are connections, there are public roads stubbed to our development, the VDOT requirements are that we have to connect. We certainly are focusing our development to the further south and to our access and to our entrance, and again, during our construction activity, et cetera. We're willing to take a look again at whether we have some other alternatives that we can look at. I mean, we certainly would ask if you give us some time on that to keep further digging. I promise you, we've been down this road before, no pun intended, but we'd be more than willing to, again, maybe do some arm twisting with VDOT and some others to see if we can't come up with a positive solution. Because again, we are concerned about our neighbors. We are concerned about their public safety. It's reciprocal. So we have access to Plantation Forest, and they have access through our project, and they'll have to, come through our project to get to Massaponax Church Road, which we think is a benefit to them too. But we'll certainly take a look at it. We don't want to interfere with public safety priorities. We don't want to interfere with school systems priorities. We don't want to interfere with VDOT maintenance priorities, or certainly in clearing roads that have snow and ice on them. So anyways, we're willing to take another look at it just to see if we can't come up with another solution. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Cibolo.
Yes. Mr. Payne, based on what you had just said, would you be willing to table till the next meeting? Give you a chance to look into those issues?
Yes, Mr. Cibolo. And I forgot one thing, Mr. Chairman, that your county attorney asked me to comment on. Under your proffers, under Section 2A, the last sentence, for some reason there's a mix-up in what your packet says and what our final is. It should read, notwithstanding the foregoing, any said adjustments to the GDP shall be subject to the approval of the zoning administrator, and no event shall approved adjustments to the GDP relieve the applicant from providing any of the below proffered public improvements. Just want to make sure we got that on the record. Yep.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions? Mr. Skinner?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, could you, the gentleman who had the question, we said we would get information back.
That was about the ponds, I do believe.
That was about the ponds. That's been answered properly? Does the gentleman understand what he asked for? Have we answered that question? Where's the gentleman that asked? Okay, did you get the answer you want, sir, or did you get the answer that helps your question?
Ago, they said that was wetlands and would be willing to put a fence up.
All right, maybe I was wrong, but sir, I got to ask you, I think I've got unless you got more to say, I'd like you to speak to the microphone, but I think this is an issue that we can work on. If this should be tabled, then that gives us time to get together with that and everything. That's one of the things I wanted to ask. Okay? So, you're welcome, sir. And the other thing I wanted to talk about, too, is I took exception. The reason those two boys that were on the bicycle, ma'am, they didn't get hit because you're a responsible driver, obviously, okay? And there are many people out there that are not responsible drivers, okay? And if not a responsible driver or someone that's just drunk, DWI or something comes along, that's certainly not my fault that that boy gets hurt. I do understand with more cars going on that the possibility of that ever happening is increased. I'm going to admit that. But let's not forget about the parents' responsibility here too. I'm not trying to pass the buck, but the parents have some responsibility to teach their children to look both ways, or when they're riding out on the bicycle, when the parents know that this is such a heavy traffic. And I'm not trying to beat around the bush, but I think it's unfair to put that type on board members because we've made a decision, and that's just my opinion. Okay, and believe me, you have your right, and you've expressed yours on that. And, the other thing that is something that's very important here is that This was a phase 2. I'm not sure how long. I really don't know how long forest plantation has been there. 15 years, 20 years. Okay, over 20 years. And I think one of the things that we lack here in this county sometimes, and I don't know if we can do it with an ordinance or not, but there's too many people purchase land without really doing a good investigation or knowing there's an airport next to you somehow, or, and then you find out that there's a train system that goes there and everything. And so therefore,
I was aware that they were going to build behind us. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, the public hearing is over at this point. This is, thank you very much.
I was aware that they were going to build behind us.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Then it's what I'm trying to say is, look, everybody has a right in the United States to do with their property sometimes. People have made investments in this over the years and everything. Now, all of a sudden, when they've taken that investment over 20 years, 30 years, and people invest different ways, some in annuities, some in IRAs and stuff of this nature. Some people do it in property. Some of this property has been in families for hundreds of years here. Okay, and then when it becomes their opportunity to do something with the land because somebody else has done something, then they're restricted to do that. And I don't think that's what we're about. I think our guide is to making sure that we keep within the guidelines that have been set down by this county, not taking the rights away from people to do with their property. Okay, and that's what we have to keep in mind. And that sometimes hinders other people. In this case, it's going to hinder phase 1. People that were been there for 20 years and everything. And I'm not trying to criticize anybody. I'm just trying to find out how we can make things better in this county. And that is whether we put requirements on real estate agents to let them know that this is only a phase 1, this is phase 2 of a phase 1 that's already, and stuff of that nature. That's my point here tonight. Not to fight or say you're wrong, because you are right. I mean, you have a lot of good points and I respect them. That's why I'm speaking to it right now. Those are things that we as a board have to decide. And I've heard tonight, and what's the nice thing about tonight is that we heard a lot of people saying they don't object to it if we can find a different entrance. Obviously, you don't want to pass through. And what that does mean to me is that the applicant will try its best to find another one working with VDOT. And this board cannot override some type of VDOT requirements. That's the thing. We can't. We're on the low pecking order if you want to talk. We have to follow VDOT's requirements. We can work with VDOT and we can find a way around it. And you all talk about having a gate at that one, if it was a pass-through, and maybe only for emergency vehicles. If we can find an alternative exit or entry onto a different road for you, I still think it would be advised to have that pass-through, because if it, with a gate, with a controlled gate, and I'll tell you why. Not that regular traffic goes, but you know what? Heart attacks are within minutes. Fires, houses can go up within minutes. And if we can get a fire rescue or EMS to your property quicker, because they might have to get out and unlock something to get through, but that's better than taking a 5-minute trip around to get to you. So I think what I've heard tonight, and I'm pleased, is that there are people out here willing to at least take a look at your concerns. All right? So I appreciate everybody, like I said, coming out and giving this. But my main point here was I don't think you can blame this board for accidents that are happening by people that are not controlling their cars properly and stuff of that nature. And parents do need to take a few responsibility as far as teaching the kids in a neighborhood like that what they've got to watch out for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Other questions? Mr. Ross?
I have a quick question. If this is a phase 2, why wasn't it zoned this way originally?
Please, ma'am, please. Ma'am, please. Is there staff or?
Mr. Ross, there was an approved plat. It was never recorded. But there was an approved plat for that section too.
Okay.
There's the applicant, if you would like to add to that or not, it's up to you. Okay. There was one other question that was asked about sightlines out to Massaponax Church Road and the part where it does wind around. This is past that up towards,
it's past Fairchild. It's up where it's nice and flat. You actually can see a little bit. So one of the things too to let people know is that these entrances are looked over by VDOT for just those things, to make sure that the sight lines are there and to make sure that they are safe. Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Mr. Cibola, this is your district.
Motion to table until next meeting. Will that be enough time?
There's a motion on the floor to table till our January meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
7 yes.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the next item is SUP 15-0006, the Old Country Store in the Chancellor District.
Good evening. For the record, Patrick White, Planning Department, Spotsylvania County. The case before you tonight is SUP 15-0006. It's in the Chancellor Voting District. The applicant is requesting a special use approval of a convenience store in a rural or RU zoning district. It's on two properties, one of which is not addressed. The other is addressed as 6150 Plank Road. It's approximately 6.12 acres owned by the trustees of Fredericksburg Wesleyan Church. You can see on this aerial, it's approximately half a mile west of the intersection of Plank Road and Andorra Drive. It is in a rural and historic area. It is also within the primary development boundary. It is located within the Chancellorsville Battlefield Historic District, the Lick Run Battlefield Historic District, and immediately across the street is the John Mullins Farm and First Day at Chancellorsville site. The property has a future land use designation of open space and low density residential, and as I mentioned previously, is zoned rural. Here we've zoomed in a little closer so you can see on the property there is a small single-family home with a shed and then a larger outparcel with a shed. This is a photo of the western median, of the site looking towards the western median. Here's a photo from that western median looking towards the site. This photo is from the site looking east. Now on the actual property, viewing to the east, to the south, the west. The general development plan is for a 9,000 square foot building. The net floor area is 6,750. The structure is proposed to have a 1,500 square foot covered porch, a small accessory 240 ice cream stand, and a total of 113 parking spaces. You'll notice that the site has a 200-foot tapered entryway to move vehicles off of Route 3, a 26-foot wide ingress-egress easement that connects to properties to the west and to the east, and 650 feet of visibility viewing to the west for anyone exiting the property. The building itself is proposed to be set back 90 feet, is buffered with a 15-foot street buffer with enhanced landscaping, larger trees. You'll notice that the transitional screening 2, located on the west of the site here on your screen, you received a letter today from the property owner who owns that property to the west, asking for a reduction in that screening. I received that this morning, and it has been hand-delivered to you. The neighboring property owner isn't interested in any of that western buffer. The physical structure itself is approximately 30 feet tall. It includes a false facade. It has a standing seam metal roof with fiber and wood siding. The portion of the front facade that is below the patio receives a wood siding, and that above a fiber siding. Fiber siding runs around the east and the west sides of the building with a stone mansard on the bottom. Here's a rendering of what the applicant's building will look like. The ice cream stand it will be designed to match the principal structure. There were approximately 20 attendees at a community meeting. Staff was present. It was August 27th. That community meeting letter went out to properties within 1,000 feet. The gentleman that spoke earlier, I do apologize that he wasn't included on that mailing, but we did do it according to code. The Planning Commission did recommend we look at our community meeting guidelines to perhaps broaden the reach of these advertisements. Anyway, the community meeting, people mostly noted transportation, traffic concerns, lighting, their perception that their opposition of commercial development west of Andorra Drive. The applicant did, tried to mitigate their concerns per the GDP. That they will be using dark sky compliant lighting. We've included a 200-foot entry taper. We've also recommended that the applicant install a trail and a split rail kind of path to soften the view, and we believe that they've proposed an architectural building that hopefully will fit in with this area. Staff found that this proposal should increase tourism and retail options. The applicant's proposed architectural setbacks and screening that hopefully will blend. We believe that we've mitigated many of our traffic and transportation impacts, and it's generally consistent with the comprehensive plan and the special use standards. There are 7 conditions recommended for this special use case by staff. I'm going to display them, but I would like to call your attention to the last 2 because they're in somewhat of a state of flux. The first condition being that it generally matches with GDP. The second, that the applicant retain a qualified professional to finish the archaeological survey of the property. They did a preliminary study, and their consultants, Dovetail, recommended additional study. The applicant had originally agreed to that. The third condition being related to temporary signage that could include banners or sale signs, basically looking to place additional limitations on the use of those. Same with the parking of any temporary sale vehicles. The 5th condition, as you see, is related to the sidewalk and path, because we have to start somewhere if we want a sidewalk network. And the 6th condition is related to the median openings. As you're probably aware, I'm sure you are aware, there's a Route 3 corridor study that's occurring right now. And that study, as planning staff understands, to be presented to the board in the very near future, within the next month or 2. Go figure, this case is before that. And there are some impacts. The condition number 6 states that basically enforces or supports what we have received as a draft of that study. On the draft of that Route 3 arterial study, the 2 medians that are immediately closest to the applicant's property, that immediately to the east and that immediately to the west, are proposed to be closed. There, in discussion with the applicant, we kind of come to the conclusion that the western one, we believe, would be a good candidate for closure. There are vehicles that would be making a U-turn there would immediately have to cross a lane of traffic and get into the furthest to the right-hand lane in order to turn into the applicant's site. The median to the east, staff is recommending the condition that the applicant install an originally eastbound U-turn taper with a 200-foot storage capacity. at the median opening immediately to the east. And that's because there's although the transportation, the corridor study is yet to be complete, and they recommended that, we believe they're going to recommend that one for closure, there is a property immediately to the south in front of that immediate opening that leads to an even larger 50-acre parcel that we understand that it may be developed as a single-family neighborhood. And we don't think it's wise to block off that median opening at the present time. Briefly on the trail condition, what we were shooting for here was something like what's in front of Harrison's Crossing, a nice split rail fence with a trail. Ultimately, we hope that it would continue to Andorra Drive. Even if it didn't in the short term, we believe that it'll soften this view from any neighboring battlefields. We've received 2 emails, they're in your packet. We've received a letter from the National Park Service that opposes this proposal. They did note in their letter, should it be approved by the Board of Supervisors, they would like you to consider lighting, landscaping, and parking setbacks. We believe we've adequately addressed the lighting and the landscaping. The parking setback, it is set back, but there may be some room for improvement there. Lastly, we received a letter from the Department of Historical Researches affirming, or more so confirming, the applicant's cultural resources study, and that they approved of the methodology that would be recommended. The Planning Commission voted to approve with 1 abstention. They did not recommend to improve the trail condition. And here's a bonus slide on those medians. The 2 medians that we're expecting will be proposed for closure are 2 and 3. The proposal before you is to close 2 at the applicant's expense and to construct a 200-foot turning U-turn taper at location 3. Notice that there is already a U-turn taper in place at median opening 1. That is the end of my prepared presentation. I will stand by for any questions or comments. I know the applicant is here and desires to say hello. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Any questions for staff? The question that I had was, and it was raised by a gentleman earlier, was as we do these rezonings and whatnot, what type of radius, because it used to be adjacent parcels that we would notify. And I know years ago there was one in my district, and the adjacent parcel, it was a person on the other side of the adjacent parcel, which just didn't make any sense to me. You should use more of a radius than adjacent parcels. And so what is the policy now to notify folks in the area of what is, potentially before them?
Well, it is, for starters, we advertise in the newspaper and we place signs. And then when it's actually for the public hearings, it's just the adjacent property owners that receive notification. For lack of a better term, the larger distribution occurs at the community meeting. And at that time, properties within either 1,000 feet or within 2,000 feet, depending on the traffic generation and the impact of the proposal, get notified by the applicant. But the county itself sends these notifications only to immediately adjacent properties before these.
So when we do, or I'm sorry, when the applicant does a community meeting, what is the universe that he is getting out to? Is it just the adjacent property? That's all we require him to?
No, when they do their community meeting, it's either it's kind of dependent, and it's on a case-by-case basis. There is a standard for a trigger for whether or not it has to go to 2,000 feet, a 2,000-foot buffer. That's depending on vehicle trips per day. I don't recall it off the top of my head. I apologize.
Okay, I've heard of this before, and you advertise in the paper. I don't read the paper. I haven't in 8 years. So you don't see that. So I think that we should at least take a look at other ways to get the information out to people. The little signs that put up, I think they're the little ones you're talking about. They're yellow or something, and
yeah, they're orange and they are kind of small.
Okay, so they're orange. we just might need to think of a better way to let people know, that this might be coming in, just to have that communication, because the gentleman before that had brought it up was absolutely right. I think sometimes you get left out and you don't know why, you don't know what's happening there, and it's nothing that we're doing intentionally. It's just perhaps we need a better system. So, any other questions for staff? Mr. Skinner?
I'd like to ask, it's similar. You said 1,000, 2,000. What is it? I mean, is it 1,000? Is it 2,000 feet from the application property, the applicant's property? And then is that a state regulation?
No, the community meeting notice policy is based on the traffic generation of the project.
Okay.
So the higher generation, the greater the radius. So you could have a 1,000-foot radius, or you could have a 2,000-foot radius.
On traffic, and is that something that we have implemented, or is that a
No.
state regulation?
That is a county policy.
County policy.
The state code requires that only adjacent property owners be noticed, and that the application be noticed 2 consecutive weeks prior to the hearing in the newspaper of general circulation. And we post properties in additionally to the state code requirement. So the yellow signs that we post on properties is above the state code requirement.
It's pretty hard to read those when you're driving by.
It is.
The only question I have is, this also allows us to, is it like guys here in the military would know, the NATOPS, can we go more stringent than what the state says? Meaning that we could extend it to 2,500 feet or 3,000 feet, stuff of this nature, if we wanted to?
You could certainly go above and beyond what the statute requires, realizing there's associated costs with that, but you could certainly do that.
But that cost would also be borne by the applicant,
It could
I
be
would think.
borne by the applicant, yes.
Okay. And my recommendation is that we might want to bring that up as a board, and let's look at what we've got now and then see what we think is fair and just to maybe prevent this from happening. I mean, this is one of in my district it's happened a lot. Well, the rule says 2,000 feet. There's not a lot of people within 2,000 feet unless you're really congested in an area that's, so I think, Mr. Chairman, you brought up a good point. I think in the future and near future, we really need to review that.
Well, this is an idea for my board report, so please don't steal all my thunder.
Sorry.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Chair, just on that,
Yes, sir.
could you bring up the picture, the actual picture? Because it's the same issue that this is 2 issues in a row, at least in the Chancellor District, where there's been a lot of complaints about, I wasn't notified, I didn't know the meeting was going on. And if you go to the overview, and if you think about 1,000 feet from the center of that property, we didn't notify anybody. So, I think we have to go back and look at the way we do it, and maybe our board report, look at other ways of identifying it to people that maybe the traffic count, if there's nobody got notified other than 3 or 4 people. And again, like the signs, I drive by the signs, and if you're going 50 miles an hour down 3, you can't see them. So,
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but if you can move forward just a couple of slides, if you don't mind, Mr. White. Right there's the yellow sign. Yeah. Right.
and you can see that, right?
Well, you can. I just wouldn't pay attention to it. But you know it's a sign. You know it's a sign, but right. And I'm sorry to drag this out, but I think it's an important point that we just need to figure out a better way to communicate to residents exactly what that yellow sign means, where it's going to be, who to contact, a phone number, a website, whatever it might be, just to make sure that this is beefed up. But enough of that. I apologize.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
just
Mr.
like
Cole.
to point out, we also put the notices on our web page too. That wasn't mentioned, so
True.
all the notices are posted to our county web page as well.
But I do think, that, and again, we're not trying to leave anybody out, but I do think that there are places we can definitely improve. So I'll say the same thing in my board report. Anyway, any other questions for Mr. White? Seeing none, the applicant has time. There you are. Good evening. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Look forward to being here this evening and appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name's Al Esch. I'm the owner of the Old Country Store in Culpeper. I don't know if many of you have been over there or not. I think some of you have, and I appreciate that. Basically, what our store is about is, if you think back to some of your mom and pop corner stores, that's kind of who we are. We have a deli. We make sandwiches, and we have hot soup through the winter, and we have fresh baked goods, sugar, milk, eggs, cheese. It's really just a variety of things, I guess, that you need on a day-to-day basis. So that's a little bit about who we are. If you have any questions or anything, I'd be happy to answer those. I will comment and say that it would surprise you that I do believe we sent between, it was either 130 or 160 letters out for the community meeting.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Ross?
About how much traffic do you foresee at your store? Like in Culpeper, what do you see?
Our registers count how many transactions there are in a day. And I think we said that the average is about 750 or 800. Like Monday through Thursday, it's probably 600 or so, 650. Then Fridays, it'll get up to 900 or so, and there may be some over 1,000 on Saturday.
And then I saw the letter from an adjacent landowner about not wanting the trees put
Yes,
up.
sir.
Would you be okay with not putting the trees?
It's fine with me. I felt like we don't have the picture up there, but I felt like what we were going to put there was excessive. I had spoke with Aubrey and Sadie Dye, which are the neighbors, and they're here this evening. And I would have been okay with, maybe putting a half a dozen oak trees or something there, but she did speak of the leaves and such, and I'm okay with that. She desires for it to be open and be able to see over there, and it's fine with me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Any
Chair?
other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Do you source your produce locally?
We don't carry a lot of produce. It's hard to make money with that. You have a lot of spoilage, and so we don't carry much produce. During the summer months, we have local tomatoes and cucumbers and a few things like that, but not a lot.
I was also thinking of your baked goods, your creamery, your
Yeah.
ice cream place. Is that local, or do
No,
you bring
most-
stuff in? Or
Yeah, most of that comes in. Most of our suppliers are Amish and Mennonite owned suppliers. And so a lot of it comes from Myerstown, Pennsylvania, from Millersburg, Ohio, and from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
Mr. Skinner?
Sir, it says any sale trailers on site for temporary sale events shall not be parked within. What do you mean by that? What's the temporary sales on event? Or can you explain that a little bit
Yes,
more
sir.
in depth?
About 3 times a year. Sometimes we do 4. We have a chicken barbecue. And local Mennonite friends of ours, we bring in a big grill and we grill chicken and we do pulled pork barbecue. And we usually do that on a Saturday. It's more of a way for us to give back to the community a little bit. We do charge. It's not that much. It's a advertising event more than it is anything. And then also about 2 or 3 times a year, we bring in a trailer. Mrs. Yoder's Kitchen is what it's called. You would see it on our Facebook page. And we give everybody a free donut, and then you're able to purchase donuts as well to take along home. They're just like a sourdough donut or whatever. We do that, too, as part of an advertising fee.
Okay. The only thing I was going to say was Mr. Ross asked about those trees in between the two lands. I certainly agree that leaves are tough to pick up, and I want to do that. But there is, a few Leland cypress, which really have the needles that drop straight down, and they make a wonderful blockage. And it's between you and your neighbor, really. But if that's something that will not cause leaves to blow into your yard or their yard or whatever, and it does have a great screening capability. So just a suggestion, but not a...
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Hey, quick one. How much frontage are we talking on Route 3? I understand there's a trail.
Is it what 300 and, am I wrong to say that it's 300 and some feet? Is it maybe more than that? I'm not sure. The trail has sort of been an issue.
So,
How much was it? 287.
and I'll just interrupt you a little bit. I don't understand why we're forcing people to put asphalt down in front of a store that'll never be connected in the near future, as well as the tree buffer. I mean, your plan calls for putting additional trees, which you shouldn't have to do, but you've allocated costs for that. And this trail, which is a waste of your money and our profit, I'd rather see you put those resources into something else the county could use, if that would be, I think, better for us, whether it's, I don't even know where it was, maybe whatever the trail cost is and the additional trees, maybe proffer that as something else if you choose to, but I just don't think that the trail and the fence is a good use of resources.
Now, I would like to put the fence there.
Okay.
I feel
Yeah.
like it looks good, and I think it sort of makes it blend a little bit better for the area. The trail has been sort of a point of, I told staff that I would be willing to do that if y'all really want me to do it, and I understand why they would like to have me do it, because if I don't do it, then the next one won't do it, and the next one won't, and we'll never have a trail. So, I understand that, okay? But, and I also expressed that I would be willing to put it in if there was a time when my neighbors did develop and that kind of thing, because I want people to come there, and so if they're going to come down the trail, I'd be happy to do that. It's difficult to get me to do that, I understand, later, but that's sort of where I'm at.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
That was also a concern of mine, that we see, we've been talking earlier tonight about road stubs to nowhere, and this is truly a trail to nowhere. And I know that there's been a lot of push, but all these bits and pieces of trails that nobody's ever going to walk on, and I just don't think we need to burden people with it. And if it's, and I can't imagine when you look at what's out there, I don't know how many people are going to be strolling down the road. And even if it goes all the way to Andorra Drive, then the question is, and then what? Or where, as the case may be. So I'm certainly would not be in favor of having the applicant put a trail to nowhere in.
Well, yes, sir.
There's one thing that we could do, and we've done this before. We've had this problem at the Baptist church where a sidewalk would go no place over here in Lee's Hill South area. And what we've asked is that could we put that funding into a pot here in the county, because there are some locations. Let's take this courthouse area right here, which would help pay for some of this in the sidewalks, if we, as we have approved here. So, and that makes it fair for everybody, but we understand that it's not going to be useful at that point, but certainly can be useful in this county in other areas, general common areas, let's say, stuff of that nature. So that's what my position would be, is see if we could, and I believe, Leon, if you're not, I've talked to Wanda about, there is a fund for that, a sidewalk fund, correct? So to substitute what he'd have to do, we could put that type of funding into that account? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Anybody else? The only comment I make about that is a sidewalk fund would make more sense. I never understood anybody who wants to walk along a highway, to go anywhere. It just, you drive to do that. So let's be a little bit realistic, especially because there's no big neighborhoods that we're connecting or anything like that. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Declare the public hearing open. Has anybody signed up to speak, Amy?
Yes. The first citizen signed up to speak is Billy Braswell, followed by Sadie Dye.
Good evening, Chairman. I'm tired, and it's been a long night sitting here waiting to have my chance. All right. But let me show you, the applicant said he mailed out 120, 130 letters. Let me show you, not a single resident of Creekside, which is over 57 homes, got a letter. And we're the closest. All right. Earlier, Mr. Skinner, you said you sometimes have to think out of the box. I believe on this applicant, we're not thinking out of the box. If we're going to think out of the box, We would not put this store here where he wants to go. If you think out of the box, you move up east 1 mile to Harrison Crossing. Look at all the infrastructure. Look at the sidewalks. Look at the split rail fence. Look at the parking lots. Look at the stopping lights. You don't have to prepare a single thing for him to go up and put his store up there. He would get more customers. We do not need a convenience store on Highway 3 westward past Andorra Drive. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I meant to tell you, I'm the committee chairman of the Architect Commission of Creekside, and I'm speaking for most of the residents. Many of them work, they commute long hours, they have to have family times, and they couldn't be here. I'm retired, my kids are gone, so I can be here and waste my time to come wait till I come to speak. But all the residents of Creekside, I think not all of them, but most of them have sent emails to our supervisor, hoping he would inform you that we have major concerns with this. One of the major concerns is if you approve this, then that opens the door for a precedent, as the applicant just said 3 minutes ago, for my pending neighbors down the road for other developments. I told you earlier, we have a fire station in our backyard. We do not want a Wawa in our backyard. We spend a lot of money buying our homes on Route 3 West. At that time, I don't call it Mellon's Farm, I call it the Ashley Farm, because I've been here 30 years, and Mr. Ashley owned that farm. So I know it as Ashley Farm. And when I left my house at Creekside and went to the mall, there was 2 stoplights. Now there's 14. If you have over 600 customers coming in his store from Monday to Thursday, and over 800 to 900 coming in there from Friday to Saturday, look at the traffic you putting on that small Route 3 where you cannot see. If you go to his store in Culpeper, you can see line of sight for miles. You can see his store. You can exit and enter without major problems. If you look at that picture, if he put it back up there again, where he was shooting west, you saw the hills, you saw the trees, and the traffic problem that would come out of there is amazing. There you go. The other one, not that one. There you go. We need to think. We need to think out of the box. We don't need to put a store there just because the owner wants a store there. I think Mr. Skinner also said that property owners have the right to do something with their property, the church's property, but they do not have the right to automatically build something that most residents do not need, do not desire, and do not want. We had the ability to buy a home where there was a development, but all 57 of us chose to go out west and get away from development. We don't mind getting in our car and taking 15, 20 minutes to go shopping. I don't know how many of you have left Highway 3 West during the Christmas time or Saturday and Sunday and drive to the mall. We are 6 miles away from the mall. It takes us 30 minutes. I can drive to Culpeper faster than I can drive to the mall.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Your time is up. If you could please sum up.
Okay. I thought I got more than 3 minutes.
You've had 5.
5, okay. But thank you. We ask you, we urge you to vote no. We do not need to set a precedent to bring a Wawa or McDonald's in our backyard. Thank you.
Sadie Dye, followed by Art Troy.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Sadie Dye. I live at 6166 Plank Road, Fredericksburg, Virginia. My husband and I have lived in Spotsylvania most of our lives. The business Mr. Ash wants to build will be right next to our property. I support the Board of Supervisors allowing him to establish his business in the location and do not think it will have a negative impact on this Chancellorsville battlefield. I actually believe it will have many positive effects. Let me address some of what I see as benefits. One, this is not a big box store with a distinct design that would be completely different from everything else west of Andor Drive. From what I've seen, Mr. Ash wants to fit into the surrounding area by proposing a design that does not stand out but blend in with the rural feel of the area. He also seems willing to work with the county to make changes that will be more visible appealing. Two, it will provide tax revenue to the county without draining resources. Three, we should support a small local business. Four, I cannot see how this would have a negative impact on visitors to the Chancellorsville battlefield. I think it might have the opposite effect and attract visitors to the battlefield or allow visitors to spend more time at the Chancellorsville battlefield. They might enjoy the experience more if they can take a break without completely leaving the immediate area. Compared to a large size of the modern housing development on the same side as the battlefield, Mr. Ash's business is a speck across a very wide road with a large medium. That subdivision was approved, but it is more damaging to a battle visitor's experience than the proposed Old Country store. Mr. Ash's business will still be well away from the heart of the battlefield, which is further west. I think that more open space around Mr. Ash's Old Country store would help give it a more rural feel. There should be no tall trees, both for safety reasons, so drivers can clearly see the store from the road and have time to slow down, and also to blend in more with the surroundings. In closing, I ask that you approve Mr. Ash's request to build his business. I would hope that the little guy still merits the same conditions in our county as a big developer expects, since he is willing to work with the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission to build a business, but still protect the rural feel of the area. In his plans, Mr. Ash is trying to show proper respect for the Chancellorsville battlefield while building a business in a place where he thinks it will be successful and will benefit Spotsylvania County. Thank you.
Art Trey, followed by Harry Payne.
My name is Art Tracy. I live at 7613 Old Plank Road, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think the issue here is about whether you want to have a commercial business in a battlefield. You all know what Salem Church looks like. That used to be a battlefield too. It was a pretty important battlefield, part of the Battle of Chancellorsville. This first day shaped a lot of what was going to happen in the future. So what I want to do very briefly, because we've been here a long time, is simply to say, I think you have an honor obligation to make sure when you can to hold up the legacy of Civil War battlefields in Spotsylvania County. And that means keeping commercial out. Mr. Ash wants to build a residence there, that's fine with me. But to do a commercial establishment in the battlefield, seems to me it's really inappropriate. So I'm strongly opposed to it. Thank you.
Harry Payne, followed by Daniel Pemberton.
Good evening. My name is Harry Payne. I live at 12202 Glade Drive in Fredericksburg. I'm in the Creekside subdivision as well. And to follow up from Mr. Tracy, that's my biggest complaint here is, look at the mural behind you. I mean, it's Spotsylvania County from where it first started. What kind of an impact is this going to have on the battlefield? I don't see where it's going to draw people to the battlefields, that's for certain. You've got a 7-Eleven up the street a mile. You've got a Giant Food. You've got a Subway. Subway makes deli sandwiches. All the milk, the cheese, the bread you want, 7-Eleven's got it up the street. We're going to open this door, we're going to open this gate to Route 3 West, and we're going to totally ignore the battlefields and what this county is all about. It's a major footprint for Spotsylvania County. People come to Spotsylvania County because of the battlefields. The Battlefield Preservation Society has a heck of a time capturing land that they want to preserve as a battlefield. And I don't think we're doing it justice to let commercial businesses move in, and I think it cheapens it. And I think Spotsylvania County is more about our heritage than building a convenience store across from the battlefield. Thank you very much.
Daniel Pemberton, followed by Rich Tippy.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Pemberton. My wife and I live at 6206 Plank Road. Tonight I'm speaking for her and myself only. We live at 6206, which is about a quarter or maybe almost a half a mile from the site. It's a clear shot from our house to where this site is. We can see it on a clear day. Even on a cloudy day, it's not that far. And I also will let you know that it wasn't any problem to see the signs on the side of the road that were advertising that, the hearing that was coming up. Also, I read the Freelance Star, and I saw it in there several or 3 times. Appreciate all the work you do to make sure people know what's going on in the county. We think that this is this store will be our asset to the community. It's rural, and if it's in a rural setting or where they want it, they don't want it in a shopping center. They want it to be in a rural area. And this certainly would be a good setting for this piece of property to be used for a store. And it also will help the people come to the battlefield. If they're looking for something to eat, they won't have to go a long ways. The battlefield people and the Civil War Trust or the battlefield have never decided that they want to put up any kind of a place for people to come and eat and sit down and enjoy the battlefield. They're going back to the city all the way to Orange to get something to eat. Also, I'll just have to remind you that this property has been for sale for some time. It didn't just happen overnight. If someone else didn't want something to happen there, it could be bought by anyone. And I'll remind the Civil War people and the Battlefield Trust, if they wanted, they should have bought it long ago. Also, I don't feel it's really fair. I'm not sure I understood exactly some of your recommendations, but I don't think it's fair to hold up this hearing because someone wants to go out there and dig and say there might be some bullets or some kind of Civil War relics on the site. There's Civil War things all over Spotsylvania County, and if you find one on that piece of property, it's not any different from finding one down at 5 Mile Fork or somewhere close by. My wife and I feel that we want you to support this project. It was approved by the Planning Commission, and it is in the primary settlement area, and it's certainly a good place for this to be. Please vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Rich Tippy.
Evening. I'm excited about this property. My name is Rich Tippy. I live in Ashley Park. I do have a connection there, being so close, across the woods, really, I guess you would say. I've actually walked through those woods to that property because I also attend the church that Mr. Esch is buying this property from. I've attended this church for 20 years. I've lived in my house in Ashley Park for 12 years. So I'm very connected to this. I've been on that property a number of times. I've always wished that something could go there that could be used well if our church couldn't be there. If you've ever been to an Amish store or you've ever been to a Mennonite store, it's not just a convenience store, it is an experience. My wife, I have 5 daughters, and my wife and my daughters like to use bulk wheat that you can buy, grind it, and make it into fresh bread. And if you've never had that before, you need to try that. There's nothing like it. And I'm excited about this. I feel like I only wish that that trail that you recommend to be that way to Andorra actually come back to Ashley Park, because that would we'd walk through there often to go to that store to avoid Route 3. I look forward to the ice cream. I look forward to the food. Go to Yoder's Market, visit that. Go to Old Country Store, visit that store, and you'll see that it's a whole experience and not a convenience store.
There are no other citizens signed up to speak.
Anybody else here who hasn't spoken wish to speak? Please come forward with your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Rupert Farley, 7900 Chancellor Road. This is the issue that I came for tonight. I can't believe that the Planning Commission has voted in favor of this. This is to me is the main reason why we have zoning laws, is to prevent intrusions of one category against another, especially when you're intruding against something as valuable as the Chancellorsville battlefield. I mean, there's only one of those in the world, folks. You don't mess it up. Now, I'm not a big, Civil War buff or anything like that, but I have volunteered occasionally with the Civil War Trust to help on the property across the street. And I think I've told you at a previous time that I bumped into people from as far away as Germany that know more about the Civil War than I do, that are coming here to see this place and spend the money. And we keep chipping away at the experience. And once before, the citizens of Spotsylvania County said, let's draw the line at 5 Mile Fork. Protect Chancellorsville, no more development past 5 Mile Fork. And this board, none of which of you were on it, blew it off and extended it down to Andorra Drive, right up, slam up against the first day battlefield. So now we're chipping away again. Another little chink in the armor. Pretty soon, the experience is not going to be worth traveling from Germany for. So I hope you'll keep that in mind and vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Gerald Rogers. I was the pastor that purchased this property from the Haleys back around 2000. The intent of us purchasing the property was to build a church there. Subsequent to our building the church, we relocated our church in a building that was already built that was more suitable for our needs, and we've just kept the property until this point. The property has been up for sale for a good bit of time. If there were folks who were interested in buying it, they could have had the opportunity to do that. We appreciate this gentleman wanting to put a store there and really taking pains to try to fit it into the community that's there. And as Rich Tippy spoke earlier, we believe this is an experience that people will enjoy. I think when people are visiting the battlefields, they'll see the store, they'll stop and enjoy the ice cream, and it'll be a part of their whole process there. So I would encourage you to vote in favor of the project. Appreciate you folks tonight and your time here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Clark. I live in the Stonewall Estates subdivision, which is in the Chancellor District as well. So I'm basically, as the crow flies, less than a mile from where the store will be. I want to ask you that you do approve it. And I understand, I'm not too sure and familiar with all the zoning commissions, but I believe it's a special use permit zoning. So that kind of does protect it from going to the business area as well out. But I would like to say that I was not born here, but I did grow up here a long time ago, back when Andorra used to have the restaurant, and it was called Andorra's, and they used to sell ice cream. So I used to remember walking across the street from Willow Oak subdivision behind Chancellor Elementary and going there and getting ice cream. And I want to share that enjoyment of the walking that we had then with my daughter over there and sitting across the street to something that she would only see if we would have just driven by and not had an idea what is on the other side of the other side of the street. And we'll be able to share her with her, to tell her about the history of that surrounding area in a nice environment. And also, I'd like to say that I have gone to Culpeper store and seen it, and it is a great store. And what I will also say is that when my family comes for Thanksgiving like they just did, and also for Christmas, when they come from Kentucky and other states around, that they do make a special trip to go to Culpeper, to go to that store, and then they end up spending the whole day there at the shops and everything around there. So that's something to think about. By having that here, my family would spend more of the money here instead of going to another county. So, and I'm sure there's other people as well that would do that. So thank you all and have a good evening.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing nobody rise, declare the public hearing closed. The applicant has rebuttal time if you so wish. Absolutely, yes.
I think he'd like to have a little bit of a discussion, if we may, about the eastern turn lane and crossover. Is that okay? He would like to have a discussion a little bit about the eastern crossover turn lane deceleration.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, yes.
As you address that, if you could cover, one of my questions was going to be to you is that the sight lines and all that coming out of the proposed site, how are you going to correct it? Because the picture, of course, looks terrible. Looks like you get hard sight lines. What is the plan to address that?
Sure.
And if I can add to that too, I know it drops down to 45 around there. Is this still in the 55 area?
Yes.
It is, because right after that it goes down to 45. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my name is Roddy Reyes. I'm with ATCS. I'm a house engineer. Yes, the plan, sight distance shouldn't be an issue looking to the west. And as you can see in the picture, there's a big bank there on the property with trees, and that whole bank is going to be cut down. Some of that dirt is needed to fill the back portion of the site to level it. So the site will be cleared, and site distance shouldn't be a problem except for all the landscaping that we have to put on along the frontage. But as you can see on that picture there, even with the landscaping, you shouldn't have any issues with site distance. Do you have the landscape plan? You can see on there the sight line is shown on there with the landscape plan. The landscaping is further back, and there's plenty of sight line there. The other issue we wanted to discuss was the eastern crossover. We did a traffic analysis, and our analysis showed that that nothing was warranted on the eastern crossover. And with initial discussions, we were going to propose just a 200-foot taper because of the community meeting outreach of concerns with traffic. And I think the latest condition is to propose a 200-foot turn lane and a 200-foot taper. And that's one of the items we want to discuss to see whether that was warranted at this time. We feel it's not. It's something that's being discussed with VDOT. And we had a meeting with VDOT, and they felt it's not warranted at this time, and with future developments, it would be needed.
And I guess I could add into that we want to be workable with whatever we can work out in this situation, because I know it's a delicate time for you guys too in adopting the traffic study possibly and doing those kinds of things. We're a little bit caught in the middle.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I did one more. I understand a gentleman came up and spoke about the church. Do they have any issues with traffic? Have we heard anything, Leon, any issues with traffic coming out of the church? The sight lines are good and everything. And will this improve it? There's a church to the left, correct?
That's correct.
On the site, right.
I haven't heard of any traffic issues there personally, and I don't see how anything we'd be doing in this could improve it.
So
if there was that U-turn taper at 3, and yeah, okay, that would probably improve it. Anyone attending that church would exit head
We can't
east.
see no.
Well, I think one of the issues with that too, that the picture doesn't quite do it justice, because you're not out where you would be pulling out and that bank is there. That bank will be cut down so that when you pull out to the stop bar, you'll be able to see the entire 600 and whatever feet you said that was there, Patrick.
It was about 650 feet.
So now what is the final thoughts on the crossovers then? Are we still up in the air about what your plan is or not?
Well, Patrick, I don't know if you want to add the latest condition.
What staff is recommending currently is the closure of 2 and the installation of a 200-foot turn lane and 200-foot taper at location 3. VDOT has indicated that that is their minimum standard for a 55-mile-per-hour road. We're concerned with cars exiting the site, speeding up and then slowing down in order to quickly jump into the basically median 3. And we believe that if at minimum a 200-foot turning lane there, that car can get off of Plank Road. The 200-foot taper is an improvement on the 200-foot storage and is what VDOT is saying is their standard.
So this is actually better than what VDOT had originally recommended.
Is it better than what VDOT had originally recommended? Median number 3 is, and according to the most recent draft of the Route 3 access study, is one that they're looking to close. And it is basically your county staff's opinion that we should probably not close that one.
Why is that?
Because it will, because the parcel that is shown right here leads to a very large, not a very large, a 50-acre tract immediately behind it. And we believe that they may be intending to get access onto Plank Road via this unimproved parcel.
If I can add, I agree with the staff's recommendation of not closing 3. We drove to the crossover at number 4. There's the sight distance from that side is pretty bad on the east. There's a hump and the road falls down. I think it'll be more of a concern of sight distance issues at crossover 4. So I recommend keeping 3 open.
And VDOT's perspective on that is if we're going to keep 3 open, then it needs to be improved with a 200-foot turning lane and a 200-foot taper per their standards.
We're good, and we're good with that. Is that what we're depicting, Patrick?
That is what.
That's in that 7th condition. Is that right? I just wanted to make sure we were clear on what, because I had never seen that one yet since it was put together.
That is correct. That's what that condition is saying. Pending VDOT's approval, the applicant will install the eastbound 200-foot U-turn lane with 200-foot deceleration taper at the median opening immediately east of the property. That's what, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we can live with that.
Other questions? Comments? All right, thank you very much. I do have just one comment, and perhaps staff can help out on this one too. I mean, we're putting a fire station just right down the road, and those curves down there are a little bit worse than this area. And you're talking about a big fire truck getting out onto Route 3. I would assume that would be safe down there to get our equipment out onto the road. I mean, we're doing everything that we can at this site to make the lines of sight and then the turn lanes and everything else as safe as possible. I mean, we're not skimping on it whatsoever. This is what is needed to handle this. Now, is this enough for the traffic that is generated? Because if they're generating this kind of traffic in Culpeper, you know, nothing against Culpeper, but they're very small compared to us. And, you know, is this just for what they're predicted to generate, or is this an improvement for the future also? Let's just say that they have doubled, and hopefully you will double your clientele. Are there anything in the works for that, if that comes up?
I don't know what else we could really do apart from installing a traffic light there to improve the scenario beyond what we're recommending. The Route 3 management study, if it didn't recommend closing a median, it recommended a 200-foot turning lane with a 200-foot taper. basically an either or. We have something very similar to that in position at median 1, and with the closure of median 2, which was recommended, and the installation of one of these U-turn lanes at 3, I believe we're doing a good job with it.
Well, interacting with VDOT, they, for instance, taking Levels Road to 208 to make that left by that McDonald's there, they told me, don't worry, that stacking lane on the left is plenty, and yet that still backs up to Levels Crossing occasionally. So are we doing enough? Is there room to make that 200-foot taper longer? And if so, that stacking ability, because, you know, you have these situations, Lake of the Woods is a great example out there where you have that big ugly building that they put up, and you try to get out of the Ace Hardware area to cross over that, there's a sharp curve right there. And yet that stacking lane taper, whatever you want to call it, to get over into the median to do the U-turn is not enough sometimes when you have traffic stacking up. So if you have these folks on a busy Saturday and it's raining, and they have a barbecue trailer going on out there and everybody's showing up, is this enough, or can more be done? And should it be done? Because we need to plan for the future and not have these headaches that we have to then go back and fix when we could have fixed it at the beginning. The applicant, yes, sir.
Yes, what we're proposing is more than what's required. For the right turn lane, the warrant, it only needs a 200-foot taper. We're actually proposing a 200-foot turn lane with a 200-foot taper. For the left turn lane, which was proposed on crossover 2, which we're going to do on crossover 3, we only needed a 100-foot turn lane, storage length. So a 200-foot is double that length, and we're providing a 200-foot taper, so it's basically 4 times what is needed.
Okay, thank you. That did answer my question. Other questions? Mr. McLaughlin, this is your district, I do believe.
I'll go ahead and do the motion. I motion to approve special use permit 150006, the Old Country Store, with a couple, as we've discussed tonight, with an amendment of no asphalt sidewalk out front. I think the applicant wants to have the fence, but we discussed the sidewalk going away or the asphalt going away. And also, I just would like to add that the tree landscaping be up to the new owner and his neighbors, and not any requirement that the county would put on them for the buffer zones with trees.
Well, thank you. There's a motion and a second.
Can I just may I ask Patrick
Yes,
one
Mr.
question?
Attorney.
On the condition 7, it talks, that was the 200-foot. Is that the taper you're talking about to go to number 3? Crossover at number 3?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
and
what,
on the GDP, it shows 100-foot, so, but what the staff's asking for is 200-foot, is that correct?
it's a 200-foot turn lane with a 200-foot taper.
Okay. And so that condition would be?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a motion that has been made with the amendment by Mr. Ross. Mr. Skinner?
Yes, if I could make a friendly motion, and that is I would like to say that the funds that would have been the asphalt trail be put into the sidewalk. And the reason I ask that is because we have done that in the past this isn't the first time we've done it. And to try to make it fair for everybody because it will benefit the county somewhere along the line.
I'm going to reject that, Gary, only because this area wouldn't warrant a sidewalk anyway. But if it did, I would. But you're welcome to put a substitute motion on there if you'd like.
That's fine.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Seven, yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you.
Number 4. Thank you, Mr. White.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, public hearing number 4 is CA 150004, amendments to our noise ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is an amendment to Chapter 14, Article 2 of the County Code. It's related to noise. And there are 3 categories of changes that are proposed in this ordinance. The first category have to do with the definitions, and this is really a housekeeping item to ensure that this noise section of the ordinance is consistent with our zoning ordinance. So what we're doing here is, in red you can see, we're eliminating zoning districts that were eliminated from the code this past year. And we're adding zoning districts that had not previously been contemplated in the noise ordinance, including the mixed-use zoning and the village zoning districts. And then finally here, we had eliminated the agricultural 1 zoning district in the village residential. So those are simply being eliminated to bring this ordinance consistent with our zoning ordinance. The second set of changes have to do with the decibels. The first one is to increase the office daytime level from 65 to 70, consistent with commercial, and then likewise bringing the nighttime from 60 to 65, consistent with commercial. And then adding in the mixed use category at 79 decibels and 65 during the nighttime. That is consistent with the industrial for the daytime, but less than industrial for the nighttime. And then the third item is to add a exemption for industrial establishments where noise is typically or customarily emitted by such industries. And those are the 3 categories of changes that are contemplated in this, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Mr. Skinner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you go back to the chart where you showed you're changing the decibels, please? So the question I have is, so mixed use, okay, is commercial and residential?
Yes.
It can be industrial. Well, it can be industrial too, I guess.
It can be, yes.
So my question is, if I'm in a mixed-use project, residential is 65, commercial is 70, why are we going for a separate category? Why not, and since all 3 of these, industrial, commercial, and residential and mixed use, why not use what we use for regular residential commercials? Why are we adding the mix because of the new zoning we put out there?
Yes, because the noise ordinance is based on zoning classifications rather than uses. So that's the reasoning behind adding the mixed use in there as well.
Why would a residential then? Why would a residential in the mixed use allow a higher level than in a regular residential?
You may have in a mixed use project residential uses that are mixed, integrated more so with commercial uses than you would have in a traditional residential 1, 2, or 3 zoning district. For example, you'll have residences that are above commercial establishments. So it's difficult to differentiate in the mixed-use zoning districts when you have multiple uses even within one building, which district you're going to look at, or which zoning or use classification, I should say, you would look at. So that's why there's a separate one there, because mixed use it can really be a variety of different types of developments.
Let's just take an instance. We've got commercial, office space, and then apartments. We've seen that a couple times in our designs. So, and that comes under mixed use.
Yes.
So if we're allowing the commercial there to be louder and the people above us in residential, I'm not grasping this, to be honest with you. I mean, if I'm living, whether it's below commercial or whatever, residential, I think are we going to get a call from residents that are living above commercial saying that the noise is tremendous? I mean, I'm not sure exactly what 14 decibels would, but I think it would be noticeable difference if we're only allowing, from 79 to 65, we're all within a fairly range. How do you answer that question when they call up in the police department? They say, "Hey, the people downstairs are just making way too much noise." and it's even higher than what we allow in a mixed use.
Well, the people that move into that apartment over that commercial use, they knew what they were buying into. So they should expect that it's different character than a single-family detached residential development. And there may be more activity, more noise.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair? Or,
Yeah, Mr. Ross.
I kind of am agreeing here, especially in the nighttime too. I wouldn't think mixed would have to be more than residential at nighttime. But can you tell us what that difference in decibel level would be from 65 to 79? I mean,
I'm afraid I'm not a noise expert.
Sure. I mean, we're trying to make a decision, so it is kind of
Yes.
important. But then
Yes.
also, when does nighttime go into effect?
Nighttime goes into effect at after 10 p.m. It's from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is daytime. So after 10 p.m. to just before 6 a.m. is the nighttime.
Now, Wanda, I know you're going to love this question, but where did these figures come from?
Looking at other localities and what they do.
It kind of concerns me. A lot of the general public probably doesn't know, but a change of 3 dB is double the noise value. Every dB is double what it was before. If we're looking at 14 dB, which was, we're looking at 10 times, almost 10 times as, I mean, my math may not be the greatest, but you understand the problem here. These figures are arbitrary from where they don't seem to come from any engineering science. It's just somebody come up and says, 65, yeah, 60 here, 70 here. I would like to see this more definitized, and even though this has been around a while, I would like to see it definitized from an engineering point of view.
Thank you. Other questions for staff?
Can I ask a question? Just one, you said these numbers came from comparing with practices in other localities. Were those our usual comparators, or?
Yes, and really looking at the mixed use, we do have, if we're going to have a blanket decibel level for mixed use, considering the fact that mixed use does include some light industrial in there, that's one of the reasons that it went up to the 79. So it really was a combination of looking at other localities, but also looking for internal consistency within our own decibel chart.
I understand that mixed use may include light industrial hypothetically within the parameters of our ordinance, but in terms of mixed use developments, both existing and approved in the county, has it been our pattern here for light industrial to be included in mixed use?
In recent approvals, yes. But we don't have anything on the ground at this point that's in a mixed-use district. Jackson Village.
Thank you.
I guess the other approach would be to get away from the zoning classification and approach it from a use standpoint, and that would allow more flexibility within there.
Right. Mr. Chair? It certainly makes more sense to me to do it that way. And it seems to me it would make it easier to enforce, because if I'm in an apartment in mixed use and I'm having a wild party that's doing 79 decibels, I'm safe. But if I were in an apartment building someplace else, or even in a townhouse or a residence, I would not be. So perhaps it is time for the county to relook how we classify this and perhaps do it based more on usage, because I understand the need to allow like light industry to make noise, because they do. But just to have it as a blanket overall, I agree with the other concerns that have been expressed, that it doesn't make a lot of sense to have it have it as a blanket. Because I'm sure the neighbors in the apartment next door to mine with that wild party are going to be really upset when the sheriff says, can't do anything.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, clear the public hearing open. Anybody signed up?
Andrew Flushy.
Please come forward. Name, address, 3 minutes.
Hello, Andrew Fushi again. I still live at 1806 Stony Creek Drive. We didn't move this afternoon. I'm here to actually apparently agree with some of you guys. This is exciting.
Oh my God.
See? Miracles happen. I really appreciate the concerns that I'm hearing about the numbers on the decibels that just don't make sense. The biggest concern I have as a citizen is not so much if I was to live in a mixed-use development. I kind of agree that if you move into a mixed-use development, you kind of know what you're getting into. You kind of know you're living above a restaurant. It might be loud. It might, there's some risks that you're to undertake, and you're moving to the nuisance is what we call it. But I live in Breezewood, and there's a mixed-use development on South Point Parkway, right? And I don't know that there's actually any light industrial approved for that, but could somebody come in with a special use application to do that? I'm not sure, honestly, but there's also Jackson Village right across the Route 1. And if we have industrial that's allowed to be 79 decibels, just like industrial that's in what I would call a true industrial zone, am I going to hear that in my house in Breezewood, or are my neighbors, is Mr. Chairman going to hear that at his house? That's the problem that I think we have, letting mixed use in general be that loud, even if it's, I like the idea of making it based on your specific classification, but still I think that's a problem in mixed use. Mixed use is usually, a lot of our mixed use is right next to true residential. And I think that's a problem if we let the noise from mixed use, even if it's industrial, be as loud as a regular industrial. So I would like to see that if we keep it more to the office commercial type of level, and I think even residential could be fair, that if you're in that kind of area, you could be a little louder maybe, but you're also going to have to deal with your little louder neighbor, and you're kind of choosing to live there in that little more of a hustle and bustle, if you will. Whereas if you're living in a real residential area, I don't think you should be having the industrial right there just because they happen to be in a mixed-use area. That's just problematic. The other question I have, and call me a skeptic, but I'm curious why now. I'm wondering if there's something maybe going on, and I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything, but there was just reference earlier today about amending another ordinance in anticipation of some other deal that we were trying to get, I think, with Lidl. And so I just wanted to point that out, that it just looks kind of weird. All of a sudden, we're going to be amending our noise ordinance, and so I'm just curious kind of why, and I'd appreciate if there's any explanation, if we could hear that, or if it's just kind of tidying up the ordinances. I certainly respect that. But I hope that we'll kind of reevaluate the decibels that we're choosing, because I just think it's kind of careless, especially for people who live in the residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else signed up? Anybody here wish to speak? Seeing nobody rise, declare the public hearing closed. I think there have been a lot of issues that have been raised, and I would make a motion actually that this be tabled and staff come back with some changes. And any discussion on that? Seeing none, please vote.
Seven yes.
Thank you very much. So we will go into closed session.
Yes, sir. This will be your resolution to adjourn in the closed meeting. Whereas the board desires to adjourn in the closed meeting for discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property, or discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, specifically properties located in Lee Hill Magisterial District and the Chancellor Magisterial District. And whereas the board desires to adjourn in a closed meeting to discuss prospective businesses or an industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the businesses or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. And whereas the board desires to adjourn in a closed meeting with legal counsel and briefings by staff members and consultants pertaining to actual litigation, where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body, and consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically discussion concerning ATFD LLC and all versus the Board of Supervisors of Spotsylvania County. And whereas pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23711A3, 5, and 7, such discussions may occur in closed meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby authorize discussion of the aforestated matters.
Thank you. So moved. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Seven yes.
Raceway.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We have a few slides here describing, floor computer, please. Thank you. Got it. We have a few slides to discuss our plans for the multipurpose space that was proffered at Dominion Raceway. The next slide is a bit of a brief overview. You approved the proffer in May of 2013. The pavement and building are under construction, as many of you know. The first event is planned for April of 2016. The proffered space is actually unfinished, rent-free for 5 years. It's the equivalent of a stadium skybox, I would call it. It's a third-floor space facing the drag strip and road course, which is essentially to the east, not the oval track, which is basically to the west. The county would have control of this space during all events. The county would determine the level of finishes that we would put into the space, and we could terminate at any time for any reason if we didn't want to continue this activity. The next slide shows the location of the space in the sort of upper left corner, third floor of the building, and the oval track you may be able to see behind the building to the upper left, and in the lower right would be the drag strip and part of the sports car course. Next slide. The finishing of the space could be done by the county, although I think it's more likely to be through an RFP where we would hire a contractor. We could potentially sole source to the on-site contractor, which I'll describe here in just a moment, why we may or may not want to do that. The general elements of the space would basically be a finished ceiling, carpet, and a little kitchenette. This is not going to have its own restroom. It's not going to have exotic finishes. It's going to be very modest. The purpose is not to have a fancy space. It's to have a place to gather and to promote the county. The contractor has estimated, and I will emphasize estimated, that 1,555 square feet at a cost of $56 a square foot is $87,000. That space, to give you a concept, is maybe half the size of this meeting room. So it's a pretty large space. You could get quite a number of people there. And some of the activities I have in mind on the next page, we'll talk about what we would use that space for. The sources of funding to pay for these finishes and improvements could come from hotel tax revenue, which we are obligated to reinvest in tourism marketing activities. It could also come from the economic development line item called prospect development, which is essentially what this space is being used for. Next slide. The sketch is maybe hard to read, but I just wanted you to know that we did sit down with the architect and sketched out the space. This is what the contractor used for a cost estimate. Basically, on the left-hand side of the space, just to the right of the restrooms, there's a little kitchenette. That's essentially probably one of the most costly items in there because it would have plumbing and electrical and cabinets and things of that sort. On the right-hand side of the space would be some storage cabinets for tables and chairs and things of that sort. The glass windows that are on the bottom facing east, the entire wall is glass. So, and that's a good thing all the way to the floor, so you'll be able to see out over the track. Next slide. The proposed activities would include speakers, training activities, meetings, business appreciation. We did not do, and I purposely did not do, a business appreciation luncheon this year as some of the other localities do. It turns out to be basically the same 200 people every year who come to a luncheon, and that's fine, but there's 2,000 companies in the county, and we're not serving all of them. And so if you had a space where all of them could come for meetings and to express our appreciation, not just for the big prospects and the big brand name companies, but every little enterprise in some way, either geographically, by the nature of their business, by their size, by their longevity in the county. We could have different themes at different times and invite lots more people than we could get into the into a meeting room, let's say at the golf club, at the country club. So we would also do some employer recruitment, retention, as I mentioned, and expansion, where we would gather with people in an informal setting and express our appreciation and talk to them about what they needed to make a decision to come here, stay here, or grow here. Our tourism partners and our economic development allies, specifically the state and FRA, this is a unique place to meet. It's a unique forum and a unique format, and I think they would welcome coming there. Also, charitable, nonprofit, school, and other activities could be hosted there. Why not? Federal and military agencies and contractors, some of the people that we want to move down here, might come down for an evening or an afternoon of activity on a weeknight or weekend. Event planners, film crews, travel writers, some of the people that Debbie talks to and gives tours of the community would love to go to a place like this. I also have in mind that we might have some drone tours of the county where you don't have to load people in a van and drive them around. You take a drone tour from a place like this and they can see anything you want to see and not have to drive around and do anything. And the technology exists, 14-year-old kids are doing that today. Tour groups, prospects, business brokers, and consultants, the people who we want to impress, the people who impress others, could be hosted here. Our target industries, of course. And I want to point out that this is a competitive advantage that we have over our regional partners. Nobody else has this. So we will be in a unique position to have events at a wonderful venue with exciting activities going on. Families can be invited. Our friends and neighbors around us can't do that. I've even talked to the folks at the racetrack, and they've been contacting international embassies about foreign investors and business people who might be coming here for business purposes, and they're already talking to them, so I didn't make that up. Next slide. The timeline here, whether we go sole source with the existing contractor there or whether we do our own RFP, a few weeks would be necessary to do that. I would imagine that the contract would be awarded in January sometime. The work could be done in February or March. The first big grand opening formal event is in April, so we have time to get this done. It should be relatively easy to do finish work, drywall, carpet, ceilings, and a little kitchenette. Shouldn't be too hard to do during a 2-month period of time. If we needed to cut the cost, and you certainly can direct us to do that, I would consider the following. I would maybe cut the space in half. We don't have to take all of the proffered space that you were given. We don't have to put in carpet. We can have a painted concrete floor. We can do other things to cut the expense, perhaps as a trial basis, see what it's like for a few months. We would lose the efficiency of having the on-site contractor if we don't work on their timeline. They'll be gone, and we'll be having somebody else come back in. So if we delay, it could potentially cost a little more, but I wouldn't say it would be dramatically more. Last but not least, I would point out that this space has value to them, and their proffer to us. Let's just make up some numbers and say if they had 4 weekends of events and they rented this out for $500 or something, they're giving up $2,000 a month for 5 years. That's $120,000 that they're giving us in the use of this space. Our business appreciation lunches, if we were to host 200 people, would be $4,000 or $5,000 times 5 years is $20,000 to $25,000 just to do what we have traditionally done in the past and what everybody else does with only 200 people attending. You could have a lot more people attend something like this. And I just came back from a modeling and simulation conference and trade show in Orlando where one of our local companies for 1 week, for a display booth for 1 week at this conference, spent $75,000. And that was a small one. That wasn't Boeing and Lockheed, who probably spent $500,000 on their displays. So I think it's a reasonable investment. It's a unique opportunity. It's something that has been given to you and that you essentially approved, and we're bringing back now a plan to implement this opportunity.
Thank you. Questions, discussion from the board? Ms. Heidig?
Mr. Chair, if you're going to be hosting sort of more than 200 people, I would say we probably couldn't give up half the space.
Yes.
Probably need all the space.
I would not do those all at the same time. I would propose to break them into sectors, healthcare, manufacturing, things of that sort, to the capacity of the room.
So I think we need to really decide what the use of the room is to determine before we start giving up floor space. My only other comment is having a building with a cement floor in which we do a lot of weddings and other things, the acoustics are horrible. So you might also want to keep in mind hard surfaces make the ability to hear very difficult.
Yes.
You know, even with microphones. So there are a number of things I think we have to really decide, because we don't want to wind up with a space that then we find presents less than an adequate picture because of the acoustics, or, you know, everybody's crammed in and it's too hot and that sort of thing. That's my only comment.
Good point, and I would say that might be a cost savings that backfires.
Thank you. Mr. Ross?
Yeah, Tom, I guess I was a little confused. I thought the space was proffered for, first of all, I assumed it was finished, the proffered space that we were going to get, and I assumed it was not a time limit. Maybe I should have looked at that a little closer. So, why? I mean, I guess I got all the answers, but based on the number of events we may or may not have down there, have we looked at what it would cost just to rent the facility, or tell them, you know, provide us, if it's $2,000 per event, then you essentially proffered us $150,000 worth of credit to rent the facility, vice us buying it and putting up $100,000 worth of maintenance. And I don't know. I just think there's some other options here we should take a look at, as opposed to investing $90,000 into somebody else's property, ultimately, at the end of the day. So, and again, so I'd rather you take another look at that if you could.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Ross?
Just a couple questions. So after 5 years, it goes back to Dominion?
Yes, unless it's extended. I assume that the parties could agree to extend it if they find value in this and we find value, and it's a good partnership, we might continue doing it. But
would we pay utilities on this space?
Yes, we would pay essentially electric.
And who controls the use? Would it be the EDA?
We control the use.
Spotsylvania
Totally.
County? So if we had, what are the hours? Are we limited to access to the facility?
I believe we can access it any time that they're there. Any time that there is a person there to authorize us to be in the building. I wouldn't want to be there without anybody else.
Okay, that was a question. I mean, do we know their working hours? Are they, like, in other words, if you wanted to host a morning event, but would it be only hosting events when the raceway is having events, or it could be an event that they're not racing? Let's say it's something you want to do in the morning. I'm just throwing this out there. Would
they will have offices there, and there will be a person stationed in the lobby controlling the elevator and the access during the workday.
But we would not have access other than that.
We would, in theory, have access again as long as there's anybody in the building. We haven't technically worked out precisely how many hours, but there will be business hours during the business day, and then if there was an evening event or something, I'm sure we could work something out with them, because they would have security people there. There would be somebody there.
Can the county rent it out like we do the community centers?
There is nothing in the agreement that precludes that. I didn't envision that necessarily, but there's already been a request from a friend of the FRA who has asked from the financial industry about some sponsorship opportunity or some ability to share the space. So I believe that it's legally possible to do that.
So we could actually rent it to a company or something for like $2,000 an event if we wanted to.
Or share it and share the cost with somebody.
Now, here's another question. So if we're having an event and there's a race going on, and I'm assuming there's an admission tax or admission fee to get in to see the race, do our guests pay that?
At this point, there's no plan to pay for all guests. However, if there's a business prospect that we wanted to bring in, that would be the equivalent of us flying to meet them or something of that sort, I think we might do that.
So I guess my real question is, so let's say we host an event and let's say we want to host elementary school. We're just going to have kids come in and see a race. Do they pay admission to see the race, or is that something that they, because we're owners, proffered that they would?
They have not proffered tickets.
Sure.
And so I would think that a school group, my guess is that they would be willing to allow the group to come in as a tour.
But even if you're using it to host a guest, you would have to pay the tickets.
I think
for
the
them to come in.
attendees would probably have to pay to attend, whatever it is to attend the event. Then they would, of course, come to our space, and there'd be no charge there.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair. On the event, because we're not looking at the main raceway, we're looking at the drag race and the field race, or whatever they call it, road race.
Yes.
I assume they don't have those all the time. So my assumption would be, if there's not a race going on, if there's a regular race going on, we can't see it anyway. So I would assume that we wouldn't have to buy tickets. Or pay for tickets for that.
We didn't envision all of the permutations here. I would say that if we have space, we could have a meeting in the space. We could certainly host people there, and they could look out the other side and go sit in the stands. If they paid to enter, they can go sit in the stands and watch the oval course on the other side of the building. But we could have the hospitality room, if you want to call it that, that doesn't look out on the oval. So I don't think it's a waste of space.
No, I wasn't implying that. Okay. I was just saying that Mr. Ross had brought up, do we need to buy tickets for people that come? And what I'm saying is that if we're not watching the race, I don't see a need for us to provide tickets, or we may be there on a day when they're not racing at all and that sort of thing. So that's something that we may have to look at and work out. But my belief is that particularly during the week and other things, and particularly the drag racing and the cross-country or whatever it's called, racing would be at times when we may not even want to use the room. So
could be. I think the tickets are a separate issue. However, I would point out that if we reduce the size of the space somewhat, there's a value back to them for that. And that might be offset by some admissions allowance, some such thing. Seems like a reasonable thing to me.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm concerned that, at least based on my recollection of the language in the proffer, that I'm concerned that we're maybe wandering a bit into the realm of conjecture or speculation about the tickets or the owner's expectation about the necessity of a ticket for those attendees who are coming to as guests in a owned or leased unit within his clubhouse. And I think that whole issue of the parameters and expectations for ticketing might be a very good question for us to take back and consult with the owner about, in addition to others that have been, other issues that have been raised concerning hours of access, verifying our access to the building, perhaps independent of whether it is in use or having an event, our capacity or legal capacity or expectation to lease out, lend out, or otherwise make disposition of the space to others within the 5-year time frame that we have it. And I'm jotting other questions as we go. I think those are excellent ones, and would invite any others.
Sure. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say, I think one of the things we got to determine here is what is the objective of this room for us? Rather than, we're talking about a race on the far side and the western side, we're having the road course and the drag strip on the eastern side. If it's our objective to find an alternative, such as what we've been looking for community meeting center, stuff of this nature, I think that's an excellent. And I think if it happens to be on a race day, then perhaps I think that's a question we need to go back and ask, is it a reduced price for our guests? Things of these natures that I would ask for, whether or not they're willing just to say, no, if you've got it. But I think the whole purpose of this, and I think the most important part of this, is our economic development opportunity here. Obviously, we were hoping, which was defeated, the baseball stadium, which would have brought people in here showing that we had it. This is another way that we can do the same thing. We can show that, and that we can bring a company that is interested in coming here, not only our educational system, but what is offered in this area as far as entertainment and, how we work with businesses, because I think we've done an awful lot to help the Dominion Speedway get there, where they're at right now, and I know they've put an awful lot. So as far as, there's so many things that you say we could be using it, but I do think this is a good alternative for a community center where we just lost one or stuff. It is a little ways to travel, but it's going to be an appropriate one that we could use. And we could either, and again, could we take our rights and lease it out like we do with other community centers? Don't we lease it for a small fee from the county? And so that was one of the questions I have is, if we do something like that, do we have the legal rights to do that? So, and I'm not asking for an answer tonight, but I'm saying I think that's something that we need to at least look up and see if we can do that or not, okay? And then again, like I said, I don't think, if we're going to do it, I don't think we should cut the space in half. And because, as Ann has said, there are many companies, there are many people out here. Rather than just getting 200 people out here, this may draw more people just because of the location of it and what may be present. Let's face it, if there is a race out there, whether it be a 2-mile course road race or whether it be on the oval, okay, that can be a draw to get those people out here and have that meeting prior to the race and have them all sit down, and then the room turns into more of a hors d'oeuvres area where we provide some hors d'oeuvres or drinks for them while the race is going on, stuff of this nature. I think it is a great opportunity, and I think there's just so many questions that we need to go back and answer right now, and I don't think we should put it out. I mean, this to me is a good opportunity for this county, and we should proceed. And I would recommend, if you think of something else, after we either close this issue out tonight, we should get with our county administrator, email him to say, hey, you might want to ask this question too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Cibola.
Yeah, thought occurred to me while we were talking about uses of the room and so forth, when you were talking about refurbishment of the facility, that one of the things we need to make sure that we include in that is audio-visual facilities. And the second thing, while Mr. Skinner was talking, that came to my mind, that would this be considered a county facility, or would this be just a facility in the racetrack? This is a question that needs to be answered. If it is just if it becomes a county facility, then the question to me is if alcoholic beverages could be admitted to that specific space. I'm thinking the answers to these are probably in a positive note, but I don't know. But these are questions I believe that need to.
Thank you.
Need to come up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
The talk about using it as a community center, with the loss of a community center, my biggest concern would be that I believe a lot of the uses of the community centers are weekends and evenings. And the question would be, when would we be able to have access to that room? And maybe there's some way we can set it up so that, if it's sort of after their hours, there may be some way for a county employee or the county, as we do for our community centers, to have people there. I don't know. But that's another thing to look at. So that would be the only drawback from my perspective for, because they may want to have like a wedding reception or something like that.
Yes.
Other questions? Just a couple from me. Number one, just a little frustrated that here we are, our backs up against the wall, having to make a decision because it's going to open in April. And there's a million questions. Kind of wondering why these weren't, thought of during the whole proffer process, and having it just pop up as we have a room, we have 5 years, and this seems like a whole nother 2 weeks of negotiation to go on here.
I might say that there's no deadline, there's no reason that this has to be
Well, it
fully
could be more,
furnished or whatever on
it could be
April.
more costly if
Well,
the on-site contractor is gone by that point. Plus, we missed the opening of the racetrack. You know, I mean, we could sit on it. I mean, why 5 years? You know, why do we have to furnish everything and then turn over a fully furnished room back to the racetrack, which is, you know, a nice gesture on our part, but, you know, not really the right one that we should be doing. I know proffers are voluntary and come from the other side, but I just don't know where this comes from, why it's there. It seems to be on the back of the building, looking at the lesser of it's not really the highlight of the area. You know, use it as a community center, I guess. I don't know. I think we could probably build one and use it and have it for our own. It just seems to be a lot of headaches that we will be getting into. I'd much rather see if there would be any room or willingness to have us, because what we really are looking for, well, I should say from my point of view, is the tourism aspect of all the people that are coming to, as I just looked them up on the website, they are in Thornburg, Virginia, which, okay, so they're in Thornburg, not Spotsylvania, not, you know, it's just another, so people coming there from other states will say, wow, we're in Thornburg, Virginia, and have no clue who Spotsylvania is. So is there a way, as we're coming up with a list of questions and other things, to get some tourism kiosks, maybe something that we can man, or just have them all electronic, you know, especially going the route of apps now and downloadable information, all of that kind of stuff. That, to me, I would see the better use, and have that be there in the long term, and not just a room that we finish and use, which would be nice. But then again, if we have a prospect, I think that he would probably want to see the race and not the back of the building. So, right, and so I would like to focus it more on the benefits. What are we trying to get out of it, and not try to say, well, we have it, what can we use it for? So let's look at our focus first, and then fit that into that focus.
I might point out that the east side, they moved the go-kart track into the oval. So the go-karts in the oval will be on the west side, and the drag strip and the sports car course. I might point out that the sports car course is likely to be used and already being inquired about from the Lamborghini Club and the Maserati Club and the Porsche Club. This is not Tom and his weekend station wagon. This is sophisticated folks with high-powered machines, so I think that's probably a good side to see during the times that they have those events. Also, we're trying to take what was given and use it to the best of our ability. If we can trade for some other combination of resources or considerations, we're happy to bring that back. And again, I don't think there is a crisis in terms of time. I think the room could be done. Perhaps you know better than the rest of us, sir, how much time it would take to finish off a space with carpet and drywall and a drop ceiling. Maybe it's not very long at all. And so I'm not sure that we're going to miss anything by taking a couple of weeks to come back and answer your questions.
Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Spola.
Yes, it occurred to me during the discussion here that perhaps the idea is, or an idea is, to use this facility as a staging area. You invite people to come and see, and then you go out and sit down in a grandstand and watch the race. This is something that we have to clear up as far as our discussions and information is concerned. If we could use, and I think that's probably what was envisioned here, to use this as a staging area to have our little party or get together or entertain our guests, and then go out and watch whatever's going on, and then come back for hors d'oeuvres and
I believe you're
whatever.
correct. I don't think people would be confined to this space.
Right, and I can't see how they could practically be, having looked at the site, so. Okay.
Well, it would also be helpful to find out exactly how much it would be to let's say get a booth, one of the skyboxes. What is the cost on that? I mean, we're sinking nearly $100,000 for 5 years, but if we wanted to rent it for a weekend and we had a prospect that comes in, because then again, when you have a facility like this, who's going to be in charge of making sure that the schedule's done? I mean, right, it's not as though we don't have staff that has nothing to do. This is just adding something on there, and if it grows, is it worth it, is what I'm saying, for what we get out of it. So, any other questions? If not, I think that the board had a lot of questions, and if we can get some answers and bring it back in January, that'd be great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now, at this time on the agenda, if we can move ahead and just go into closed session without objection. We have time to go into closed session, get something moving, and then come out for public presentations and public hearings. Mr. Bencala?
So this will be your resolution to adjourn into closed meeting. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, specifically properties located in the Lee Hill Magisterial District and the Chancellor Magisterial District. And whereas the board desires to adjourn into closed meeting to discuss prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry when no previous announcement has been made of the business or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. And whereas the board desires to adjourn in a closed meeting for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body, and consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically discussion concerning ATFD LLC and all versus the Board of Supervisors for Spotsylvania County. And whereas pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23711A3, 5, and 7, such discussions may occur in closed meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby authorize discussion of the aforestated matters.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
7 yes.
Caller?
Sir, this would be your resolution to return to open meeting. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.23712D of the Code of Virginia requires the certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby returns to open meeting and certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the meeting motion to convene in a closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in closed meeting.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin? Aye. Mr. Ross?
Aye.
Mr. Trampy?
Aye.
Mr. Swillet?
Aye.
Ms. Seidig?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are now at, well, a little bit past our public presentations. Amy, has anybody signed up?
Yes, sir. Billy Braswell.
Good evening. Please state your name, address.
Okay,
You'll have
I'm Billy
3 minutes.
Braswell. I live at 12215 Delway, Creekside subdivision in Spotsylvania County. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. I'm here to talk about the lack of communication or no communication. We at Creekside consists of 57 residents off Highway 3. Approximately less than a year ago, this board approved a fire station and a rescue squad to come in our backyard. We were not given the opportunity to be in comment. We were not given the opportunity to be informed about it. The only way we knew about it was individual that I play golf with, who's a volunteer fireman, asked me one day, he said, Billy, what do you think about that fire station coming to your subdivision? I said, what fire station? He had told me. I contacted our supervisor. In fact, most of our residents did. He was nice enough to get us a meeting in the Chancellor Community Center to inform us what it was all about. Sort of to pacify us, okay? Because it was too late. It had been approved by you. It approved by moving the water out to the fire station. And I'm not sure if any of you would like a 24-hour fire to station and rescue squad in your backyard without being notified. And we were not notified. And tonight, we got a second meeting. We're at Creekside. Again, we were not notified. I'm going to talk against that, so I'm not going to bring it up. But we were not given the opportunity to make a comment to the planning staff. We were not given the opportunity to make a comment to the planning commission. When we attended the meeting, the planning commission, they were shocked that somebody was against the store. They never heard our concerns because, again, we were not notified or given the opportunity to attend a public meeting, to giving us the opportunity to speak to the applicant, to tell him our concern of our subdivision. We are 3/4 of a mile away from that plat. We're a mile away if you drive by car. Somehow we got to improve our communication system. 57 families cannot be responsible citizens if we're not told what's going on, if we're not given an opportunity to speak our minds, which I want to bring up to you, those two occasions where we were not given an opportunity to voice our opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else signed up?
No,
for
sir.
6:15? Anybody here that would like to speak on an item that's not on the public hearings tonight? Please come forward, state your name, address, and you will have 3 minutes.
I'd like to say to you is no matter how things come out in terms of why
can you-
I'm here. and
can you
for
please
who I'm
state your
here.
name,
My name
address?
is Chuck Baxter. I live
Thank
at
you.
4613 Clay Court in Spotsylvania County.
Thank you.
Forgive me for not introducing myself. I want to thank you people for doing what you're doing when you do it. I know that sometimes things that you have to deal with are contentious and people get upset about them. But the fact of the matter is, we voted you in. And I'm not here to berate you and give you a hard time. I want to let you know that you are appreciated for the hard work you do. There's some minor amount of payment involved in your lives. It has no reason to think that it's anywhere close to what it ought to be for the time you people spend on what you do. I just, again, want to thank you. I appreciate it. I'm here in regards to the church that wants to sell a piece of property to a business. And however that turns out, I can tell you from our church, or from myself, that that'll turn out the way God wants it to turn out, and whatever you decide on that is entirely up to yourselves. That's why we voted you in, to make these tough decisions. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else out there want to say something nice about the board? Seeing nobody rise for that one. Anybody else want to speak about any issue that's not on the public hearings this evening? Seeing that we have about 3 minutes. Start 'em? Well, we have to recess for 3 minutes until 6:30 so we can start them on time. Invocation by Ms. Heidig and the pledge by Mr. Cibula.
Dear Lord, we thank you that we can come together today on this beautiful afternoon to do the people's business. We want to be ever mindful, particularly today which is the day after the anniversary of Pearl Harbor, of our men and women in uniform and the services that they do for us, and particularly of the things that they go through in war. We ask that you would watch over those who serve and also those who are serving today. We ask that you would lay your healing hands upon our veterans who were injured in the wars, and also upon many of our families across the country who have suffered illness and loss over the past year. We ask that you send your Holy Spirit to us so that we can be made whole as we celebrate this time of year and remember the angel's song of peace on earth, goodwill toward men. Let us carry that admonition with us as we go through the holidays and into the new year. Guide us all in your service and the service, and us in the service to our citizens. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We have, as always, our consent agenda, starting with approval of the minutes of the November 12 and 24, 2015 Board of Supervisors meetings, and continuing with the following summary. Item 3 is acceptance of a grant award for the FY14 Supplemental Local Emergency Management Performance Grant. This is from the State Department of Emergency Management that provides federal subawards to localities for the protection of life and property in our Commonwealth. The purpose of the funding is to vest responsibility for emergency preparedness jointly in the federal government, the states, and their political subdivisions. In August, our county submitted a grant application requesting $11,100 in federal funding to purchase 2 registration systems, 2 printers, badges, and ink cartridges for emergency shelters. The grant has a local match requirement of $11,100, which will be met through in-kind contributions provided by a portion of the division chief's salary that is paid with county funds. Item 4 is approval of a contract with Little Utilities, Inc. to provide Blackberry Lane sanitary sewer extension. An IFB invitation for bid was issued by the County Procurement Division on September 1st, 2015, soliciting bids for contractors for this Blackberry Lane sanitary sewer extension. 6 bids were received. The highest bid came in at $309,997.25. The low bid was $105,750, and the item before you is to award the contract to the low bidder, of course. Item 5, approval to renew a contract with Emerge Systems, Inc. for SCADA services. The contract for utilities supervisory control and data acquisition, known as SCADA, services was approved originally by the Board of Supervisors and awarded January 11th of 2012. The first, second, and third contract modifications for renewal were approved by the board in January of the years 2013, 14, and 15, respectively. This is the 4th renewal to the original contract, and it shall have a term limit of 1 year. The next item, number 6, is approval to renew a contract with Instrumentation and Control Systems Engineering, Inc. for electrical services. The contract was approved by the Board of Supervisors and awarded originally January 25, 2012. The first, second, and third contract modifications for renewal were approved in January of 2013, 14, and 15, respectively. This is the 4th renewal for a term of 1 year. Item 7 is a budget amendment for the county's purchase and modification of the former GM plant. I've requested a budget amendment and appropriation in the amount of $3.75 million to position money to move forward with the county purchase and modification of the old GM plant. This is, at this point, a budget modification only. This item positions money and identifies available funds for this undertaking. This item in and of itself does not approve or authorize the expenditure of funds, and any such expenditure would come back with further detail for approval by the Board of Supervisors separately. Item 8 is the CMAQ transportation funding. This is a congestion mitigation and air quality improvement program that was established in 1991 to provide a flexible funding source to state and local governments for transportation projects and programs to meet the requirements of the Clean Air Act. Staff recommends that the board adopt the resolution approving the application for CMAQ funding for the extension of turn lanes at 2 locations. These are at Courthouse Road and Breckenridge Drive, Brittany Commons, and at Harrison Road and Lafayette Boulevard. The deadline to submit these projects is December 17, 2015. Item 9 is a deappropriation of remaining funds from the 2015 FY15 Highway Safety Grant Program Selective Enforcement for Alcohol. This grant was awarded totaling $75,455 for the Spotsylvania County Sheriff's Office to meet strategic highway safety goals related to selective enforcement for alcohol for the federal fiscal year 2015. The federal year going from October 1 of 14 to September 30 of 15. This project is now completed with $7,186 remaining, and as the grant award period expired September 30th, the funds can no longer be expended. This request is for the funds to be deappropriated. Item 10, deappropriation of the remaining funds for the FY15 Highway Safety Grant Program Selective Enforcement Grant for Speed. This is similar to the prior item that was for alcohol. This grant was awarded totaling $48,807 to our Sheriff's Office to meet strategic highway safety goals related to speed enforcement for the federal fiscal year 2015 that ended September 30th. The project now has $6,536 left over. The project period has expired. The funds can no longer be expended by us, and there's a request for the funds to be deappropriated. Item 11 is to designate Grand Brooks Road as rural rustic. The Spotsylvania County Transportation Committee, along with the County Board of Supervisors, identified Grand Brooks Road as a priority for paving and directed staff to initiate this project. Planning staff and representatives of VDOT conducted site inspections and found that Grand Brooks qualifies for the Rural Rustic Road Program, which will allow the road to be hard surfaced and, to the fullest extent prudent, be improved within the existing right-of-way and ditch lines to preserve as much as possible the adjacent trees, vegetation, side slopes, and rural rustic character along the roadway in its current state. Item 12 is a resolution to transfer acquired right-of-way on the Route 3 widening project to the Commonwealth of Virginia Department of Transportation. On May 13, 2008, the Board of Supervisors approved a standard project administration agreement for Spotsylvania County to administer the Route 3 widening project from Route 1112, Rutherford Drive, to Route 627, which is Gordon Road. On June 19, 2015, a final inspection was performed by VDOT and deemed complete to their satisfaction and accepted on that date. The design builder has completed acquiring the necessary title insurance for the acquisitions of properties, and the staff needs authorization through this resolution to transfer the right-of-way to the Virginia Department of Transportation. Item 13 is a request for funding for additional full-time commercial inspector and temporary part-time inspector, and this is, of course, in Lewis Watt's building office. Inspections have increased over the past 5 years to a level that can no longer be managed by 5 inspectors, and as such, the Building Safety Department is requesting the following funding for a part-time temporary inspector and for 1 additional full-time commercial inspector. The cost of requested staffing is anticipated to be offset by projected increases in revenues from the building permit and inspection fees. This is an incident where we are, in fact, victims of our own success. The massive Lidl project and other successes in the realm of economic development this year have put us in a situation for an acute need for additional inspection resources. This item did, I want to point out, bypass the Finance Committee, in part in recognition of the acuteness of this need and also in recognition of the fact that it is fully funded through building department revenues, the fees paid for these services, entirely cover these costs. Item 14 is a budget amendment for overtime for the Building Safety Department to an existing overage in the Building Safety Department's overtime budget, and in anticipation of inspections yet to come in FY16, staff is requesting $13,000 increase to the Building Safety Department overtime budget. This $13,000 increase is anticipated to be offset by projected increase in revenues from the building permit and inspection fees based on upcoming projects. And again, this shares the same rationale as the previous item. And that is the end of your consent agenda.
Thank you. I would ask that items 7 and 8 be removed. And Ms. Heidig, did you still want item 11 removed?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. I did want to have at least one more opportunity to bring Grand Brooks Road to the attention of everyone and to say that I'm delighted after 4 years on the board that one of my number one projects has, in fact, looks like it's underway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll leave that on the consent agenda. Any other items to be removed?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Like 13 removed as well?
13 also? So that would be 7, 8, and 13. Any other items? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Six yes, with Mr. McLaughlin not present.
Thank you. If we can start with number 7, Mr. Taylor. There's been a little bit of confusion as to what exactly this item is all about, and would you please sum it up for us and for the public, please?
Well, again, yes, Mr. Chairman, happy to. The short summary of this item is that the item before you is simply for the positioning of funds towards the consummation of a hoped-for economic development opportunity for our county. It is in negotiation. It is not further discussable publicly at this time. However, it is, in my view, important for us to have publicly made a action that identifies that we are resolved to support the project, at least to the extent of having money identified and in place to be spent if the board should find it appropriate to spend it when the details of the arrangement, when the details of the deal come forward. Those details are not yet public. I understand that they have become a source of some speculation for the news and for members of our community. Indeed, I must admit to a level of frustration in this time in our news in our country and news of localities in California and our own newspaper, our own local news, being much in step with the national news of hesitating and being very circumspect about assigning any sort of motive, even to acts of violence. But when we simply want to make a budget adjustment to set money in a pot, in an account, in a designation, if you will, to be available to a good community purpose that will come back to this board for full detail in public, full discussion by the board before a vote is taken directing the expenditure of any of these funds, and that is consistent with county policy. But our community, nay, our press, rushes to accuse, rushes to assign, to suggest motive based on no actual information. This is merely and entirely a budgeting item. It is, again, in my view, important to the ongoing conversation with a very important opportunity for our community and for our region, in my view, that we take a public action to identify to those involved in this discussion at the state level and elsewhere that we are serious about taking advantage of this opportunity. And that's all that this item is. And I respectfully request your support to move forward with it. And I offer you absolute assurance that the full details of this deal, should it come to fruition, well, of course, they will be brought to you and detailed fully and publicly, and you may discuss them, and then you will vote on them before any money is expended or further action is taken. And I thank you very much for your consideration of this.
Thank you. Mr. Champy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out, I've seen a lot of comments and so forth. I wanted to point out that this is already a government-owned building. It's owned by the federal government. And I know there are concerns about government being involved in business transactions, crony capitalism and so forth. But when the federal government took over General Motors, that ship sailed long ago. And the federal government, frankly, has not done their job in filling this facility with an employer. And so I just wanted to point out that it's already a government-owned building. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ross.
So I have a couple questions. 2 million of the 3.75, and this is not even talking about a bird in the hand or who might be interested in the building, but 2 million would be coming from the reserve budget that we just approved, the reserve fund. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we really don't need to move that because it's already there.
That's correct.
So part of this is much ado about nothing because that's already dedicated. Now, can you tell me where the other 1.75 is coming from?
The other 1.75 is coming from money set aside for CAD system improvements.
And what is that for the audience and for those out in the public?
The CAD is computer-aided dispatch.
So we would, by voting to move this funding tonight, we would be basically saying we are giving up computer-aided dispatch. So I think this is something that would be important for us to know before we do it.
Again, this is money that is budgeted for future improvements to the computer-aided dispatch system. Computer-aided dispatch that exists, functions, and serves the public safety needs of our community today will continue to operate and function irregardless of the board's action on this item. These are programmed enhancements, not the life or death of the CAD system that are on the table with this item. And in the plan of things, I don't know where the replacement for funds, these funds would come from, but that is an item under discussion with finance.
I just think it's pretty important that, I understand that we're going to still be keeping our computer-aided dispatch going, but if we had planned to use $1.75 million on improvements, there's got to, we're giving up something for moving this over in our budget, and that's something I'd like to know what we're giving up.
Ms. Jewell, please.
The $1.75 million that we currently have for the CAD system is cash funding that is currently budgeted. As part of the CIP that was just adopted, we included this $1.75 million in fiscal year 17 to add back to the CAD system to make that project whole again. So that's that piece of it. And then I did want to go back to your point, I think, about the $2 million is already set aside. You're correct, it is already set aside. It's set aside in the general fund balance. Nothing can be spent from the general fund balance. If it were to be spent, if you wanted to set this aside to actually be in the place that it would be spent from at a time when you would later come back and say, yes, you want this spent, it cannot remain in the general fund balance. It needs to be in the capital projects fund for expenditure. That's what this budget adjustment does. It puts it in that pot.
I still have a couple, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Please continue, Mr. Ross.
So, thanks, Bonnie. So, can you go into, and we can go into details about actually purchasing this building, what this 3.75 is for, without going into who it might be for. So, my understanding is 2 million is for the structure itself.
If I may, Mr. Ross, I would appreciate it in the totality of the circumstance. We are in the midst of negotiations both with Racer Trust, the federal government entity chartered by the bankruptcy court that owns the building, and with a prospective end user of that building. There are, just to if I may suggest, a perhaps even more transparent vehicle. The Racer Trust has extensive information available on their website regarding not just the Spotsylvania GM plant, but all of the GM facilities that they have in their portfolio and administer. And there is quite a range of information available there that is public. And I would suggest that folks that are interested in learning more about the plant and its current status should head there for information at this point.
Oh, right. Well, my biggest question is, does this $3.75 million include fixing the roof on the GM plant? Because I don't believe it does.
No, sir, it does not.
So with that, the building is currently appraised at how much?
I would suggest to you, Mr. Ross, the appraisal is $3.1 million, as is typical. Should say the assessment of the building is $3.1 million. Racer Trust has an appraisal of that building in its present condition with deficiencies in the roof that are also noted on their website, which is considerably higher than $3.1 million. And there are other opinions of value that I am aware of that are considerably higher than that for the asset as it is.
I guess my concern is if we have an appraised value of $3.1 million, we're setting aside $3.75 million, and we don't even fix the roof.
No.
I would recommend you go back to Racer and say your price is too high, and we don't need to move that much money over. And for the record, I fully support, if we get a bird in the hand, an employer in Spotsylvania County that can provide a lot of jobs to Spotsy that we've been looking for, I think this board's going to fully support it, as we've shown in Lytle. However, just to move money over before we know all the details, I think, is putting the cart before the horse, especially when these numbers don't add up to me. And we can't even talk about who might go in there with the public either.
Well, I would like to, if I may, I'd like to point up the detail, because I think it's an important detail, the difference between our assessment for tax purposes and an appraisal is much higher. And I would also like to offer the notion that this is a negotiation. It is a dynamic interaction that we're having, and it is complicated due to the fact that there is the Racer Trust on the one side with the constraints that they bring to the table. They are very interested in job creation. I note that among items in the press were the concern that this property ought to be purchased by the Battlefield Trust or other preservation concerns. My understanding from their website is that the Racer Trust will not sell the property to such a purchaser, because that would not create jobs, and the creation of jobs to sustain community is part of their vision. I want to say that I have said publicly and often and stridently since I've been serving as your county administrator that creating jobs in our community is of paramount importance to me to reduce our ridiculous over 75% out-commute rate. And I would finally say that in the course of this negotiation, I would ask you to perhaps see in your mind's eye that with this budget adjustment, we are simply pushing our chips to the middle of the table. We are not showing anyone our cards, and we are not spending any money. There is no commitment to expenditure here, and I want to pledge to you very clearly that should this deal come to fruition, it will be fully detailed to you and fully discussed before you vote on it.
Well, I would just say I fully support the same jobs you're talking about. And as a commuter, I'd love to not drive up I-95 as well. So that's not my point. My point really is this was one step closer to making to firing that bullet. And it seems to me a little bit premature when so many unknowns are out there. And I'm not sure if it really buys us anything. I mean, I think this board could do a resolution that we support businesses and that we would even support a future employer or the purchase of this building. But to actually move that money over $3.75 million when it doesn't even include the purchase of redoing the roof, again, it's premature. So I would like to go back to Racer and say, let's start working that negotiation to see what we really need to move over there. That's really about all I have to say.
Thank you. Ms. Heidig.
Mr. Chair, just one question. Should we determine that this isn't going to go anywhere, we can always move this money back.
Absolutely. Ms. Heidig. Absolutely.
So it's a shell game in essence, but it's a shell game that shows a certain willingness of commitment on our side, on our part, which, having been part of some of these economic development discussions, is often sort of the most important thing is that you show a willingness to do something, and then you can move the process forward. And I too have been frustrated with dealing with Racer. I know that several other kinds of things have come up, and it's been very difficult, if not impossible, under the guidelines that they have and other things. And I would personally prefer to see an economic development asset in the county more in the hands of the county to determine what should be done with it than left in the hands of the federal government, whom we all know has a great record for efficiencies and other things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sabula.
Thank you.
I'm a little frustrated. Sorry. I'm a little frustrated with the comments about moving funds, which is merely earmarking funds for a potential use that will provide us strength in a negotiation for something that we can't discuss at this point in time. That's all this is. It's merely a moving of funds or earmarking funds in the budget that could be used should the board see fit during the negotiation process to expend them. We're not expending a thing. We're merely identifying funds that could be used. And we're in the middle of a very important negotiation, and this provides us with strength in the negotiation process. And anybody who has ever been in a negotiation status knows what I'm talking about. You go in, you put your marbles on the table, you add more marbles if you need to. In this case, we need to add some more marbles. And that's where we're at, people, and I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. A lot of things have been said here, and I want to repeat what just Ann really said, is that if this doesn't go through, then the money itself will be, can be returned to the proper pots of money and everything. I read the op-ed this week, this Monday actually, December 7th, and it had, will Spotsylvania invest in old factories? There's a lot of things that are stated in there, and I guess the paper can do that. But one of the questions I've always had is, if I wanted to respond to this, why doesn't the people who write the op-ed put the name behind it, identify themselves? I mean, it's because, there's things in here that said about us not considering the Civil War Trust. There's so much about us handling this deal than Racer. Racer has a lot of federal regulations that they need to deal with. Trust me, we've had many of applicants that want to do this, but Racer wouldn't deal with them because they didn't meet those qualifications or they didn't meet the jobs that they were going to bring in and everything. I just want to tell you that I think that if we handle this as a county, we don't have those same federal regulations that are on this. And at this point, it really should be in negotiations. There's nobody in here, as Mr. Sabola said, has ever gone into negotiations, not trying to keep it somewhat enclosed. And the reason I say that is because too many chefs in the kitchen are just going to spoil it. Okay, now we've waited 4 or 5 years, and we've worked our butts off trying to get this building put up. It's in our district, and I know Mr. Sabula, we've had meetings all over, the people coming in from all over the United States. And I can tell you, we probably, and I look at Tom over there, if I want to sell it for homes, I could sell it tomorrow. That's who's interested in it right now. Personally, I know that. And we've told them we don't want sell, we want jobs. We've got enough homes, we need jobs to fill the homes that we are been approving, so we can do it out there. And, you know, the biggest thing I'd like to do is remember, this is just to show that we're in good faith. I think a lot of people, whenever you've done a real estate transaction, you put money up for good faith, okay? This ain't saying we're going to commit to anything, but we're serious about doing this because I think this is a potential. And I wish the Freelance Star once in a while would take a little bit more responsibility for what they put in the paper. At least let me call back. They want to know questions. They got in here from Mr. Adams, Jay Adams. Bowman said, I know Jay very well. Okay? And I think this county has supported the Civil War Trust and supported the Civil War throughout my term here, and I'll continue to do it. And there's many things that could happen if we control this property that can't happen with the federal government controlling it right now. So, you know, I know this sells papers. Maybe that's because they're going bankrupt or they have to sell buildings because they didn't know how to management their old class and everything. But I would just like that somebody, if I do want to answer, do I have to write all the list of editors down here? There's 8 or 9 editors here. Mr. Carr is the senior editor. I mean, yeah, just tell me who it is so I can pick up the phone and call. My phone's always been open to answer questions for people, and I would like to be able to do that once in a while. And you know, they've known us too long. I think we're a doggone good board up here. I think we're a good county, and to insinuate, I'm not sure if I take it that way, but we're trying to hide something from people. I don't think that's the case, folks. We're just trying to do it the most professional way and the way that most professionals would handle this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
So just a couple more comments. I think I'm on the losing side of this, but I thought I'd make them anyway. So like if you're going to buy a house, you put earnest money up, it's like $1,000. It's not really, it shows good effort. And just like good faith, but it's nowhere near the purchase price of that home. What we've normally done in the past is in a closed-door session, we will kind of go around the table and get a majority head nod, per se, without a vote, if we're in favor of this or not in favor of that on the different things we look at. But this seems to be a little bit different, where it needs to be, you know, moved in the budget. So I'm a little uncertain why, for most of our closed-door sessions, when we go around and we're doing something like this, that a head nod's good enough to go back to that potential employer with as the board supporting or not supporting this. And then just a final thing is, if I'm going to buy a car that's worth $35,000, has the MSRP sticker on it, and the dealer asked me, you know, and I'm trying to negotiate that deal, I think it would be, I would never dream of going and showing him my check account statement that showed $30,000 in it, or what I have, because I'm probably not going to get much off of that. If I say I already have $30,000 dedicated to this, he's probably going to, well, you can take out a $5,000 loan. So I would just caution us. I mean, that seems to be what it is. This is a different deal than a car, but I would never in a car deal, if I'm buying a car, show the dealer what I've got in my checking account before I actually purchase it. I don't think it strengthens me. I think in this case it would hurt me, and I'm not going to get as good a deal if I say, hey, I've got $35,000 already. He's going to, okay, well, I'll take $100 off. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. A couple of comments just to wrap this up. I think this is the longest pulled item from in history. Yeah, but it's an important one. And there's a reason for that, is that, you know, there's a lot of lip services given to bringing jobs here and making sure that our out commute is reduced. First of all, to reiterate, this is not an expenditure of dollars. This is simply moving money over in a ledger saying we have the dollars. Now, the reason for doing that is to be aggressive. Our county constantly gets looked over when it comes to jobs moving down the corridor. What is the reason
a business will move to us and not Stafford, not Prince William, not Fairfax, not Alexandria, not Loudoun, not Arlington? How do you set yourself apart? What do you do when you get an opportunity like we have in front of us? This is what you do. This is very fiscally responsible. This is being aggressive. This is showing those folks that are out there that are looking at moving here. And as soon as this is the time to be public, it will be public. There will be a discussion. There will be a vote. All expenditures of dollars will be up for discussion in an even longer session than this. But up until that point, the county does do things. For example, last year when we were trying to court Lidl, we actually changed our height requirement in the zoning that they were going to be in. We do it all the time. We make a wink and a nod to those prospective candidates that says we are serious. We're not buying a car. We're not buying a house. They already know how much money we have. Our budget is open. But the point is that we are looking to bring jobs here. And this is not something that we've seen before. And what this also does is this puts us on another level. And it also uses a location that used to have jobs that we will then do a very good job of replacing that. So the county will not be owning this building today. After this vote, not one dime will be spent. We are simply saying to them, yes, we are serious. In fact, we're very serious. And we're so serious that we are willing to put this on the table and call their bluff and say, are you ready to come here? Because we want you. And so I would like to make the motion that we go ahead and approve item 7 on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
5 yes, with Mr. Ross voting no.
Thank you. Next item was number 8. I had asked for CMAQ transportation funding to be pulled. I had a couple questions for his staff here, Dan, or it would be Dan. I know how CMAQ works. It's a longer process. These 2 projects that are on there, are there any completion dates, number 1, if we were to get the funding? And number 2, after we get the funding, if other funding is identified for these 2, can we then move these dollars that we have to other projects so that we don't lose them?
The answer to your second question, yes, we can shift the funding around. The first, answer your first question about when, that I'm not clear on because these are fairly small projects in compared to some of the other projects in the region. And there's a good chance that they may move those up instead of going out to the end of the funding year, which is like 2023. But I don't know that. I can't answer that.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but so then if we do approve it and it is and we do get these grants, and then we do identify dollars to do these, shorter than it's 7 years from now, because as you said, they are very small projects. We don't lose that money. We can just shift that money to another project that we might have.
We could, yes.
Okay, all right, that was my concern. Any other questions? If there are none, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 8. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
6 yes.
Thank you. And then item 13, Mr. Ross, you had pulled that.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I had a call from a constituent before I got here tonight, and obviously it depends which channel you're watching, whether you're Verizon or Comcast, and it's very difficult for the people at home sometimes to hear what's going on in this room. And he asked me if I could pass on to all the board members plus the people at the podium. So, Mr. Taylor, if you could remind people to come to the podium to speak into the speaker, and if we would make a little extra effort to speak into it, because this happens quite often at home, and I know I've got more than one call on this. So please just take the effort to think about that and speak into it tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Sure. Item 13 is funding for an additional full-time commercial inspector and a temporary part-time inspector, and Mr. Watts.
So I guess, could you go into more detail? I'm seeing that you're exceeding the original budget by $700,000.
Upwards of that. I've met with Bonnie Jewell. I believe we've got more than sufficient funding. And in part due, and I'd like to go over just a few projects if you're available for that. When you talk about Lidl, major project, that's one of them. You know, that's 20 acres of building under roof, if anybody doesn't know that my department will be inspecting. Dominion Raceway, more than 3 buildings involved with that. We've got 2 grocery stores. One we've already issued a permit for. The second one I anticipate soon being applied for to do it. Bickford Assisted Living Memory Care is one that's $38,000. And what I'd like to bring to your attention, I've been a building official for quite a few years here in Spotsylvania. I've never seen as many apartments, a lot of apartments being built in the county. You know, at the most, every 2 to 3 years, I had one apartment complex. Just want to go down a few of them. Now, you know, the Vacos has just finished their apartment complex over here. They had 66 units in that apartment complex that we have finished and finalized. We have Overlook Terrace, which has 72 units. We have Station Square Apartments, which has 120 units. We have Cosner East Apartments, which has 274 units. We have Aberley at South Point, which has 280. And we have New Post, which is under review, which has 102 units. And now I know that Allure of Jefferson, which is coming, has 350 units. And when you look at, those are separate buildings. When you look at one building, and these are separate buildings, not all of them are in one building. When you look at that, it takes more than 4 times as many inspections to do just one of the buildings that has some apartments in it than it does a single-family dwelling. And all of that work upon us that there's no way that I can keep up. The customers have paid the fee. Our fee's based on square footage. It's based on the use of the building. The fees have been paid, and I don't have the personnel to respond to the inspections. And through the years, I did provide some information, Mr. Ross, to the board. Through the years, and I did request some inspectors last year, was not brought forward in the county administrator's budget, so I did try to get some more. If you look at 2012 through 2016, we are doing 440 more inspections per month than we did in 2012. So beyond them and the extra work, which is good news, all of this I think is development good news, we just don't have the staff to keep up with it. So I'm requesting to the board, I didn't feel the need to wait till July the 1st because by July the 1st, our customers wouldn't get the inspections that they need. So that's where I'm at. And the overtime's not part of what was pulled, but I just want to bring forward that in 6 months, I spent more overtime because we looked back at our trend data. We only spent about $3,000 per year, and I've got Bonnie sitting here, and we spent $11,000. Now, not all that's dealing with inspections. That's dealing, if you look in there, with targeted industries, which are those type of commercial industrial industries that the county believes important. Mr. Tom back here, Economic Development Director, designates those, and they are put at a top priority in my department to do the plan review. So I'm here today making this request.
Sure. So on a full-time equivalent basis, how many inspections can one employee do in a month?
Well, I think on average an employee does, and Mr. Deere, I brought him, he's my inspection supervisor, so he might have to answer this. He sorts them and does them every day. I'm thinking they do 12 to 15 a day, so if you can multiply that out times work days, and he might be able to speak to that more accurately than I can.
Well, the inspections are scheduled for next day, prior to 4 p.m. the day before. 6 years ago, I didn't have to manage the workload as I do now. That has steadily increased from 2012, 7% of the days worked in a month, I had to cut inspections off at a certain level. That has increased to almost 50% here now. So 50% of the days that we work doing inspections are cut off, which means customers are going without. They've paid for that inspection. It slows their projects. It slows the issuance of certificates of occupancies and opening of businesses. ISO rating has always given an example of maximum of 12 inspections per day per inspector. We're averaging 15, 16. We work a little overtime. We will go as high as 18, sometimes 20 per person. Depends on the technical difficulty of the inspection, how long that particular inspection takes. So we try for a number of 12 to get a good quality inspection and maintain, produce a good product to our consumers and citizens. We do go over that on a regular basis. Right now, I think we're averaging 15 per day.
So it would be safe to say one would be about 240 per month?
Calculated it up, I would assume that's correct.
About 20 working days a month on average, 12 a day, 12 times 20. So I guess what I understand, I see what you're doing here between 2012. My concern would be if you bring in 1.5 and then your number goes down of what you have to inspect, and you're seeing apartments that were approved a long time ago or that are just now coming, or
These apartments have been approved. The VACOS is final.
Yep.
So since July, and I have the document in front of me, the apartments that I mentioned to you have been approved since July. Now, I'm going to say the new economy.
Approved by this board as a rezoning?
Approved
or
by the building office.
Yeah.
And I would say, just based on my experience, and I'm not somebody who can predict the economy, so I'm looking hindsight. I think the building office is a leading indicator of the economy. I think they're lagging. So basically, when the economy starts proving, we get a lot more permits.
Sure.
You know, you can approve lots or anything else of development, but until they get a permit, really doesn't show anything. So I think we're a leading indicator and a lagging. So, you know, when the economy goes down, obviously I need less people. But when the economy starts improving, and based on what I just told you, I haven't seen this in 8 years, and I probably haven't seen it in the last 20 years of what I've told you of this amount of work that we've got going on. So, you know, there could be a need, Mr. Ross, and you know, this temporary part-time inspector that's in here is someone that obviously is just only going to work temporary part-time.
Gotcha.
And would be my first choice to reduce my department staff. So, but there could be a need in the future to reduce it, but I think there's definitely a need to increase it now.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve it then? I'll make that motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Six yes.
Thank you. We will move along to public presentations.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, before we move along to public presentations, there was one item that was intended to make it onto the consent agenda that fell down in a crack, and I apologize. But at the end of this year, as we recall, Ms. Heidig will be leaving us, and she has been the board's designated rep on the Lake Anna Advisory Committee. And so coming in effective January 1, there will be need for a new board rep on the Lake Anna Advisory Committee. And the suggestion was to proceed with that appointment in order to maintain continuity of service. If you would designate a new board rep on the Lake Anna Advisory Committee, with that designation to be effective, of course, January 1st.
Is there an appointment? I'll make the appointment of Mr. Cibula. Any discussion?
I personally think we should wait till the new board sits before we do this. I'm not sure. I mean, I know, Ann, your district is around Lake Anna, and I'm not sure if, has anybody talked to Mr. Benton to see if he's interested in this? Or?
I have spoken to him a couple times. He has not necessarily shown disinterest, but he's not shown interest. And I know that Mr. Cibula has come to all the meetings, and I had suggested to him, because I know too, as a, you know, an employee, you know, as having a job, that he may want to allow that. So that's kind of where we are. I haven't specifically asked. I had actually made the recommendation to him that he may want to do that.
I would fully support Mr. Sabula. I just think in good manners, we should wait till Mr. Benton's sitting on the board and have Mr. Sabula and Mr. Benton work it out. So,
No, we have, Mr. Benton and I have had that discussion, and he has no objection.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, please vote for Mr. Sabula.
Seven, yes.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to public presentations. Amy, has anybody spoke or signed up?
Yes, sir. The first citizen is George Allen, followed by Andrew Flushy.
Thank you. Please come forward and state your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is George Allen. I live at 10408 Fairview Road in Partlow, Virginia, and voting district is Berkeley. This afternoon, I'd like to personally thank this Board of Supervisors for all your hard work, especially Mr. Sabula for all his support in our projects, such as biosolids, going on tours with us. I'd also like to thank VDOT for the striping of Waller's Road that was supported by this board and supported by VDOT. Specifically, I'd like to thank Sean Nelson for all his work in helping us get this project taken care of. I'd also like to thank the Sheriff's Department for all their work in watching the traffic, especially the heavy trucks going up and down Waller's Road and Fairview Road and Partlow Road. Specifically, I'd like to thank Officer Noakes, who's with the Weights and Measures Department. They've been a big help to this community, and we greatly appreciate it. Just by way of information, my wife Kim and I are joining a statewide biosolids information group. We will continue to keep the board current on all topics that are of interest to everyone in this county, especially this board. Again, thank you very much and have a wonderful and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir.
Andrew Flushy, followed by Monty Williford.
Hello, gentlemen and Ms. Heidig. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak again today. It's good to see y'all. I'm here to talk about the GM plant. I understand that it's a lot of details we don't know about, and that's one of the problems I have with this deal. I am fed up with having secret government deals. Now, maybe it's legal. I'm not accusing anyone of doing anything illegal. But simply because we have the ability under Virginia law to do something behind closed doors doesn't mean we should be doing it behind closed doors. Why can't we know? It's our money. Some of your money too, obviously, but it's our money too. Why can't we know what our money's going for? If we've got $3.75 million we don't need, why don't we all get a refund? I'd be okay with that. I'm sure a lot of these people in this room will be okay with that. You guys will probably be okay with that. It bothers me that we have this facility that obviously is kind of dilapidated. It's gone unused for a while. It needs a new employer. It needs somebody in there providing jobs. But if private industry hasn't been able to do that in all these years, why do you guys think you can? I'm not trying to be insulting, but I don't believe any of you are real estate developers. I don't believe any of you are titans of industry to be able to do this necessarily. And again, I'm not trying to be insulting, but your job here is not to be real estate developers and not to be landlords. We tried that with the baseball stadium. Now we're trying that with the GM plant. And I don't understand why that's what this board keeps wanting to do. You're trying to create jobs, and it just does not make sense that this is the way you see fit to do it. So maybe there's some issues. I don't know about the race or trust. I honestly don't know a lot about this, but that's exactly the problem. It's offensive that I find out about it in an editorial in the Freelance Star. This is what keeps happening. This is how I keep finding out about these backroom deals that my government's trying to do with my money. It bothers me. Now, let's say that it's a good deal. Should we do it? That's what government should be questioning every step of the way. Should we be doing this? We heard from Dr. Trampy, who I greatly respect, and I think I could call a friend, and I don't want to disrespect anyone up here, but just because it's already owned by the government doesn't mean we should be involved in that. The federal government is not exactly the model for the government that I think most people in Spotsylvania would want to imitate. So just because it's owned by a government entity doesn't mean we should take part. Now, maybe we could introduce parties who might be interested in it. We have some departments in the county who can maybe play a part in that. But that doesn't mean that we need to be giving millions of our dollars to own it, to renovate it, to rent it out, to be a landlord. Should we do it? And that's the biggest question I think we should be asking. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. We shouldn't do the deal, and I would certainly suggest it shouldn't be behind closed doors. And that's why we have insinuations, because the public doesn't know, and the public is tired of seeing politicians in general, not trying to name names and say you guys, but politicians in general who get accused of these bad things because they don't know what's going on. So if you want to have it out in the light of day where we can all see, we'd appreciate it, and I question that we should not do this deal. Thank you.
Monty Williford.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I actually want to delay just 1 second to take a minute to thank Mr. Sean Nelson of VDOT. We've had some problems that we've been trying to negotiate for a short time. We had some new weight limits put on some of the smaller bridges down in the south part, and we thought we would be okay, but we just could not take the risk. Our trucks were over the weight limits that had been imposed. We actually talked to Mr. Nelson last week to see if he could help us get things moving, and we heard back from VDOT yesterday late, and we will be able to move the majority of our trucks over these bridges. We'll not be able to take our tankers. They'll have to go around the long way, but our basic fire apparatus and ambulances we will be good on. So we've already started notifying various community groups that we had already notified previously. I talked to Mr. Sabula last night since he had been very much involved, but just take a quick second again to thank Mr. Nelson with VDOT for helping to get those engineering studies through so we could make some crucial decisions. What I'm really here tonight is to make a short award presentation, and from the beginning of my time with the county in the capacity of fire chief, I could always count on Ms. Heidig listening and helping us through. She's had a tremendous interest in the fire and rescue service, not so much the department per se, but ensuring citizens are well protected, especially those in the southern and more rural areas of the county. So tonight, Ms. Heidig, in recognition of your outstanding leadership, dedication, and ongoing personal commitment to provide the best possible fire and rescue service to the citizens and visitors of Spotsylvania County. You are presented by, again, the Spotsylvania County Department of Fire and Rescue and Emergency Management. This award, it identifies you as Ann L. Heidig, Board of Supervisors, Livingston District, January 2012 to December 2015.
Anybody else signed up to speak?
There are no other citizens.
Anybody here wish to speak on an issue that's not on the agenda? Please come forward. Yes, ma'am. Name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Kathy Walker, from Partlow, Berkeley District. And first, I'd like to thank you for the pretty yellow stripes on Wallers Road. I'm here as against biosolids again. I continue to work against the land application of Class B biosolids. And recently, I had an opportunity to send in a letter to DEQ about the permit that is up for consideration in Louisa County. And as you know, anything in Louisa County that drains into Lake Anna affects Spotsylvania County. So if I may, I'll read that. Dear Ms. Quigley, please consider this email as a public comment on VPA 00071 Sinegro Central LLC and a request for a public hearing regarding such permit to authorize the land application of biosolids to over 16,000 acres on 90 sites in Louisa County. And I will skip over some of it. Let's see. Class B biosolids are filled with pathogens, and I believe the current procedures used by DEQ do not fully protect citizens. Furthermore, I believe it is inhumane and unconstitutional to land apply Class B biosolids directly onto fields anywhere near residences. There is simply no way to protect the public from the pathogens contained in Class B biosolids. I believe that only Class A biosolids, carefully monitored, should be allowed on Virginia soils. This process affects me because when I visit Louisa County, I don't want to be affected by pathogens. And this process affects me because the surface waters of Louisa County drain into Lake Anna on the west side, and since Lake Anna is part of the York River watershed, pollutants can contaminate the Chesapeake Bay, which may affect the quantity and the quality of the food I consume from the bay. I believe that purposely putting pathogens onto the soil in a watershed area may be a violation of the Clean Water Act. Also, I fish and boat and swim in Lake Anna, and I am very concerned about the safety of the waters. And I'll skip down a little bit. Also, it is very important that DEQ start being transparent with its data. These are, in effect, two different substances. One, Class A, is cooked properly. Class B is not. It doesn't make sense to lump them together for statistical and data purposes. And my letter goes on, but that is the main thrust of my argument, that how can DEQ protect the public when it doesn't even separate the data of Class A land application and Class B? I've asked DEQ many times, what are your different figures on this? They don't know, because they just lump it all together. And the law does not preclude them from giving us this information. They just fail to collect this data. Anyway, thank you very much, and I especially want to thank my supervisor, Mr. Cibula, for listening to me and for being supportive of the public health. And thank you all.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing nobody rise, we will move ahead with the VDOT report.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
Afternoon.
I'm here to present you your December report. I was absent in November, so I've got some catching up to do. First, I'll start with some of the preliminary engineering projects. The Route 620, Route 1 and Harris Road project is scheduled to be advertised in January. The Route 1 and Hickory Ridge Road intersection improvements project, that is scheduled to be advertised in fall of next year. The Route 606 Mud Tavern project, which is the bridge replacement over 95 and the improvements to the east. We had a public hearing on November 19th at Riverview Elementary School. That project will be a design build project, and we're looking for a request for qualifications to go out this month, and well, December of 2016, and the request for proposals will be in April of 2015, I mean, for December. The construction will likely start in the fall of 2017, and the department is requesting a letter of support for the limited access, which I've included a sketch in your packet, which shows where the limited access lines would be at. We discussed this with Mrs. Cibula, and this was a part of the actual public hearing, so we just wanted to let the board know what the intents were, and we thought it would be good to bring it forth before the board to get the letter of support from the county. So does anybody have any questions in regards to that, or? Okay, well, I'll carry on then. The Route 606 Mud Tavern Road project to the west of I-95, that, as you know, has been submitted for an HB2 application. Hopefully we'll hear about the status of that project in the upcoming year. The Route Smith Station and 208 intersection improvement project, that project is scheduled to be advertised in early of 2016. The Mount Olive Road Bridge Replacement Project, which is between Hanover and Spotsylvania County, that project is anticipated to go for advertisement in 2017, but the original ad date was actually 2021, but if we can push it sooner than that, we will. The Route 17 and Route 609 Thornton Roland Road intersection improvement project, we've started the preliminary engineering work on that. The intersection improvements will include turn lanes on Route 17 and on Thornton Roland Road, with the addition of the signal. The signal will go in full operation with this project. The current schedule has an advertisement date in the fall of 2018. To give you an update on the Exit 126 IMR with the planning study, we still have it at FHWA, and we're waiting to finalize some of their comments. And the planning study has been finalized and also submitted.
Mr. Chair?
Sir.
Sean, okay, the IMR has been submitted to Federal Highways.
Yes.
And a planning study has been finalized and submitted to FHA?
Yes.
Federal Highway?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the next step? What do we, there's so much out there that we're trying to figure out. I think this is very, very important because we all think that 126 is a safety issue out there. Okay, so to the best of your knowledge, please, and not putting you on the spot, how long are we going to wait for Federal Highways to respond, or where are we with them? I mean, you're currently in not negotiations, but communications with them, correct, as VDOT?
Yeah, and the thing with this is that the person who was assigned to us, which is the area engineer who's been with us the entire way through this project, has been put on a special assignment. So we want to work with that individual who has been there through the entire process as we respond back to their comments. He did not give us the formal comments back. He is slated to be back at the end of December, beginning of January. So once he comes back, we're going to work through the comments that have been given back to us to provide clarity to work with the person that we've been working with the entire duration of the project.
Okay. If we accept that, then when we get back ready to work in January, what type of time period do you think we're looking at this, sir?
Once we address the comments, it shouldn't take the FHWA any more than, once we get concurrence from our engineer, it shouldn't take any more than 3 to 4 weeks to get some type of approval. The department has already approved it. It's just at the federal level, and they may have some concerns of some of the things that were in the report. That's why we want to work specifically with the engineer that we work with from the beginning of this project to right now.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, John.
Okay, I will continue. I wanted to give some updates on the recent construction project. As you know, the Gordon Road parking lot expansion is complete. Lanes Corner is complete. The improvements at Route 1 and Mud Tavern Road, the elevations were set for the curb and gutter. We had some concerns about the elevation of the curb and gutter. We have gone back and we've reduced the height of where the curb and gutter is at. And in doing that, we're probably actually going to save some money on the project because of the reduction of asphalt that we'll have to use to pave. But with that, the contractor was ahead of schedule. Now he's kind of been delayed, so we likely won't be finishing this year. So the paving work will probably happen in the spring unless we get some favorable temperatures sometime in January. I just don't think the temperatures are going to be sufficient to pave in January, I mean. Now we'll go over some of the requests that I've got from some of the board members since the last meeting. Mr. Sabula, there was a request about multiple concerns at the Route 1 and Mud Tavern Road project. I think we've been working with construction continually to try to address those issues as they come up. There was a request also in a letter to review a concern at 5775 Courthouse Road, where I guess the citizen had some issues with the grade of the road, and as they were coming out, they were dragging whatever apparatus they were pulling out on the Route 208. We've updated that citizen, and we can't go in and pave somebody's private entrance. So that entrance has been there for as long as I can tell, and I'm not sure if the previous tenants had issues with it, but we will work with them to give them a permit if they need to go out and rectify their entrance. Mr. McLaughlin, as a result of the incident at Spotsylvania Furnace and Route 3, you requested us make some changes at that interchange, and we had made some changes they had installed a flashing yellow arrow there, and we changed it so that the flashing yellow arrow is not in operation during the school hours. So now they have a protected left during that time. Mr. Skinner, you had access to review the signal times at the VRE lot. Staff went out and reviewed that, and they've implemented some timings to account for the VRE schedule, and we're still monitoring it to make sure that we've got everything under wraps.
If I could, Mr. Chairman. Sean, I want to tell you, I have not had one phone call yet, thank you, for the light being a problem or anything like that. Do you, because really it's just in the evening, because people come in separately for the trains, it's never a problem that way, getting out of that. So I don't know if you've had any calls or what you people seen. I've had no calls But it seems like there's quite a few cars that could be at that intersection at one time. So I would expect that that's a fairly long light getting out.
It is. I mean, so the problem that we're going to have, we've had some complaints about people on 17 because during the time when the trains come in, they're having to wait now to let the people out of the lot. But overall, I think we've done a good job of making sure the timings can work for the train schedule.
I appreciate the effort in that. Thank you.
Ms. Hoddick, these are some of the same issues that we had on the last board report about the trees on Monrovia, which we're still trying to get to, and the ditching concerns on Grand Brooks that we'll take care of in the
Right.
project.
I went by Grand Brooks the other day, and it looked like one of your orange signs, and there was some heavy equipment on that. Are you all doing something over there right now?
They're probably machining the road,
Okay.
getting ready for winter.
Very good. Thank you.
And that concludes my report. Does anybody have any other?
Yeah, Mr. Trampy.
Is there any progress or anything to report on no parking signs in the neighborhood behind Chancellor High?
We've made our recommendations. If the county wishes to move forward with the permit, we'll approve it.
Thank you.
Mr. Ross.
I have a couple things. I noticed, and maybe this has changed, but on the new VRE station coming out, I saw flashing yellow, but with the red light. Is that still? Maybe that's been corrected, but I did notice. I just went to visit the parking lot. It was near the opening of it, and there was a flashing yellow left turn.
Was that before it opened?
No, it was after.
Because if you're coming from out of the lot, there
Yep.
should not be a flashing yellow across 17.
Okay. Might be something just to look at,
Okay.
and maybe it's been corrected, but it happened to me, and I was totally confused because there's a red light, but a flashing yellow left turn, and I just stayed there and waited.
Okay, I'll check into that.
Let's see. Also, could you confirm, now I think we've talked about this before, but at the intersection, if you were heading towards the mall on Waverly Village Road, where it hits Bragg Road Extended, if that's a private road in that area or not, and basically I'm getting a lot of complaints about, there is a white marker to stop and a stop sign, but it's so dark in that area that, and I've actually seen people halfway through that intersection not knowing where it is, especially for some elderly drivers. But if there's a way to get reflector lights on it, if VDOT owns it, but if not, I would like to talk to the mall owners, but I just want to make sure that the mall owners own that property or are responsible for that property.
Okay, I'll go back and look in our files because I knew that it looks kind of strange for us to have a state-maintained portion in between two privately owned pieces. So I'll go back and look at the file
Okay,
and confirm
and that's
that.
at the end of Waverly Village Road as it hits Bragg. And then on River Road, I've got a lot of reports of potholes out there by Sedgwick Lane in the west lane. If you could take a look at that. And the final thing I've got is, I think I heard 3 congratulations to Sean Nelson tonight for how good a job you've done. So I hope VDOT keeps you, and I'm grateful for everything you're doing for us, Sean. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'm not planning on going anywhere.
That's 4. Tim?
Well, about not going anywhere. So actually, I was going to say this, since transportation, I'll just bring it up real quick. We did, several of us are members of FAMPO, and I don't know, call it a little win, but we had sent a letter to Secretary of Transportation a month ago, really addressing the broken 95 hot lanes. So we did get a response back yesterday from Commissioner of VDOT stating that they have some revenue and resources that they're going to extend the hot lanes 2 miles south, okay, starting in January 16, to at least alleviate some of the issues that have occurred because of the hot lane impacts to exit 143 in particular. So it's not the not everything, but it's a piece at least. So we get 2 additional miles of hot lane. So hopefully that will help some of the congestion issues there. So at least that's a good good day for VDOT. So okay, again, thanks for everything.
Thank you. Mr. Cibola?
Yeah, Sean, I've got to add to the congratulations. You and I have been working very closely together for the last couple of months and getting an awful lot done. And I do want to thank you on behalf of the business owners around the Thornburg intersection for the opening of the bridge on 606 in Caroline County. They are very appreciative. Their customers have expressed their gratitude for that. While I'm on a bridge subject, we know we have some bridges that have the weight limits, as the chief indicated, and I'm just wondering if there's anything being scheduled or in this schedule to upgrade the weight limits on those bridges, specifically the one in Fairview?
We're looking at doing some temporary repairs on those bridges, the bridge on Fairview. Our stance is we don't want to have posted structures. So
right.
Our bridge program incorporates the entire 14 counties in Fredericksburg District. So we've got lots of bridges in multiple counties where we're trying to come up the curve. But what I'll do is I'll get with our bridge engineer and get a listing of the ones that are posted in this county and what the plan is moving forward, the ones that we've got on the plan, the ones we plan to put on the plan as we continue to work through our district.
Yeah, and if we could prioritize the ones that certainly are in fire and rescue response areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Hodge.
Just one, let me say I'm delighted that we're finally moving on Grand Brooks Road. And I want to thank you for all your help in coming out in the middle of winter to ride the road with me. And I want to say that when I first came on the board, I had a specific opinion about VDOT. You have helped improve that opinion considerably. And I want to thank you for all your help and wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Skinner? A couple of things, Sean. And yeah, you're doing a great job.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, yes.
I'm scared to come to the next meeting.
There is a backup, and we've talked about this before, at going South Point Parkway in front of Walmart down to Route 1 to go Route 1 south. I do know that there is a little bit of room there that you can do another turn lane. Can we sit down at some point and look at that? And also, I know that with that big creek that you have there, you have to cross that if you wanted to go back out of those, where the Starbucks and Applebee's is with another, and that's very costly, I know, but we just need to come up with some type of idea because especially now that Christmas is rolling around, it's backing up actually to the entrance with Lowe's.
Wow.
And so pretty soon we'll be back at 208 and it's just going to be an absolute mess and we need to get our hands around that before it gets to that point. Another item is Levels Road going north to cross over 208 and the 7-Eleven's on your right.
Yep.
And it's been like this ever since it was built. They're sort of turned so you're aimed at the wrong lane. So if you're in the right straight lane, the person in the left straight lane veers over.
Gotcha. They're not lined up directly across from each other.
Right. And I had asked that years ago, and they said, "Oh, people will figure it out." Well, they still haven't. And if at the very least up where the lights are, there's a couple of signs left, right, but the lane that is in the right through doesn't have a sign. So it might just be that simple. I don't know, but if we can take a look at that.
We may also be able to look at maybe some kind of line delineations going through the intersection.
That might be nice, yeah. As you can tell, I've been in the right lane quite a few times and almost got hit. And then the other one is something to talk about in the future is and I haven't seen it anywhere, is the expansion of 208 to 6 lanes. And something that we do need to start planning for in the future, especially with our study that we're moving along with. I'm sure it's going to say we need 8 lanes. So,
we hope not.
well, definitely hope not. But just to start that project, because for the most part, from there through till Smith Station, except for a little bit past Levels there and Crown Grant and all, it's pretty much built up. So you're not going to get a lot, but it sure is just going to keep getting more and more busy.
Okay.
So that's something that if we can talk about in the future, that would be great. Anybody else have any questions?
It sounds like we need to have a sit-down meeting to discuss some of this. So
Absolutely.
I'll shoot you an email.
That'd be great. I'd appreciate that. All right. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Mr. Taylor.
Next we have, Mr. Chairman, the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award to our Finance Department. Who is addressing that? Oh, thank you, Kathy. Kathy, I'm sorry, could you please? I'm running out of voice today.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association, and they have, of the United States and Canada, and they are a major professional association which has commended the Spotsylvania County Government Finance Department through the organization's special award called the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award in recognition of the county's current budget. This awards program is the only national awards program in governmental budgeting. According to the group, the award reflects commitment of the county's governing body and staff to meeting the highest principles of governmental budgeting, satisfying nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentation. The guidelines assess how well an entity's budget serves as a policy document, a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communications device. And the county's budget was rated proficient, which is a very high rating, in all 4 categories and in the 14 mandatory criteria within those categories. And staff recommends that the board please acknowledge and congratulate the Spotsylvania County Finance Department staff for receiving this Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, which was presented by GFOA. And we also would request a photo op, probably up at the dais. Might be a little simpler if we can, sir. On behalf of Finance. Bonnie, Jewel, and Holly Dove will be in this photo op with you representing Finance.
Mr. Taylor, I think at this time, if we can go down to the well and meet with the school board, I think that they are all here. I'm sorry. Are the auditors here yet?
The auditors are here?
Oh, they're there. Okay. All right, we're all here. If we can, before we all get settled in, and since we're all here together, I'd like to make a presentation to Ms. Heidig for her service, since this is her last meeting with us, and just give her a round of applause and tell her thank you for her service.
While we have Chris standing up, I'd like to make 3 as chairman for the past year. Worked hard together. Small token of appreciation.
As we are taking our seats, and the school board will be calling their aspect of this meeting to order, I would anticipate. I would like to point out for everyone's convenience and the benefit of folks listening at home that most, but not all, of the microphones around the table have a button. All of them have a green light. The green light must be on for you to be heard. If your green light is not on, push the button on the microphone and make sure the green light is on before you speak so you can be heard on the pickup and on cable for the folks at home. Thank you.
All approve? Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having us here to go over the audit presentation. We have 6 of our board members with us today.
I would like to thank everybody for coming today. We're going to break this up into 2 parts. In front of you, you will see a presentation from Cherry Beckert that will be provided by Sharon, our auditor from Cherry Beckert. Also, you'll have a report to the board, as well as the 2015 CAFR. I do understand this is the first time y'all are seeing this information. So I would expect nothing less than you want to take this back on your own and review it and come back with additional questions as you see fit. However, I would like to take a very brief moment to just point out, to highlight some information in the report to the board that I think you would be interested in. If you'll flip to, it's the 3rd page in, it's page 1 of 5. Yes. Yes. What this report represents is the combined net position of the county and school board. I think it's good to look at these 2 together when you're looking at a balance sheet. And what I want you to take away from this report is if you'll look under the liabilities, under the 2015 column, you will see something called net pension liability. For many years, y'all have heard about the new regulations coming out with VRS and this big liability that's going to be hitting everybody's balance sheet. Well, here it is. So what we're seeing in 2015 is $207 million in liability for our VRS. Now, again, this is combined, school board and the county. The breakdown is the school board is $196.7 million. And the county is 10.8. Utilities, which is not included in this report, is an additional 1.7 million. If you drop down a little further under net position, and you look under unrestricted, it's the 3rd line down, and you look at 2014 versus 2015, that is going to be the big drop, the addition, if you will, to our deficit in unrestricted net position. Now, it's important to remind everybody that this is full accrual, okay? This is comparable to other localities. This is nothing awful, for Spotsylvania compared to everyone else. But it is important to point out that we do have these liabilities that need to be taken care of. Moving on, I'm going to skip page 2 and move on to page 3. This is the general fund and our fund balance. As y'all are aware, recently in October, we approved new fiscal policy rules, and part of that was an increase to the fiscal stability reserve to 11%, the change to our health insurance reserve, increasing that, the addition of an economic opportunity reserve, and the addition of a budget stabilization reserve. What you're going to see here, we were able for 2015 to account in amounts all those reserves. So what you're seeing in 2015 is that provision being implemented, that fiscal policy being implemented. However, there were two pieces, the fiscal stability reserve and the health insurance reserve, that we decided that is better situated and committed, but we were not able, because it was approved in October, we weren't able to classify it as committed in 2015. So you will see that in 2016. Moving on to page 4. These are the results of our utility operations. The only thing I want to point out here is operating income, which falls right underneath the expense category. It has continued to see a positive trend upwards, which is in line with our plan on our water and sewer rates. I also like to point out that our water and sewer bond covenant, we continue to meet that, and it continues to improve every year. Lastly, if you go to the next page, our fiscal policy guidelines. We have met all our fiscal policy guidelines, and we have solid positive trends for the last 5 years that those are improving. And that's all I have. I'd like to turn it over to Sharon to provide her presentation.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can we ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Could you go back to our yes, on page 105 when you started? I'm sorry, let me speak into this. I said I would do that tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Thank you. If you would look under net position, and then we're looking at a negative $64 million, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, can you explain to the public what does that actually mean to us as a county, and what's going to happen in the future?
That's a very good question. All localities are struggling with that. It's not just Spotsylvania County. What that means, the two big pieces that create that, in my opinion, are going to be your net pension liability, as well as your other post-employment benefits. That's our health care, our retiree health care system. And those two amounts are a big piece of that. So I think we need to get together to develop long-term solutions on how we are going to fund these liabilities. And there's many different options. It doesn't mean that we necessarily have to fund what our current plan is. I mean, we could take a look at our retirement plan, we are restricted. I mean, that's VRS. There's nothing we can do about that. And we're actually very healthy compared to many states in our retirement plan. However, many localities are looking at OPEB. They're looking at, these retirement plans. Are they too rich? Do we need to modify them to help reduce these liabilities? Another thing we can do, it's an option, is to start putting away OPEB contributions into a trust. By putting money into this trust, it affects what's called a discount rate, and I won't get into the details on that. But that, in essence, will reduce the liability, because the expectation is you're going to get earnings on this trust. That's going to take the place of future contributions into the plan.
Then the follow-up on that question, just to clarify it, and that is when you look at that negative $64 million, we go back up and we look under liabilities where we looked at the 207 and we broke that down to, I believe, 10.8 for the county?
Yes.
And then 196 million roughly, and then 1.7 put aside. Is that the same? Would it be correct in me considering that 64 million would be broken down in a similar ratio as far as when you look at the VRS at 10.8 million for the county, 196 million for the schools?
If you'll give me 1 second, I can give you that breakdown. For the county, our unrestricted Of that amount is $143 million. So the deficit for the county. For the schools, it's $304 million. Again, the majority of that being your VRS liability.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening. First, I wanted to thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Sharon Day. I am a senior manager and a CPA with Sherry Beckert. This is our second year performing the audit of the county and the school division. So again, thank you for having me here tonight. What I'd like to do is start off with an engagement summary, which starts on page 3 of your handout tonight. What I'd like to do is first go through the various services in which we were hired to perform on behalf of the county and the school division. The first service that we were hired to perform was an audit of your financial statements. That included the county as well as your component unit, the school division. We were also hired to perform an audit of your major or your significant federal grants. That's a requirement of a circular, OMB Circular A133. We were hired to perform certain state compliance requirements as well. That's dictated by the Auditor of Public Accounts in Richmond, Virginia. Continuing to the next page, it's quite a long list, so bear with me. We were also hired to perform certain procedures over another required report by the APA. That's the Transmittal Comparative Report. And what that report does is bring all the localities in a consistent format so that you can compare Spotsylvania County with other localities across the Commonwealth. We also were engaged to perform an internal control audit over your sheriff's areas. We performed certain compliance procedures with financial assurances over your landfills, both your closed landfill and your open landfill. We also perform certain procedures over the census data that you report to the Virginia retirement system. And the purpose of that is to make sure that the data that's being provided to your retirement system is accurate. Male, female, gender, date of birth, those types of things. A few other required procedures. We're also hired to perform and complete certain portions of what we call a data collection form. That's a federal requirement that all governments must complete. It's reporting of the federal grants that I mentioned earlier and the results of the audit of those federal grants. And finally, we are also engaged to perform a review of your debt covenant calculation that Ms. Furry referred to earlier for both your water and your sewer bonds. Each of those services has its own deliverable, most frequently in the format of a report. The biggest report that you have before you tonight is your CAFR, your Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, and that includes our opinion on the financial statements. We're also required to issue a report on the findings and the results of our work over your federal grants, as well as the state requirements that I referred to earlier tonight. And then there's other deliverables. The report that I mentioned that the state issues for comparability across the Commonwealth, there's a report issued for that as well. We apply certain procedures to make sure that the data you're reporting there is consistent and meets the requirements of the state. We'll issue a report on the sheriff internal controls and any issues or findings we may have there. And also the DEQ report over the landfills that I mentioned earlier, and then census data. I did want to mention the report on the census data to the VRS, to the APA, was actually due back in September. That was due September 30th. We performed separate engagements for the county as well as the school division, and I'm happy to report we had no findings for either. As far as the results, I'll start with the results of the financial audit. We have issued what we refer to in our terminology as an unmodified opinion. That is the best and highest opinion you can receive. In other words, it's a clean report. We also, through our test of internal controls, we found no major deficiencies or material weaknesses in your controls over the financial reporting process. We also conducted work, as I mentioned earlier, for your federal and state grants, and we do have some findings to report tonight on that. Specifically for your federal grants, as I mentioned earlier, we're required to report and test certain major federal grants. We do not test all of them. There's a method to our madness, a methodology that we go through in determining which programs we'll test on any given year. It's on a rotational basis, and it's a risk-based approach. There were 6 programs that we tested this year. It was pretty evenly divided. We tested 2 programs at social services. Those 2 programs were foster care and Medicaid. We also tested 2 school programs. Those programs were the child nutrition program for your free and reduced lunch programs, and also Title I. And then for the county, we tested the SAFER grant for certain personnel grants provided to the fire department, and your highway planning and construction grant. The results for those testing of those 6 programs indicated certain minor findings in Medicaid and foster care. I would like to note that the minor findings that we did find are not unique to Spotsylvania County. My firm performs many audits throughout the Commonwealth for the localities. We're seeing very similar issues, most of which seem to stem from a lack of resources, both at the state level as well as the local government levels. For social service programs, we also test a myriad of programs there. I did not list them all tonight because it would have doubled the size of this presentation, but I did list the few where we had minor findings as well. In the Virginia's Initiative Employment for Welfare compliance testing, we had a few in our sample that we selected where there was a lack of supporting documentation. That was a repeat finding from last year. For electronic benefit transfers, this is basically the cards that are provided to clients to purchase certain food items. We also had, we noted a lack of segregation duties for a couple of the forms that we looked at. And then in social services, the state required that they have their own business continuity plan. There are certain requirements that plan must include. And they also require that plan be revisited and reviewed and updated once a year. And we found that that had not happened during fiscal year 2015. For conflict of interest, we're required to look at the various economic interest forms that those charged with governance are required to file, as well as your constitutional officers. It's a semi-annual filing, so we look at both sets of filings. And there we found 2 forms that were incomplete. And what we found were a couple of boxes that just were left unchecked. Also, as part of our required communications, we're required to go over any major accounting standards that were implemented during fiscal year 15 that may have impacted your financial results. Ms. Forey mentioned this earlier. There was a very significant new accounting standard that I'm sure she can attest to. Took a lot of manpower and hours. I know it sounds like a lot of jargon, but it really is time-consuming. And those pension standards were GASB 68 and 71. As she mentioned earlier, the impact of those standards is that those numbers now appear on your financial statements. They've always been there, but they previously were a footnote, some additional verbiage in your financial statements, as opposed to being a number that showed up on the face of those documents. Other than the pension standards, we noted no other significant changes in any of the accounting policies, both at the county and the school division. We're also required to go over with you any major estimates or judgments that are made by management in formulating the accounting. I've listed those on this page. Again, referring back to pension, that's probably the largest one. Pensions require the use of an actuary, and that actuary has to use lots of judgment and estimates in formulating what they believe the liability is at the end of the year. For example, they use mortality tables, and there's a lot of guesswork involved in that. Also required to report to you any adjustments that we may have had as a result of our audit. Again, pleased to report we did not have any. We had no adjustments as a result of our audit. There was one immaterial, uncorrected adjustment that actually was brought to us by management. We had no disagreements with management. We didn't encounter any difficulties as performing our audit, both for the school division or the county. We're also not aware of any consultations the county or school division had with other firms or other accountants. We were also required to obtain representation from management that basically discloses their responsibility for the financial statements and that they provided all financial information to us in order to conduct our audit, and we did receive that. We also are not aware of any matters or issues that would impair our independence in respect to the audit of the county and school division. Last but not least, we also would like to share with you what's on the horizon in the financial arena and what you can expect to hear more about if you haven't already for 2016, 17, and 18. For 2016, there will be some additional disclosures in your financial statements, making the document yet thicker again. The first one is the fair value of investments. Basically, that's just going to be more disclosures. The state of Virginia is already pretty limited in the types of investments that it can invest in, so you won't see a big impact on this. For GASB 77, tax abatement disclosures, for the first time, local governments will be required to report significant tax abatements that they have in place. And again, that'll be a footnote disclosure as opposed to appearing on your statements. 2017 and in 2018, you're going to see something very similar to what you're seeing this year in 15 for the pensions. This time it'll be for OPEB, again, commonly referred to as retiree health care benefits. Currently, it's a footnote disclosure, and it also shows up in some of your tables in the back of your document. For fiscal year 2018, it, just like the pension, will appear on your financial statements, on the face of those statements. What happens before that is the plans themselves will report that information, and then the following year, the employers will. And with that, that pretty much concludes my remarks. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Again, thank you.
No excitement is good.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
None of it is good.
Just the stunned look.
When you look at an entity of our size, both the school division and the county, the report that you've just received is phenomenal. Not all school districts and counties receive such stellar results. So I do want to commend you, the Board of Supervisors, the school board, for your exceptional leadership, your governance, also the county administrator and the superintendent. I would be remiss if I did not recognize Ms. Becky Forey, who has served as our project management for the financial reporting. She has done a phenomenal job. Also want to commend Mrs. Barb Steinbach in the audience. She is the Director of Finance for the schools, as well as Marcia Stevens. So I do want to give kudos to staff because the undertaking has been major, and once again, they have delivered.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just actually for information purposes, I understand how they spread the liability, the pension liabilities across all the jurisdictions. I guess at one point they're all held at the state. Is that?
That's correct. For those that participate in VRS, yes.
So, but we don't actually hold any of the VRS accounts. It's all held at the state.
That's correct.
So, I think you mentioned something about setting up trust funds. Why would we do that?
The trust fund would be more for the OPEB, because the OPEB is our plan. It's not at
You
the
have
state
that?
level. Yes.
And that's kept in-house and stuff?
Yes, and we don't have anything funded at this time.
Okay.
But if we were to build a trust, then we would have another statement in this report for that plan.
So what would
now,
be-
I can't speak for the school board. School board does have a trust, and it is in these statements, but the county does not.
What would be in that account?
It would be contributions from the county that would
Or-
then accrue interest.
That's what? Other employee benefits? What is OPEB exactly?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's your post-employment health care. It's for when you retire and the retirees get their health care paid by the county.
Okay. Now, so spreading the liabilities, was that just so the state could push them out amongst the counties to make it look less bad?
No, it's funny. It's just something that's never risen to the level of being put on the balance sheet. What has been happening, especially in the wake of the recession in like Detroit, where all these liabilities that are there but aren't recognized because we haven't been full accrual.
Sure.
They're saying, all right, wait a minute, guys, you can't put them in disclosures because people are ignoring it. You need to put it on the face of the balance sheet, and people will see it and recognize this is a real liability that we need to pay attention to.
But how do we affect that liability, though?
Now, again, the VRS, there's not much we can
Not
do
much you
about
can do,
that.
right.
Yeah. The OPEB, that's where we have to look into our plan, because it is our plan, to decide if we want to modify that in any way.
So the last one, this is just for my information. So they're making us show a liability, how come we don't get to show any of the asset? Because there's got to be some money in the account, right?
We actually, it's called a net pension liability, the VRS.
So that's the net pension?
It is
Okay.
after you take into account the money they hold.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Other questions?
Going back to what Tim said, with the VRS liabilities, I'm still confused over why it's put on our balance sheets when it's the state's money. We put what we're supposed to put, that the state tells us how much we need to put toward VRS for all of our employees, and we're doing that. So why does it count against our statements?
I think I'm going to let LaShawn take that one.
I'll be honored. When you look at where we are with VRS, number one, they've changed the practices over the last several years. You know that there's an employer portion and an employee portion. And so when you look at VRS, there's two ways to fund it. They fund it through contributions, and you're absolutely correct. We are meeting their requirements. However, to fully fund it, they probably should be asking us for more, but have not, due to the state of the economy. And then the other component is when they accrue interest on the investments. And I would like to point out, when you look at the financials, while it is reflecting the liability, at the end of the day, we're not negative per se. But we have made a commitment or a promise to provide these benefits to our employees. Therefore, rightfully so, we should fund it. But we have done all that we can do at this time. So when you look at other post-employment benefits, we do have a trust fund. Right now in our account, we have $2.7 million. Not only that, but we've taken measures to reduce that liability going forward. Any employees hired after July 1st, 2007, they must meet stricter requirements. Any employees hired after July 1st, 2009, they will not get the full contribution, only a flat rate. So we're moving in the right direction. And there will be additional policy changes that we could bring to you all.
Just to elaborate on the VRS, they do tell us every year, they're warning us that our contribution will be increasing. So that's what we have to plan for in our lovely budget season, that wonderful thing that the state keeps doing. So that is going to be going up, correct, on our balance sheet?
Well, I don't have my magic ball. I don't know if that net liability is going to be going up. But I do know, and I think LaShawn, please confirm, I do believe that they are going to be increasing the percentage, because they're not doing 100% for the cost sharing, but they are going to be increasing that percentage. So I expect it will, yes, be going up.
Stay tuned. The governor is planning to present December 17th. Based on information that we received coming in from the VRS Retirement Board, we have received a percent, and it is higher than what we're currently paying. But we want to wait until we see his presentation on the 17th, and we'll bring those numbers back to you.
Thank you. Any more good news? All right. Thank you.
The other item for discussion that we had segmented to be here while the school board is with us is a discussion of the school board's carryover request.
And what I'll do at this time, I do have copies of the request. I'll pass it down that way. And Mr. Yakubowski, we do have some good news. When you look at the request that's coming to you this evening, it was approved by the school board on October the 12th. It was approved or recommended for your approval by the county's Finance Committee October 22nd, where Mr. Sabula asked some very good questions. Tonight, based on the audit report, if you look at page 114, you will see a carryover amount of $2,514,851. When you look at this amount, it represents less than 1% of the total revenues that we collected. In looking at where we want the funds to be expended, this is the good news. We're recommending that all of it go directly to students, $2.4 million, to be used for instructional, web-based resources, text-based resources, and hands-on resources. Looking at coursework in the areas of AP Environmental Science, AP Physics, AP Biology, Middle School Science grades 6 through 8, Middle School English, Math, IB Text Startup, AP English, and K through 2 Mathematics. And you might ask the question, why now? When you look at our budget over the last several years, in the area of textbooks, it has been significantly reduced. So a lot of these purchases have been deferred in order to protect personnel. And looking at where the state is, every 7 to 10 years, they do approve a different curriculum. So at this point, it is necessary that we move forward with this purchase. The remaining $100,000 is for instructional technology, replacement of projector bulbs, for existing projectors, replacement of batteries, servers, and for computers. So at this time, this is our request, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Ross?
I'm asking the dumb question tonight, but why, so textbooks are part of an online curriculum? Because I would think just the opposite. I think going online, we would not need the textbooks. So could you explain that?
It's a combination, and we do have our assistant soup for instruction. I'm going to call forward Mrs. Carol Flenard as well.
Thank you.
And while she's walking up, if I answer the question sufficiently, she can sit back down or she can stay up. I think come on. To answer your question, we really employ a blended model right now in many of our classrooms, which is a combination of online and text. And some of that is due to the fact that it used to be, several years ago, there was a dedicated textbook fund that you would find in most school divisions. And the practice was to, when you adopted textbooks, you usually adopted a hardback or a print version for every student. Right now, we tend to do class sets for the in-class work, and then there's also the availability of it online as well as other online resources. And that not only is cost effective, it tends to work better in terms of the delivery of instruction.
So these are textbooks, because I have talked to teachers who are upset that some of their students don't have the hard textbooks that don't have internet access. So this would be for like an online student who might not be in a rural part of the county that doesn't have internet access?
It's going to be both. Okay. And for students who do not have that access, we usually have the number of texts. If a student needs to take a textbook home, they can, if they don't have the availability or the high-speed internet.
Okay.
So it is something that certainly at a school base, we expect them to be cognizant of the individualized needs. But the idea is that both of those models are going to be part of that experience.
Mr. Chair. And actually, you sort of addressed it as did Mr. Ross, that one of my big concerns, like when I took the tour a couple years ago, and there's so much kind of, teamwork done via the internet and Skype and all that sort of thing, and yet out in my district and also Mr. Sebula's and probably some others, connectivity is a real issue, and I wouldn't want to see our students, kind of left behind, if you will. And the new technology trend is of concern to me, particularly in the learning environment, where you can rapidly lose interest if you can't keep up. And you can't keep up because your telephone modem isn't going to download the information.
I'll just, and I may have responded back then too when we were going through the walkthroughs. I think that we, as a philosophy of practice, we look at what are the educational or instructional goals that we are trying to obtain. What do we want the students, what are the outcomes that we are looking to achieve? And we ask that question before we say, do we want students to learn on a computer or via technology or through print or other types of learning experiences? And what we found is that we have to continue to maintain that blended approach, if for no other reason, that's ultimately the best way for our students to learn right now. In the areas that you're talking about, which I think it's a huge concern out in the rural parts of our county, we have to continue to to be flexible in that approach. But selling out completely to one or the other would be dangerous not dangerous, it would be difficult for a number of reasons. And even on the side of just saying every student's going to have a textbook, most of the resources that we purchase now are going to be a blended compilation of resources too, not just one thick textbook. So usually within those purchases, there's a number of different resources at those students' disposal, not just the need to be able to access high-speed internet. So
And
we do
I
expect
assume
that.
the school and the counselors and the teachers take into account certain students that may be at a disadvantage technologically, particularly.
Well, not only are they obviously expected to be able to do that, they are part of our curriculum development process, and in adopting any text is to have pretty heavy involvement and consensus of practitioners, whether it's counselors or teachers or building level leaders. We expect all of them to be a part of the selection when we ultimately go with these packages.
Yeah, Dr. Scott, just to add a little bit to what Ann was saying, because we share the concerns of our constituency. We don't know where internet's going to go with us. We're working real hard to make it happen so that our students in the rural areas have the same advantages of those in the rest of the county area where they have the instant internet. But I don't see it happening for several years yet, sad to say. And by that time, technology may have even moved further ahead. And I guess what I want to be assured, and I liked your blended word, I think that was great. But what I want to be assured is that these considerations are constantly at the forefront to make sure that those students who, and I'm going to put it in a hard word here, disadvantaged, because they are in rural areas, they are disadvantaged. I want to make sure that they are being properly considered for methodologies to keep up with those who have the advantage of the high-speed internet. So,
no, thank you for sharing that, and I can't. It's hard for me to speak for what the mentality was or the philosophy was 10 years ago, but I can tell you that over the last decade, to give you that assurance, with our economically disadvantaged students basically tripling over that span of time, we have to be cognizant of that in our process, not just in the implementation. So I can assure you that that is a very thoughtful process, and it has to be even more so now to make sure that it's not only effective but for the instruction, but cost effective as well. Y'all have heard my boring answers. And Ms. Flenard would have done a much better job, but she has nodded appropriately, I guess.
That's
so.
correct.
but she is standing before us.
Yes, yeah.
I haven't gone.
Mr. Chairman, if no other supervisor may have a question or discussion, what I'd like to do is make a motion for the fiscal year 2016 appropriation for the carryover, the 2015 school carryover request. And since we don't have electronic, I'd ask for a roll call down here before we exchange it. If that's possible, please.
Yes, any discussion? I just have one comment, and I know that you all do this, is that as the governor's budget comes forward and we see what is out there on the horizon, this is money that's not going to be spent tomorrow morning. That just in case we do make sure that we can fill a gap if something, happens.
There are, and I can't speak to them individually. I think there are some that are not, but there are some purchases here where the process was ahead of the available funding. So they are ready to move on getting those packages. I can't speak to, I'm not looking at a sheet that says which one, but I know that some of them were already selected and they are ready to move soon.
Okay, so at budget time, we shouldn't assume that there's $2.5 million sitting in a bank account waiting to be spent. It's already going to be moving along, at least a good portion of it.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
An easy question then is, do we have an idea of any percentage of this that may be already, we'll call it obligated?
We're looking at the 2.4, particularly almost about $1 million already. We're ready to go on that piece there. In terms of having the PO ready tomorrow.
It leaves us maybe 1.4 to figure on. Okay. Maybe.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, there's a motion on the floor for us to vote. Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
Heidig?
Aye.
Mr. Trampy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Mr. Sabula?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
And Mr. Ross?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the school board. Dr. Baker, Sean?
To open meeting. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors has convened, whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2 3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such a closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby returns to open meeting and certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in a motion to convene in a closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in closed meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
Heidig?
Aye.
Mr. Sabula?
Aye.
Mr. Trampy?
Aye.
Mr. Ross?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We do have county administrator and county attorney reports.
Yes, sir, I'm afraid we do, Mr. Chairman, but I will make this as short as humanly possible. First note is regarding the new real estate system implementation. This is just to highlight a board communication that was sent to you. On December 3rd, I met with Treasurer Larry Pritchett, Commissioner Debbie Williams, IS Director Jane Reeve, to discuss the status of the implementation of the new real estate system that, here's a hint, was originally scheduled to go live in January of 2016. Data conversion records from the old system or legacy system to the new system is still in progress, which prevents full user acceptance testing of the new system. There is some level of acceptance testing going on, but there is more data transfer to complete. There is more user acceptance testing to be completed. And so Mr. Pritchett, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Reeves have determined that the go-live date for the system cannot take place in January, and that the new go-live date should be July of 2016. And in consequence of this, I know the thing that the board was very interested in is that a multi-decimal point tax rate will not be available for the FY17 fiscal year budget. I went through and listened to their discussion of the issues in the data conversion and the issues and processes attendant to the user acceptance testing. at great length, nearly as long as at least one of our hearings this evening. They're determined, understand that this is for them and for all of us a critical system on which our community relies and from which we all expect absolute accuracy and impeccable integrity. And they are dutifully determined to give it full testing and only accept it when they're confident, absolutely confident that it's absolutely right. And the impressive routine work and the resourcing levels in all three of these offices, IS, Commissioner of Revenue, and Treasurer's Office, have just made it impossible for them to complete the task in time for January go live. So, on more positive notes, I was privileged to attend the FREM Recruit Academy graduation and promotion ceremony held at Freedom Middle School last Friday evening. They put on a terrific program celebrating the success and advancement of responders and officers who put themselves at risk in service to our community every day. And it was a new and special experience for me to administer the oath by which these talented and dedicated employees swear to protect the lives and property of the citizens of Spotsylvania County. When you say that out loud and actually have people repeat after you, it was experiencing their level of commitment to us in a new way. They had a great program that was followed by a nice cake and punch reception that the families and loved ones there all really appreciated. It was really a terrific event, and I look forward to being involved in more of those in the future. Also attended the the courthouse Christmas luminary this past Sunday that was sponsored by or centered by Super Hits Radio WGRQ FM 95.9 that is playing all Christmas music for the holidays, and wanted to speak some appreciation to them and express the hope that that event will grow in years to come. Also, finally, wanted to mention that I wanted to pass along a report from Elizabeth Borst, the Spotsylvania Farmers Market Manager and Healthy Food Incentive Program Director. She is thrilled to note that the Farmers Market is a recipient of the Lawrence and Martha McCurdy Award for Excellence and Innovation in Community Health and Wellness from the Mary Washington Healthcare Citizens Advisory Council. They were nominated by the Directors of Social Services and honored to receive the award. And that is a great piece of news for our community. And other than wishing you all the very best for a blessed Christmas season, that is my report.
Thank you very much. Mr. County Attorney?
I don't have a report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin?
Nothing to report.
Mr. Ross?
I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with Ann for 4 years. A lot of memories. I think the Gang of Four, I remember people blogging about us. And first 2 years we were the Gang of Four, and we've made a lot of changes, Ann, and I can't thank you enough for the part that you were in that. And it's been a pleasure, and I wish you the best of luck in the future, and hopefully we'll stay in touch. And for my fellow board members, I hope you all have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and same to everybody in Spotsylvania County.
Thank you. Mr. Chirpy?
I had a report, but it can wait till January.
Nothing urgent. Mr. Skinner? Mr. Skinner, yes.
Thank you, Mr. First of all, I'd like to, we usually do this every year, and that is because the PRTC meets on the first Thursday of every month. We will have a PRTC meeting beforehand. But so what we're asking is that if we could, and they've asked us for the new appointees, and what I'd like to do is designate, as we have right now, myself and Mr. Trampy as the PRTC representatives, and with the new change, if there's going to, the chairman can change that after he's elected and do whatever he wants to, but we'll need to send something up to PRTC that they are representatives, or we won't have really our say in the matter. So without any objection, I would like to just recommend that myself and Paul stay in that position until the new chairman comes in.
Is your meeting before the 12th? Is that
Yes, sir. It's the first Thursday of the month, sir. So we'll do that. And as far as VRE goes, we will have a meeting prior to the VRE meeting, which is the third Friday of every month. And then that'll all be part of what the thing can do at that time. We will have to make a decision there. Yes, it's a motion. Thank you.
Motion to keep you guys on.
Yeah. And
Any discussion?
No.
Please vote.
Very much, I do. Kathy, would you pass these out real quick going around here? What I've got here, and as you know, the Spotsylvania County, the Dominion Speedway, Dominion Raceway, is putting up a large sign, a 50 by 20 foot sign, and I'm giving you something to look at here so it gives you some type of perspective of how large. This sign will probably be 60 feet in the air. This sign will probably be 60 feet in the air. And we've been talking, or at least what I'd like to do is, yeah, I knew you would like that.
Pandering, but I'm going off the board, so what there is.
Wine by the lake, if you take. I'm sure that's what she's going to. And the Renaissance Fair too. DR, we have an opportunity to lease. And I'm talking about advertising, and I think this is so important because this can help us direct traffic from this point on. One of the things we're finding is that one of the issues is that people are going to Mary Washington Hospital because they don't understand that by taking 126B, you get to the Spotsylvania Regional Medical Center much quicker than going down Route 1 all the way down there. That's just one thing that we can do. And what I'd like to do is, what we can do is a 50-year contract, a 50-year lease with these. And the reason I'm saying 50 years is because we could take in the first 5 years, is what I'm saying, and cover all our expenses, and after that have no cost whatsoever. This sign would allow us to advertise all the events in the thing, would advertise, as you can see, Virginia, the crossroads to the Civil War, Lake Anna, stuff of this nature. I think it's an opportunity that we have. What I would recommend too is I feel that this would come under the VRE funding that we could use because it's a transportation issue, safety out in the road, so we don't have to look at anything else other than safety. I think we would, what I'd like to see is roughly $60,000 a year for 5 years, and then from that point on, it'd be free for us for 50 years. There'd be no money after that. We cannot do that, but we would have to go through the EDA. And what I would like to do tonight is get the approval from this to go, have the EDA possibly start negotiations with the racetrack under those terms so that we can get this started now so that when they open, by the way, this sign has two, let me explain this to you. It's two signs and they'll be in a V shape. So if this pole's going straight up, you have a sign that can be seen from the north and then also seen from coming to the south.
Mr. Skinner, can you please speak in your microphone?
Oh, I'm trying. It's my hands are getting in the way. Getting a little late for that too, sir. Anyway, well, I'm a pilot. I should be able to use my hands. Anyway, I think it's a great opportunity. It's going to be a total of $300,000, and if you look over 50 years, and I think we can take it from the VRE fund over the next 5 years at $60,000 apiece, and that's what my recommendation to the EDA in the negotiations with it. We cannot do it, but the EDA could negotiate a lease with them. And I think it's Ann and anybody else here, this is a great way to put the word out that we've always wanted to do, what events are happening, what exits to take, such as we have one down by the motorcycle, the music event every year, down by Lafayette Boulevard, what do we call it, 5 Mile Fork? We could 4 Mile Fork, excuse me, and then we could advertise things of that nature. We could advertise all our events. We're not limited to what we can put on it. The only thing I do say here, and I thought would be nice if there's some way we could put Spotsylvania with a DR, but unfortunately that sign is just strictly going to be there. I don't know how we put, it would probably cost the sign, it'd cost them more money to do that. But as you can see, if we're rotating Spotsylvania through there an awful lot, people will know they're entering Spotsylvania, distinguish us from Fredericksburg area, Civil War, and I think it's a great deal for advertising when you look at what marketing is today and what some of these other people will pay from, I know some companies out here in Spotsylvania spend $50,000 a year, every year, for advertising and marketing. So I think this is a good deal. My motion is to ask that we proceed or forward this to the EDA and allow them to go into negotiations with them at no more than $300,000, and hopefully over the 5-year period, spread out over 5 years, which would be $60,000 a year, which I believe, and I've asked Mark to talk about it as far as with Bonnie. I believe, I personally know with everything else that's passed through the VRE and PRTC, is a very gray area in transportation for us. So if it even has to do with anything transportation, it will be approved by PRTC.
Thank you, Mr.
That's what
Skinner.
I'd like to do.
Questions? Mr. Ross?
So Gary, I like this idea, especially because it has my initials on there for free. But it is 11 o'clock at night, and I'm not, we have a water tower right across the street from there that we could actually put stuff up on our own.
This is an electronic sign.
I know, and I get it. This would be so much better, but I'm just not ready tonight to commit to it, just seeing it for the first time. I'd like to have a little bit more details and maybe decide in January, but that's just me.
Any other comments?
I'm sorry.
Really quick, one more question is, so you said the VRE money could be used for us?
Yes, sir.
Could it also be used for our water tower, or if we wanted to put a
Anything
sign up on
with used
that?
for transportation issues can be used for it. Okay, so, and that means sidewalks, trails, anything whatsoever. So I'm relating this. We are helping people get through getting through 95, knowing what. So we're improving our system so that they know what exits to get off, what events are where, and that is part of transportation. So it will be good.
And are we good with what the gas tax is bringing in for? That's what we're talking about, right?
That's
2.1%
exactly what.
tax.
And I believe we are. The question is, and I think Bonnie had a question, was would it actually be allowed? And that was not my question originally to them. Their question is, do we have the money? I believe we do. Her question back to me was, would it be allowed by VRE? Yes, it would, in my opinion. I'll let Mark, if you want to.
Well, I think those are kind of the questions I'm looking for before I commit to something like this. And also, like sidewalks, I do get a lot of constituents saying, hey, I'd like sidewalks.
So
we would be giving this up for that. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just seeing it for the first time at 11 o'clock on a long board meeting. So.
No, and I did get to talk with Bonnie, but only very briefly this afternoon about the cash flow aspect and the availability of this $60,000 a year for 5 years, and I'm now trying to make sense again at 11 o'clock at night at what I wrote at about 11:30 this morning or 1 o'clock this afternoon. And what is concerning to me is that I believe from my note here that the fuel tax revenue currently is set aside to pay for future debt service, and we already know that in the long run. And I'm not sure how far away the long run is. I think it's in a 3 to 6 year time frame that we won't be having to take money from the general fund in order to pay for part of that debt service, because the fuel tax revenue will at some point become inadequate or not be adequate to cover the debt service. So we do have some money from fuel tax revenue that is set aside right now that could, for the first year or possibly 2 or possibly 3, be set aside to this purpose. But if it were set aside to this purpose, it would have to be refunded out of, or the debt service that this fuel tax money has been set aside to pay for would then have to be paid for out of general fund or other revenues.
How about a friendly amendment to your?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
To get this moving along without any commitment from the board, ask the EDA to start moving with negotiations, and anything that they come up with, they bring back to us.
That's fine with me. I would accept that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just a couple, I guess, because this, again, just thrown at us at 11 o'clock without any details and stuff. You know, granted, I know it's good location, billboards going up anyway, maybe it's an opportunity, but competition, I mean, we're going sole source to a business and offering $300,000. There's just not enough details for us to make a decision at this point. I think we should just hold off before we make any vote on this.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I think passing it on to the EDA, I know that I've gotten feedback from my appointee that they feel like we're jamming everything down on them, and they would like to be in a position where they look at something and then come back and tell us, yeah, we think it's a good idea or not. So I think perhaps just passing it on to the EDA, saying this is what we're kind of looking at, and this is the prospect, and then have them come back with a recommendation might be the best way to go.
Right, so the friendly amendment would be just ask them to figure out a negotiation plan with this, and without any hard or fast numbers from us, knowing what the parameters are and what we're trying to look for, but have them work on it and bring it back to us.
I accept that friendly amendment.
All right, any discussion on it? We vote, please. Thank you.
5 yes, with Mr. McLaughlin and Mr. Ross voting no.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Skinner?
No, thank you very much, sir. And I wish everybody on the board and the county a safe and joyful holidays over the time till we meet in January. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sabula.
Yes, in order not to drag this out much, I'll defray anything else, but I do want to make one announcement, and that is to invite the general public who are watching this tomorrow sometime, not tonight, to think about coming to the Spotsylvanians free Christmas concert this coming weekend, Saturday night 7:30, Sunday afternoon 3 p.m. at the Spotsylvania Middle School. You're guaranteed to have a good time. Merry Christmas to all.
Thank you. Ms. Heidig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and obviously you guys just wanted me to have to hang around for a long time. And once again, I'm going to make some wonderful statements to an empty room. Nearly empty. No. But there are a couple things that I did want to bring up as part of the board report, just kind of as a last thing to do. As you know, Mr. Subula and I were on the credit card committee quite a while ago. And as chairman, I've kind of kept up with how it's progressing with the help of Mark Taylor. And actually, a while ago, but I just found it in my stack of stuff, I had asked for sort of a report on where we were going. And this is back in August, actually, that I got the report. And my question to them was, is there any way to see if we can measure, if we're making any savings, what's going on? And I'll just read this for the sake of time. It's from Becky. And she says, to your question, it's probably too early to expect any overall savings. Currently, we're running in the red due to the implementation costs, developing the training programs and other things that we had to do. However, I do wish to share some immediate improvements. For the first time, we have provided employees a wealth of available information and forms on our intranet and provide better organization, communication, and self-service. These improvements reduce overhead through clear communication and on-hand access. We have seen significant reductions in local meal purchases funded with county tax dollars. Sales tax has also significantly decreased. That's us paying it when we don't have to pay it and the employees not realizing it. And we put a system in place to make sure they knew. Violations are actively being managed with additional training to prevent future occurrences. We've received positive feedback on our newly established training program that is mandatory for new cardholders. And lastly, but probably most important, we have successfully laid out the groundwork for future implementation of a fully automated P-card or procurement card system. So I believe that the changes that we've made and the getting all of the regulations and all in sync with each other have in fact proven to be a good thing for the county. Also, I was going to give a report on the Lake Ann Advisory Committee, but I'll save that for another time when I come back as chairman of that committee. Lastly, I want to just say this is my last meeting. I want to thank the citizens of Livingston for having given me the honor of representing them and serving them for the last 4 years. It has been an experience for me. I have learned a lot. I've learned a lot about the county. I've learned a lot about our citizens, and it has just really been a very fulfilling experience for me. I also want to thank the staff. We have a remarkable and amazing staff. I do know that they often had to hear me use the term bureaucratic nincompoopadness, but generally they responded immediately and helped resolve the issues that I thought were in need of being resolved, to include things like the permitted uses in agricultural areas and other things where we've been looking at some of our permitting processes. I know that all of us and our citizens want what's best for the county. I've been a little concerned on some of the issues that some of our people tend to have resorted to loud and intimidating rhetoric as opposed to civil conversation. And having seen that happen here in the boardroom and also having seen some of it on Fox News recently, that to me is very disappointing, because our citizens are better than that. And I think we're all better than that. And I believe that we should be able to disagree, but disagree in a manner where we can discuss our differences. And I had the feeling that just because you're loud doesn't necessarily mean you're the majority. But open civil debate really does serve everybody. And I was a little concerned sometimes because I had people tell me that they didn't want to get up and speak because they were intimidated by the atmosphere. And that is something that I don't think here in the great state of Thomas Jefferson and George Washington that we should ever have people that feel like they have been disenfranchised and kept from speaking. And that to me was one of the biggest disappointments sitting up here. We're going to have a new board going forward, and I know the new board has many challenges, and I would hope that the citizens would keep the board in their prayers. I really, as I say, have learned a lot over the last 4 years. For personal reasons, I just felt I could not continue at this time. And at this point, I know I'm turning it over to someone that will also have the best interests of the citizens of Spotsylvania in mind. And with that, I'd like to also thank my fellow board members. As you say, the Gang of Four came on. We didn't know what we were doing, but we did it anyway. And I think we've done a good job for the citizens, and I know they'll continue to do a good job. And I just also want to say in this time of the year that it's peace on earth, goodwill towards men, as I said in the prayer, and that I hope we can carry that forward into the new year, and that we can continue to help make Spotsylvania grow and prosper, and that the board and the staff and county administration also remember that we all work for the taxpayer. They don't work for us. And with that, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I'll see you all back in perhaps another form. I've told Mark that just because I'm out of office doesn't mean I'm out of his. I continue to have interest in the county and look forward to working with you in a different capacity as we go forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Heidig. This is the night that everybody has a board report, of course. Really quick, I already talked about it before, the rezoning communication. If we can learn or find ways to improve that, I think that we need to do that, whether it be bigger signs or more electronic communication, website, social media, whatever it might be. We need to get the word out better than we have been doing. Let me start by thanking Ann for your service. 4 years ago or so, we discussed it, and I guess I didn't talk you into it, but I told you that I twisted your arm, but you went out, you did the work, you got elected, you did a fantastic job. as we said at the appreciation dinner the other night, that, you know, you and Bill, I don't want to forget Bill, are the type of people that step forward when there is a need, whether it be in politics or just with friendship or with a bit of wisdom, just to help and to serve. And if we had more people like you, I think our county would be better. And you're very good when you're not scripted. I think some of the speeches you have given are pretty darn good. So thank you for that too. And the other thing I'd like to say to the board is thank you for being your chairman this year. I had fun. It was enjoyable, and I wish whoever takes over enough wisdom to understand that sitting in the seat, you have to pay attention at all times because people are looking at you. So I'm glad that I won't have to be doing that again. And again, thank you to all the staff. Thank you to the rest of the board. Wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a safe and happy New Year. And with that, I make a motion to adjourn.